Good morning, one and all, and welcome to the playoffs of the Perfect World Asia League 2020, the fall edition. My name is Ble, and I'm going to be taking you through the action for the next 3 days. It's going to be some jam-packed action. Everything on the line is now down to the final 6 teams. But before we jump into the first games of the day, we do have a small little recap video from what was the group stage. Insane Counter-Strike, some madness, and of course, some genuinely amazing moments.
What is this?
Ronan just walks in, he destroys them, he leaves them all over the floor.
He could just defuse this. Oh, dear Lord, please no. Please no! You can't lose around like this, Checkmate! Danking, though, holding the line, doing a fantastic job with the fans. He's managed to get himself forward. What? Oh, he just jumped up.
That might work out. Urka's full blind. He's got. Oh my God, Urkaz! He's taking down Kaz through the wall.
Oh, somebody, don't do it. They're dead. They're dead.
He jumped to let him know. He jumped to let him know he was there. He tried to jump on his head.
What a wall bang! Kaz coming in with the play of the game.
Micro, he should be dead here. He should be dead. How have they not heard that?
He's got a good spot for it. He's gonna hit the shots on the advent. Damage is being done, and there's the kill. He could get all 3. What? Huge play from QQ. What a round from him.
Pushing, he just kills the man who was still partway through planting the bomb. He's gonna kill off everyone.
Right through the smoke, Jack Young. Oh my God, he's got 3. He's opened this up for Kaze to get back in with an off up the ladder that he knew where he was. Out to the AK, suspects this player to be up in heaven. Shosage coming forward, he swings out and gets it. This is unbelievable. That's beautiful. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
I didn't know that was a thing. Instant shots from Danking, though. He only needs 2 more, and one of them's 1 HP. The jump through. He's found his 3rd. He gets all 4.
This is an incredible showing. Micro, what is that? What is that?
Potentially go for some sort of ninja defuse. Rona's gonna go for the knife. Yes, this is what we love to see. Kaz has got an AWP. What? Oh, how did it take Pro so long to kill him?
Well,
That works.
QQ
You'll
with
take
a
that.
double hit. Yep, he'll be happy with that.
Oh, he's taken 2.
Oh, Olivia, I thought he'd missed, but he actually hits the shot. He goes back for a 2nd, a 3rd kill from Olivia. What a god. Again, another big step up from Olivia. He does not stop.
So PP, he's going through the smoke. I like this. I like the play. He gets, oh my God, turn around. Shosage had no idea that he was there.
And now Ronan, he's committing on his own. It's a ballsy play, and it works out. The no-scope as well. What a god.
Bulbasaur is ready and waiting. Nice shot. A second one coming up for him as well, and he's retrieved an AK. What is just this? What? How's that come out?
Tom definitely hitting some real cool high notes there. And speaking of Tom, let's welcome him onto the panel. We have Tom, we got Mitch, and of course we got Dinko. Everyone looking fresh. Gentlemen, playoffs. 3 days where everything's on the line. Tom, let's start with you. You're hitting some real high notes there in that recap. Are you expecting more falsettos to be coming out of you? Unintentional ones, of course.
Probably. Let's be real. If I'm expecting normal plays within this region, I think then I truly have lost my mind. That's the moment where you can sort of start questioning whether or not I should be taken away. But yeah, we've got rid of some of the teams I wasn't as big a fan of. I might have said a few things which I probably shouldn't have said. But now we get down to teams that I'm fairly happy with most of them. Maybe not Invictus, but you know I've grown to love Checkmate. I think they're a great roster. I really like where this team are going. Vici have looked great. Tai Lu still mental, but they're still winning most of their games. Tiger as well have started a bit slow, but come back to impress later on. I don't know. I'm actually looking forward to the next few days now that after gaming are gone. I salute you, Wang.
Wow, rude, Tom. Let's take a look at the standings, the final standings we had last Sunday, where we had to say goodbye to a few teams. There you have it. The top 6 teams. We have Tai Lu, we got Vici, they're waiting in the upper bracket semifinals right now. And then, of course, the opening matchups are going to be between the Tigers, the Invictus Gamings, Checkmate, and, of course, Bren over there. Bren, a little bit of a surprise qualifying, while we had the biggest upset, the biggest surprise of the tournament, which was Beyond Esports getting knocked out in the group stage itself. We had Sigma joining them, and then, of course, at the end, at the bottom over there, we had After Gaming and Huatsai were unfortunately able to get just the one win. Now, let's transition directly into the brackets, where we have 6 teams here. We're going to be playing for the RMR points, a prize pool, all of that, and there you have it. It's a nice, massive double elimination bracket. We even have a 5th place decider at the bottom there, because coming in 5th and 6th, there is a difference when it comes to the prize pool, although not going to be getting any RMR points. And the opening game of the day, it's going to be Invictus versus Checkmate, followed by Tiger versus Bren. The winners of those 2 games are going to be facing off against Tai Lu and Vici. The usual 2 suspects, as we kind of expected, Mitch, are going to be waiting in the semis. That's Tai Lu and Vici.
Yeah, I think the manner in which we got here is, well, it depends, expected and unexpected at the same time. There were some games that definitely didn't go according to plan for these teams, but in the end, they get to the game plan. I think when you look at Tai Lu and Vici, there's going to be an interesting matchup, probably in the upper bracket before we even reach the finals. But there are definitely teams that can punish them when it comes down to if they make mistakes. The problem I have is that coming into the playoffs, I really doubt that we're going to see, I really hope we're not going to see the same form from especially Tai Lu that we did coming throughout the playoffs or the group stages, because they were playing very sloppy at times. And I think this is where they should be coming in turned up and ready to just smash players out.
Let's take a look at the RMR points that these teams have kind of accrued over 2 events so far. This is obviously the 3rd RMR event we have, and we have Tai Lu on top over there. Vici coming in 2nd, Dinko. They haven't played a single finals yet. That just breaks my mind. And we, of course, have, Tiger. They won the first RMR. They had a kind of a disappointing showing in the second one. Pal Summer, Beyond, who have the points. Unfortunately, they're out of the tournament. Invictus, though, they came in, they reached the finals of the only RMR event they played during the summer. And let's take a look very quickly at what they're going to be playing for in this event. Of course, we have a lot of money on the line as well. And of course, we have these RMR points over here. So, Dinko, I mean, there is a very real chance. I don't know, my math might be off here, but can Vici potentially get the win here? If they get on top, if Tai Lu come in 3rd, is there a possibility of Vici coming out on top?
Well, they'd have to win, obviously.
True.
And coming into it, I don't know. I could, you've asked me to do some maths earlier in the day, and I've had 3 hours sleep,
so and get no points.
Yeah, you'd have to expect Tai Lu to not perform at all, right? They're so far ahead. Vici not playing in the finals obviously going to hinder them, but they have had consistent top 4 places, right? They're always getting deeper into the tournaments, just not making the finals yet. They'd be hoping to try and change that coming into this one and get as many points as possible. And with obviously the major being cancelled, that should mean there should be more RMR events, which is good for Vici because it gives them a little bit more time to catch up, a few more events to get some more points under their belt. And Tai Lu can't get comfortable, right? After this event, should have been locking in their spot heading into the major, but it's all opened up again.
Well, I mean, it is Tai Lu, it is Vici. Vici yet to beat Tai Lu. They played 13 series so far, and they're
Yep.
yet to break the curse. It kind of blows my mind how.
Another one over the last couple of days, right?
Yeah, we
lost
had the Pro
again.
League finals
Yeah.
where they lost more convincing. Let's take a look though at today's schedule. We will be seeing a little bit of Tai Lu action later on, but before that, we have these two teams facing off. These four teams rather. We have Invictus facing off against Checkmate. That should be,
Yeah.
in my opinion, an exciting affair, Tom. And then of course later we have Tiger against Bren. Should be Tiger, I feel like, because they have looked fantastic, at least recently. They've had a pretty late resurgence. The Tai Lu are going to be playing the winner of the Invictus Checkmate game. Now, these are two teams. Invictus have disappointed, Tom. Now, you did touch upon it. They're a team who reached the finals of the previous RMR. They've looked very, very, I don't know, lacking. They have an upgrade in firepower bottle coming in, but they're no longer the team they were just a couple of months ago.
Yeah, they've had one of the weirdest tournaments probably of everybody here. Like, they lost to Vici. Fair enough. Then they were going through like 2-0ing, 2-1ing most teams, losing maps here and there. Then towards the end, they lost to Bren and Huatsai. And in my eyes, those matches are unforgivable, especially the Huatsai one. They were our standout worst team of the tournament, which is impressive considering how bad After are. And they lost to them 2-1. I have no idea how. I don't know if we entered an alternate timeline for a little bit. Like, there was something odd going on there. So they have been questionable. And even if you look at the qualifiers they've been playing recently, they've been dropping a map in every single one. So they're definitely not looking like that clean, convincing team that we've seen in the past. And unfortunately, I do think that's more down to the fact that some of their star performers have been a little bit lackluster. Like, I think Flying has actually had some pretty inconsistent matches, considering he's normally a standout star. And Viva could go from being the best player in the server to the worst player in the server in an hour, which it is ridiculous. I think their map pool is questionable. I think their map choices are questionable. And yet they're still one of the best teams in the tournament.
Which is kind of crazy. Like, they do swing quite extreme, Tom. But let's talk about a little bit more. Let's be a little bit more positive about one of the other teams. Checkmate, Mitch. They have impressed us. You can't deny that, right? They're a team who came out of nowhere. They qualified through the open qualifiers. We were bemoaning the fact that D13 didn't make it. We wouldn't be able to see Annihilation or score. But truth be told, Checkmate have looked better than D13 ever did. They play solid, fundamentally sound Counter-Strike. Yes, they've had hiccups here and there. They don't really have kind of like a star player standing out in the team. But as a whole, as a unit, they've been, in my opinion, one of the better teams so far in this event.
Yeah, I think Checkmate, obviously, when we look back over towards D13, that had me kind of pulling my hair at times with some of the plays they were making. But Annihilation was always so damn good to look at. But then Checkmate came in and they delivered us solid Counter-Strike start to finish. It was a very welcome surprise. I'll give you that for sure. And if anything, I think they've looked like a better team than Invictus from start to finish of this tournament, certainly when it comes down to consistency. So it's really impressive that these guys have, first of all, gotten to the stage where I think maybe 2 games in, we were saying, oh, these guys should make playoffs the way they're playing. And that's surprising because they were literally number 10 in my eyes coming into this tournament. So the reality is, for a team that have no backing, that have nothing, it's not like they're coming in with backed by a prestigious organization or they've got some insane names that we know and recognize. It's unbelievable that they've been able to do so much.
Mitch.
They have
16.
Exactly. Not only do they not have the massive names, they're even missing one of the guys from their team, and the standing they've gotten is unreal. Like, the amount, if anything, that just goes to highlight the level of skill that there is in these regions that we just don't get to see sometimes. And I'm really, really thankful that we've got, I mean, especially, I think Techno deserves every praise because he's been unreal, first of all. He didn't have a HLTV page before this tournament, but also what's impressed me the most is that this guy has actually been able to come in, and you think about a stand-in in this region, something you've said, Blas, something we've heard from players non-stop, was how we don't really have players coming in thinking of the team or thinking of support. You know, they just come in, they're like, well, if I get 30 kills, maybe Ty Lue will pick me up. It's that kind of attitude. Techno's come in, and we've seen them at times where it's like, he could go and get an extra kill. Hell, I put myself in his boots, and I'm like, I'm swinging around that corner, I'm looking for the final frag. And he sits there and he waits and flashes for his teammates or something. And they're not even his teammates. He's a stand-in. That's unbelievable.
I mean, technically they are his teammates, I guess.
Yeah.
But we do have these two teams did play earlier before Dinko, and it was a very close affair.
Yeah.
And the first two maps were very one-sided, but then Dust to 16-14, anything could have happened. Now, we have the map view ready, but before we bring that up, I just want to hypothesize, are Invictus going to pick Inferno again?
Well, if
Because
they,
that
what they
might break
do,
Tom.
yeah, if they do, they're idiots. But I feel like they probably could. I mean, they've always gone towards that Inferno pick, no matter how many times they get beat on it. I hope Checkmate to smash them on the map if they decide to do it. I hope they punish them for it, because this is the map that we've always seen Checkmate play really well on. So you're giving them a free pick if Invictus come into this and pick up Inferno. You're giving Checkmate a huge advantage coming into the series. And I hope Checkmate learned from the previous matchup against Invictus. I think the problem there was the lack of firepower overall for the Checkmate team. I think we got to see Invictus just win too many BS rounds, right? Too many of these eco rounds, deagle rounds. These are the rounds that Invictus can win just based on their individual skills. So if Checkmate can learn coming into today from a couple of mistakes and the last time around, then if Invictus give them this Inferno pick, I have to favor Checkmate coming into this.
Well, let's see if that's going to be the case. We do have the map vetoes ready. I'm expecting Checkmate to just pick it. And there we go.
Yeah,
They're going to
okay.
be picking Inferno. Maybe, I think Checkmate had first pick, or else I feel like, Tom, I don't know about you, I feel like Invictus would have still gone for the Inferno pick. Map pool wise, let's be real. Checkmate don't really have that deep a map pool, right?
No.
They're pretty solid on a few of these maps, but Invictus should, on paper, have the deeper map pool. Now, the question here for me is, why wasn't Nuke picked by Invictus? Because they did smash Checkmate 16-7 on it earlier during the group stage. And with Mirage getting picked, if I'm Checkmate, I'm feeling pretty comfortable looking at these three maps.
I think it's probably because Checkmate managed to beat Vici on Nuke the other day. So I think
True,
I think when
true.
that happens, you go, let's go for Mirage, where they lost 16-3 to Sigma. That's probably a safer bet. Like, in all honesty, like, Mirage is one of those maps that I just don't think works for Checkmate, because it is one of, if not the puggiest map in the whole map pool, and they just don't look comfortable on it. Their B site looks incredibly vulnerable. I don't think it's a map that works too well for Techno. One thing I will say is that they've evidently been able to adapt in different circumstances. As I said, you lose a map 16-7, that's Nuke, of course, to Invictus, and then beat Vici 16-10 on it. I'm not saying Vici played their best, but it was actually a very good display coming out from Checkmate. And they've pretty much shown that when they get the momentum behind them, they're a very, very good team. So I think there's a small chance they can at least make Mirage competitive, but ultimately, I think it's probably going to 3.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be too surprised, or Mitch. And I'm just looking at the last result they had. And on Dust 2, for Invictus to beat Checkmate, it required Destroyer dropping a 30 bomb. He had 31 kills, Bottle and Flying at 24 and 27 apiece. So everyone kind of showed up. Shaosage and Viva was kind of quiet with 18 frags. On the other side of Checkmate, Rowe had 30 frags, but we saw Techno have one of the quietest games it seems we've seen from him so far. He had only 9 kills and 25 deaths in that matchup, and it was a 16-14 loss to Invictus. So if we do head to Dust 2, I don't know. I'm actually going to be favoring Checkmate a little bit here.
Yeah, I think I'm with you as well, because even the point of Destroyer getting 30 kills, that was where he was just playing like a lunatic. He was not respecting them, not playing actual Counter-Strike, and it can work for you. I'm surprised it worked as much as it did, honestly, but at a certain point, if they've looked back at the demo, if they've realized, okay, when we think fundamentally he will not push this angle, he's going to push that angle. If they just get ready for that and play a little bit slower, pump the brakes, I think Destroyer is going to get absolutely wrecked. And we've already seen teams start to adapt to that and be ready for his just wild play style. What I'll say as well is, you look at Inferno, this is a map where obviously Checkmate have previously beaten Invictus. They beat Vici. They beat Tai Lu. Like, obviously not convincingly, both of those were overtime games, but still, they have taken some gigantic scalps on this map. So there is no world in which you could come in. Like, okay, Invictus also beat Tai Lu here, but considering that head-to-head, considering how solid Checkmate have looked, I think they're almost guaranteed to at least get to a third map.
And speaking of Inferno, Denko, yes, Checkmate, they look great on it. They've taken, like Mitch just mentioned, have taken a lot of big scalps. It's also kind of helped out with the fact that Invictus have a terrible Inferno. Like, where would you say, where do you feel Invictus need to kind of like fix a couple of very crucial things for this map to be even a little bit competitive?
You want me to say the B bomb side, don't you, Blah? Because that is 100% the problem, both on the attacking side and the defensive side. Xiao Sage is a liability at the start of the round, just rushing up Banana on his own. I don't think he really understands what he's doing there. And it's a little bit unfortunate because he's the in-game leader and he's making the most mistakes. He's giving away his life so early on. He's really hindering the team from the get-go. And over on that CT side, the defensive side is questionable on the B bomb side. They have a lot of mistakes in how they play that. I feel like that's just going to be exploited over and over again by Checkmate. They're a team that like to find your weaknesses more so than just bombarding you with aim ability, right? So I feel like this Checkmate team, they're going to be able to capitalize on the weakness from Invictus over on Inferno. But the issue I have when it comes to Invictus, they're just so damn inconsistent that it's hard to really place where they're at right now, right? Because you look at the last 5 matches, they're mostly wins. You know, you got 3 out of the 5 are wins, and the 2 losses they've had are against Bren and Huatsai, which just makes no sense when they have wins over Tyloo and D13. So this is definitely a difficult one to call for me. I think, you know, you could obviously I'm gonna have to go with Invictus. I think coming into this, they definitely have to show up in the playoffs. It's a different stage of the tournament. The better teams generally show up and play well. We've seen Invictus kind of shift up a gear as well when they hit the playoffs the last time around. So I'm just hoping that the better team overall prevails.
All right, it looks like I have word in my ear that there are a few technical issues here. Unfortunately, it is like that sometimes. It's all online Counter-Strike. So we're going to be going to a very quick break, and we'll be back very soon, hopefully with the game ready to go live. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Well, we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like we have everyone in the server right now, so we should be jumping in straight into the game very, very quickly. But before we do that, we of course have these three musketeers. We have Athos, Porthos, and Aramis. I don't know who Aramis is going to be here. I'm going to give it
The
a Dinko because
boys.
Aramis is a nice name. Yeah, there we go. But gentlemen, very quickly, before we jump into the game here, we have a little bit of time to maybe give some predictions. And I feel like this is one of the games where, you know, it is up in the air, Tom.
Yeah, for sure. I think the first map, unless Invictus have fixed some major problems, is going to be a bit of a rough one. I think Mirage has to go Invictus, and then Dust 2's anyone's game. And I don't know. There's a part, my brain says that Invictus will probably win this, but I'm going to go with my heart, Blair. I'm going to say 2-1 to Checkmate. I do occasionally, depending on the situation.
Okay, 2-1 to Checkmate to the Mongolian guys, and it's going to be a big upset to pull this off. After all, it is the playoffs, right, Mitch? Every team has 2 opportunities, and getting through to the, to facing off against Tyloo, that's a big win already for the Mongolians. If it does happen, are you, however, going to be siding with Tom's heart?
Well, we know Tom usually thinks with his head. I usually think with my heart. Dinko. So anyways, I think it's going to be Checkmate. I can see Checkmate taking this one. I believe in them. I want them to take it across the line.
All right, I do believe the game's live, though, gentlemen. But thank you once again, Tom, Mitch. I'll catch you guys off of the map. But jumping into this map is going to be, of course, myself and Dinko bringing you guys all the action. Dinko, very quickly, predictions.
Just having a quick think, blah, and I'm going to go with Invictus. I think they're going to win 2-1. I think Inferno could potentially go in favor of Checkmate. I'm just going to have to go with Invictus looking rough over the past couple of games, even against Bren, right?
Okay.
It's just not looking so great for them right now. So 2-1 for Invictus. I think they're going to be able to pull it off coming into the playoffs.
Let's see if that does take place. I'm going to go away with our Mongolian boys. I think Checkmate have what it takes to take it, although I do believe it's going to come down all the way to map number 3 on Dust 2, as we do have a fast play taking place towards V. Xiao Sage holding the line, doing a lot of damage. Dinko, he finds a kill, and look at Kaz on 3 HP. Bob's going to jump out. That's a very, very ballsy play. I'm not sure about that. What's going on? They're shooting each other, and that smoke is probably the worst CD smoke I've ever seen so far. But it's Roll left alone in a 1v2, and a peek comes in. Viva just denies a plan from taking place. What is that smoke from Checkmate? That was atrocious.
What is that pistol round? Overall,
I don't know.
If that's round 1 of the playoffs, Blair. God damn, we're in for some crazy Counter-Strike. That was pretty chaotic. Well, that smoke for the CT cross was utterly terrible. I don't know if I don't know how that was set up that way. Maybe a player blocked it in spawn on the defensive side.
The gap was larger than what the smoke was blocking.
Yeah.
It's ludicrous, but ooh, no plant though. And that means this force buy, it's going to be a little rough, right? You could have potentially seen a couple of Galils being purchased by the Mongolians, but, well, the Tech Knight's going to do the work. Kaz going to catch flying with his pants down.
Yeah, good start coming from Checkmate. I don't really know if that's a good idea from Flying to go to the apartments early on against a potential force buy. He's a player that is considered quite stale on this defensive side. I think of it towards that A-bomb site. And we always put the pressure on B being the weakness here from Invictus, but I also feel like that A-bomb site is actually a little bit weak and predictable, especially underutilizing Flying. And we talk about him being the star of this team. If you're going to underutilize him on the defensive side of Inferno, well, I feel like you're just missing out. I don't think you should have Flying as an A anchor. It just doesn't make sense to me. So hopefully they work that out at some point, but it is going to be Checkmate setting up for an A-bomb site hit with the pistol. Smoke goes in towards the long side. We discussed a big performance from Destroyer, winning Dust 2 for them a while ago against Checkmate the last time these two teams faced. Well, he's had some extremely quiet performances on Inferno. We're going to have to see him step up. Bottle swinging out to the open. Row taking his head right off. That's 2 pushes now that Bottle's made in this game so far. We've played 2 rounds, and it's Destroyer stepping up. Big plays from him, and shouts out Gay's going to assist with a double kill. Blitz trying his best. He's pulled it into 1v1 play. 18 seconds to bring that bomb back into the site. He's going to get it planted, and now 1v1 between Blitz and Viva to get this playoffs off to a lightning fast start. And, well, Blitz turns his attentions back over towards short. This is perfect from him. He's got such a good position. Comes down to whether or not Viva spots him, and he plays that to perfection. Viva making it work for Invictus. 2-0 up, but not clean whatsoever. They hemorrhage 4 players. They concede a bomb plant. That's exactly, well, not exactly what Checkmate would be happy with, but it'd be happy enough. They were so close to the round win. Just not able to pull it off in the 1v1.
They're going to go for the buy here is the question, right? Blitz has got money. He's going to go for the AK buy. You can have a couple of AKs being dropped or just a Galil's being purchased throughout. And that's exactly what we're going to be seeing, Dinko. 4 Galils, the AK-47. They know they have for just getting broken economy-wise. And I'm sure Invictus, the Chinese side, are going to be aware of that as well. A couple of MP9s going to be coming out. 3 M4, so quite a bit of utility as well. But like you said, that previous round was very expensive, all starting off with that kill towards apartments. And now, if you look at the weaponry, you might even favor Checkmate, you know? Galils, not necessarily an upgrade over the M4s, but 4 Galils and an AK against 3 rifles, I'll take that. Oh, this is much better from Checkmate, though. The aggression down Banana. Smoke, though, I think there's a bit of a gap, but at least they have kind of taken Banana control away from Checkmate. The first time we've seen that happen so far in these... in this map, although it's still very, very early days, as bracket control will be taken. But Xiao Sage finds Row. No trades yet for the side of Checkmate.
Yeah, Blitz coming up through short. He's got decent positioning to try and figure this one out. Destroy's just playing on default. I'm liking this from Invictus. Yep, 2 polar opposite approaches to the defense on each side of the map. Proactiveness over towards B, and a much more passive setup in this A bomb side, denying anything to Checkmate. Other than space, they do have a good bit of space over towards this A bomb site now, with Blitz all the way up towards short. You've got Destroyer still stuck on default, has not peaked yet. So with 43 seconds left, Checkmate are going to be gathering their forces in towards this B bomb site. They're a man down. They've got a player rotated over it. Viva just close by to the archway in this A site, looking to be the final approach to the T side. Hawk getting the first kill. Destroyer now trying to anchor. It's Bottle that's got a double, and now Destroyer repositions inside of the site. What a huge round from Bottle, getting 3 kills, and now it's just Techno, and he goes down as well. A good start from Invictus Gaming. Coming into the playoffs, they've tightened the ship up. I think we're starting to see a lot less mistakes come in, even though it's early on. And that's a good first gun round approach from Invictus. That's what we're going to see. I'm going to be pretty happy.
Yeah, that's much better from the first couple of rounds here. And again, great hole from Bottle there. Destroyer actually not having to do anything. He just had to stay alive, using the smoke, and Bottle almost getting the 4K. And yeah, great stuff from Invictus. They stave off a potential eco round. And with that, Checkmate will finally have to go with not really an eco, a few upgraded pistols, but they're going to be keeping some cash in the bank for the next round. And for Invictus, a good opportunity to get off to a 4-0 start, as Viva's going to open things up, flying. A little fortunate to escape intact. I like this from Invictus. This is much better, the way they're taking this banana control, setting up Xiao Sage aggressively.
Yeah, this
much
is
better B-hole from what we've seen from them in the past, especially on Inferno. As Destroyer finds another kill, so 1 by 1 Checkmate fall, and no trades yet. Well, I say that, and Hawk's going to find Viva.
Yeah, and Xiao Sage, another kill though onto Row. Blitz take it down as well. Just the 1 kill for Checkmate in this round so far, and Hawk will be looking for a little bit more. I have to say, I do enjoy Hawk's hair. It is pretty slick. It's looking good. Let's see if we can match up with the kills.
If only had like a middle partition, it would be a little bit more like a Hawk. Although, if it comes down to the hair game, the one team who has the best hair in the entire tournament was Beyond.
Yeah,
unfortunately, they're no longer in the tournament.
STK, obviously, with the best hair.
He's got the best, but everyone's a close second, right? It's like fantastic. I'm like, how does your hair look so fantastic? Like, man.
Like Grobler, just gotta fire some stuff in there. There we go.
Some stuff. All right. Well, the first full-fledged buy for the side of Checkmate, 5 AKs, a lot of utility as well. Again, reminding all of viewers that for a change, Invictus not picking Inferno, but Checkmate going with it. It's their best map by far.
I don't know. I feel like Invictus is probably going to pick Inferno anyway. I feel like they probably would have done that bluff. But you don't want to make that risk if you're Checkmate, right? You don't want to let it slide because you feel like, okay, Invictus, we banged them out last time. Maybe they just think twice about Inferno. Maybe they think we're trying to float it. But I think it kind of works out poorly for Checkmate. I think they kind of get a little bit unlucky that they were to pick first. I feel like if Invictus were the team to pick first, they would have probably ended up picking Inferno. That would have given a free pick over to Checkmate.
I feel like that's also like something which is a weakness for the side of Checkmate, right? The map pool, despite having impressed us quite a bit, it's still not that great. Their Inferno is absolutely fantastic. That's one thing we know. We know they can play Nuke. The fact that they just thrashed Vici in the group stage.
They also
But
got
apart
beat
from that,
16-7 on Nuke by Invictus. So it's like...
what is that smoke towards CT again?
Yeah, they don't know how to smoke CT, blah.
Xiaosage,
I
can you
don't
see
know if
Xiaosage real
Xiaosage
quickly?
actually blocked it. Maybe he did. Maybe he
Did
sees
he?
the smokes coming in. I mean, that would be a reasonable explanation. I didn't see, but that's just my theory behind how that's filled twice now, because surely you cannot fill CT smoke that bad at Inferno. Well, a big peek from Xiaosage. Probably should have got one kill there, but he goes down to Blitz. Another pressure really coming into this attacking side. Destroyer, get out of there. Get out of there. He goes back into the ruins. Now Viva, the anchor, stuck in dark, takes one kill onto Hawk. And while it's enough to scare off the attack, as they're going onto the A bomb site. They've worked this out. It was all a ruse here on this B bomb site. And Bottle, he'll be trying his best. Viva tries to take banana control back. He's caught off, and that's just a brilliant round from Checkmate. As the distraction attack coming into the B bomb site's playing out, they're walking into A. And I don't know how they took it so easily, Bly. I didn't quite see on the minimap, but they just walked onto the site.
I mean, you can take a look at the minimap there, and there was only one player to find inside of the pit, and it is, I do believe, it was flying, right?
Yeah, man. But
and yeah, one kill, that's all they needed. There's nothing else utilized. You can even see the utility being used there. They didn't use any utility on that A bomb site. Take a look at the minimap, ladies and gentlemen, as PGL have very nicely done. You see the flashbangs and nades being used. Nothing used by the T's towards A. They walked in, went for the contact play, got the one kill towards the player playing pit, which I do believe was flying, and boom, there you have it. Round done and dusted.
Yeah, how's Flying not doing more there though? You're putting the star player in the pit. You're already sacrificing so much from him. He's only available in the rounds that they attack A at that point, or on the retake to the B bomb site. So you're already sacrificing a lot. And if you're gonna put him in the pit and that's what you're sacrificing, you better hope that he shows up when they attack A, because then he's just not gonna be useful at all. If he's not getting those kills on when they're attacking the A bomb site as the anchor, well, what's the point in having him on A?
Well, one thing that Invictus have been doing a very good job of is getting this early banana control, right? So they can easily send a couple of players towards A, but it's just going to be one. And again, the contact play. Again, Flying's going to fall, but at least this time around, they're two CTs. That's a lot of damage being dealt by the nade. Destroyer spraying them down. He finds a double, Bottle with a double, and Kaz now left alone. He can't cut out the rotation. He can catch a player, and that is going to be Xiaosage found out, but now his position compromised. He's got to retrieve the bomb. Unfortunately, the flank is on Dinko, and Viva is going to end him. That was a solid hole. Again, Bottle and Destroyer putting in some pretty good work on that A bomb site.
Yeah, I think Bottles actually had such a strong start here. I feel like coming into this tournament, he was a little bit quiet. He wasn't really hitting the numbers I was hoping for immediately, but I guess he just wasn't match fit, because as these games have gone on, he has had some standout performances for Invictus. I remember back to a train performance where he single-handedly carried them through the map win. I feel like Bottle has definitely started to get more comfortable in this. And so therefore, we have seen an immediate drop-off from Invictus after getting Bottle in, but it's not a bad performance from Bottle. So you look at that, you can't really say you're just the one player, right? It doesn't fully add up. So then you need to consider the other problems that Invictus have had. And honestly, it's just been too many mistakes, and their approach, they're just not they're very linear. They don't really have any fallback plans. It's plan A and that's it. And that was not working for a lot of the group stages. But I feel like this is a different Invictus. They've shown up, they're making less mistakes. A lot of their setups make a lot more sense. But what I want to see is that they keep that up. They don't get overconfident and end up making too many mistakes, and that's good. Viva taking down Techno, isolating the one player in Banana using that one smoke. That allows for a 2v1 fight. So even if Viva's to go down there, Xiaosage should trade.
Yeah, Invictus are doing just such a good job with his banana control early on, and that is the first time we've seen Checkmate try and do something, sending in Techno there. Oh no, Destroyer. What? Oh, stands in the flames. Now they know where he is, and he will have to, well, kind of use its smoke. Kaz not going to be pushing up, but yeah, they won't be expecting two players here though. Destroyer's doing a good job apart from stepping into the flames early on there. And
also getting shots at Gay to rattle a couple of bullets off, right? Because you're going to try and focus down that archway if they are to come through that smoke. They won't be checking Destroyer's position. I think shots at Gay probably has to do a little bit more of a bait job here. Needs a couple more shots to be picked up. But he's going to start running back archway, and Destroyer's going to go down. This is starting to really crumble now. This attacking side, they figured it out. They've slowed it right down. They've got that pick back. And it comes down to this archway fight. Sergey holding the cross. Going to spray, but it goes down. And now that opens up an avenue to the B bomb site if they decide to go that. And Flying, well, he has to step up in the pit. That's the bomb down. And Flying can smoke off. He can just play the time, play the pressure in the pit, but he gets overrun. Blitz takes him down. Flying definitely needs to do more of that. And that'll be the round lost from Invictus. It all just went so wrong in that archway cubby battle. I feel like Sergey, he did an initial good job at bidding, but I feel like falling back at that point is a little bit dumb from him. I don't feel like it's needed. I feel like he needs to do more if that bait and switch setup is something they're committing to.
Yeah, even the final two players, they're like peeking out. There was a little bit of TK as well, a little bit of team damage, both of them lining up kind of.
Yeah, low time on the clock, and you just got to play the pit.
I'm not sure why they had to go for the play, right? They were playing the pit. You had to play it in pit. You had to play it towards mini pit. Just hold on, right? The Checkmate just forced Checkmate to make mistakes with the time kind of running out. And also felt like Viva took too long to rotate. I know he was paranoid. It could be probably like a B flank coming in, considering the lost Xiao Sage. But yeah, that was, I feel like Invictus making the errors and making it work for Checkmate, because Checkmate didn't do anything crazy. They're just going for the contact plays, looking for contact deals, even losing a player early towards Banana. So Invictus aren't really going to be happy with that round, Dinko. And finally, it took a while, but finally, the money seems to be broken.
Yeah, it took a little while, but, you know, they have the one hero AK here for Viva. I feel like that those early rounds where Invictus hammers too many players, and there's a couple more rounds after that that end up dropping a few players they probably shouldn't have. That's definitely led to this point where Invictus, okay, they've won. They've been 5-1 up. They won so many important rounds for them, but they still lost too many players. And Viva, they're going to try and play off of him. They're going to boost him up on top of the half wall. He takes that early kill onto Row. And the man advantage picked up for Invictus. Viva very close to falling down himself. But this A bomb site, it's pretty much a non-factor. If they go A right now, they've lost the round. And they just have Bottle over here with a Deagle who has to go absolutely huge. And if they just smoke him off, that should be the round one. Rotation's coming in thick and fast, though. They're going to try and filter into this A-bomb, start trying to get the defense in quickly. And they've actually managed to get over here in time, Bless. So now there's a real chance that this could work out for Invictus. They're going to peek out into the open. Bottle not able to make anything work, and he goes back to the site where he will lose his head to the hands of Hawk. And running right through that smoke. Another gap to play with Shouts again. The AK gets a double, and now it's just Hawk left alone in a 1v3. This is a round you cannot afford to lose if you're a Checkmate. And Hawk, he's got 19 HP, low HP on the last two remaining players, and a headshot onto Viva through the smoke wall as well. And the headshot, what a clutch! Hawk shows up, saves the day for Checkmate, and a 4K delivered for the Mongolian side. That was almost a nightmare, but Hawk wakes up from it.
Take a bow, Hawk. You just saved his team there. There was no way he should have been winning that round, considering how low he was. Again, like, I gotta give credit to Invictus, the way they use that hero AK, swapping hands, Xiao Sage with a double kill, Viva opening it up. I have no idea how Hawk managed to pull that off, but that clutch could come in real handy later in this map if things do get a little close. The buy coming in again for Invictus is not that great, but for the first time, we do see an AWP in the hands of Mr. Viva, and it's gonna be Kaz. Almost call him Kaze. They're falling to kind of almost like a dry peak from Viva there. The flashbang not really affecting him much. And that's a good early start considering the weaponry they have. 2 MP9s, a lack of utility as well. Just 3 smokes and 1 flashbang for the CD side. We don't see a single kit either. So retakes are going to be a pain. And on the B bomb side, Dinko, they have the one singular smoke in the hands of Mr. Bottle. Apart from that, they're going to have to go for the duels. They have to win these duels.
Well, smoke execute coming in from Checkmate. They'll charge down into the side. Shouts okay, needs one, and he's got that. Probably wanted a little bit more. Bottle only getting the 1 kill as well. They still have the man advantage thanks to the early pick from Viva, but now a 2v3 retake scenario. There's no kit available here for Invictus. They have to go in and find these kills very quickly. 2 smokes, 1 flashbang, and Blitz might just do it to them. Here back in Banana, Destroy going down. Molotov positioned towards the ruins. This is starting to look more and more unlikely. as the seconds tick on. 19 seconds now on that timer to get back into the site. They have to move very quickly. Fly needs this kill. It's Viva that's picked it up, and now Techno on 2 HP, stuck behind the site, looking for the clutch on his own, and he's gonna go down. No kit, no time. They've lost the round, and it's gonna be Checkmate on 4.
Yeah, just the 2 seconds that he needed, considering how low he was. Doing a good job just staying alive there. And Checkmate, yeah. Scrappy round wins Dinko, but as long as they get the rounds, they're going to be happy with it. Again, got to bring up the fact that Invictus' T side is something which has been, I might even say, worse than the CT side. Although they've had a good start here, but slowly they are kind of hemorrhaging rounds, which they really shouldn't be. And things are starting to look a little bit better for the Mongolian side, considering what a lopsided start to the game it was. It was 5-1 for Invictus. Yes, with the caveat that a couple of rounds are very, very close. But here we go. Another buy for the Invictus side. Again, weaponry not that great. MP9s galore, and AK and the AWP salvage from the previous round. And with Checkmate as well, if you look at the cash, it's still not that great right now. And it's going to be once more this banana control, which has been fantastic so far for Invictus. And this time around, though, Shao Sage is going to find nothing, Dinko. Ro's going to just clothesline him with the AK-47, and now Viva left alone. Smoke's gonna dissipate. He knows where one player is, and he's gonna land, well, not really a flick, a little bit of movement of his wrist there, and Ro's gonna fall. I feel that was unnecessary from Ro. He could have waited for a flash or maybe a smoke for his teammate for him to make his escape, but man advantage neutralized by Viva.
Flying in the pit. Yeah, it's been very quiet, 3 and 7. I want to see him light up the scoreboard. He's taking down Kaz. This is a good start for Invictus, and we're Flying playing with a gap in the smoke. Oh my god, what is happening to Flying? This is not the same player we're used to seeing, but luckily Bottle showing up, Destroyer as well. This A bomb site has literally been Bottle and Destroyer. Flying has been a non-factor on the server so far, and that's just nothing normal. This is nothing we expect out of Flying. It's so weird, blah.
It's I guess it's just the way Invictus play, right? If Destroyer's gonna have a good day, if Destroyer and Bottle are gonna have a good day, Flying's like, yeah, I gotta give them a chance. I can't just, like, you know, keep fragging them as well. Or else, let's be real, if Flying is playing at his usual level, this A-bomb side is going to be impregnable at this point, right? There's no way they're going to take it with the way Bottle and Destroyer have been playing as well. So maybe he's trying to make things a little bit more interesting, Dinko. But Destroyer here's a lot of players charging out. He's going to be hunted down. The nade doing a lot of damage, and Bottle good for 2. He's finally going to get mowed down. Flying, he switched up his position this time around. Dinko is going to be playing from the graveyard. Flashbang's going to blind him. Is he going to get checked, though? Yes, he is. And he's getting shot from every direction, but he's at least going to find one. It was a low player in Techno. And Destroyer and Shao Sage come in to mop up the remaining pieces. Invictus, they get a 7. For Checkmate, well, they're once more down to just the pistols.
I feel like Invictus are edging out these important rounds. You know, they'll decide the fate of this half. There was a lot of rounds that were up for grabs. There were a lot of rounds that could have turned the tides here. It could be Checkmate heading into the lead, or at least grabbing some sort of control on this T side. But they've lost some very crucial moments. They've put Invictus 7-4 up on the scoreboard, likely to be 8 rounds now on the defensive side. And well, this banana question, this is a kind of round I don't agree with it, Blair. I feel like you're going up against the lower tier guns. You can't just rush banana every round. You got to try and figure out
it's the same
when
thing
to go
every
for
single
it.
time.
Yeah, it's just straight up one player runs down, the other covers from car. And it's just the same thing. And that's why I talk about them being such a linear team, right? There's plan A, and that's it. You know, there's nothing else. Just do the same thing over and over again.
I guess you don't really need plan B if plan A is working, Dinka. But yeah, I agree with you. At this point, Checkmate have figured out exactly what Invictus is doing towards the banana area, right? They have a player. And you know what? I'm okay with that angle Viva or Shao Sage keeps clearing out, but a flashbang would really help, you know? It's not like Checkmate have 2 players there as they come walking towards A. Oh, I thought they would line up for him, but Destroyer position known, but it's going to land a shot. And Hawk's going to be left alone. Like an eagle, or rather Hawk is going to try to, well, just jump on out. Flying, screeching through, but Flying shuts him down. Pretty comfortable eco mop-up coming out from Invictus as they now extend their lead 8-4. So we have 3 more rounds remaining in this first half, and things starting to stabilize a little bit here for the CT side, Dinko. It was looking kind of very back and forth after Checkmate mounted that mini comeback, so to speak, considering it was 5-1 earlier. But Invictus seems to have kind of stabilized things.
Yeah, they grabbed control of those scrappy rounds, so the economy was up in the air, and questions were being asked of whether or not Invictus CT side was going to be consistently good. I still feel like if it's a different team, the Checkmate should be able to actually punish this aggression. This should not be working out. Okay, Fever just continues to spray his entire magazine through the smoke and catches the headshot onto Kaz as well, just as the bullets exit the mag, and that is just very unfortunate for Checkmate. They've lost 2 players early into this round, and that might just be enough to cost in this round. There's absolutely no way I see them coming back into this. And we'll destroy. He's got another kill. He's just gapped through the smoke, takes down Row. It's Blitz and Hawk, and they just can't go towards B. That's a big hole from Viva.
I don't even know what to say there. That is just so insane. But Blitz with a wide swing. He finds both of them. He finds both of them alone. Barely takes any damage. And suddenly this B bomb site, Dinko, it is exposed. We don't see the radar. I don't know if it's for you guys, but he finds another one. Perfect flashbang. It's a 5v2, Dinko. It's a 5v2. And somehow they manage to turn it around, and Blitz is going for the ace. A 4K for him. Invictus, what have you done? How does this falling apart? And now Bottle, he's got everything to do. Well, Blitz, finally a missed shot from him. It's still very winnable for Bottle, but this is looking impossible. The ace doesn't take place. Somehow the bullet doesn't land. Ooh. But all Hawk has to do is play the time. Bottle, he's got the health to work with. He's clearing out the close angles and knows he has an idea where the player is. How? But Hawk with the perfect timing on the peak. How, you say, Dinko? I don't know. But Blitz, he just blitzkrieged his way into the B-bomb side and snatched victory from the jaws of defeat. There was no way they should have won that round.
Invictus, why? Why do you do this? They literally get 3 kills off the start of the round, Blair, and they still lose. Why are you still peeking Banana? Just screw it. Have one player, but don't have the other up on that. Oh, I don't know. Invictus are confusing, and well, we'll see if they can recover in this round. Destroyer, peeking down in towards middle early on with the AWP. He's going to fall back. And hit 5, well, Checkmate have been gifted a round that should have been the 9th for Invictus. Likely 10 rounds. Shouts to Gay, though, getting off to a good start. I'm not going to say it's looking good for Invictus, because who knows at this point, play. It could change completely within the next 10 seconds.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm not gonna say it yet, Dinko. Off of the previous round, a 5v2, yeah, I'm not gonna make any predictions. We do have a little bit of technical issue, ladies and gentlemen, on the server side, so we don't have any radar. Hopefully that should be fixed very, very quickly. A nice play. Destroyer's dead. He's dead. And his Bottle does something, and he does something spectacular. He finds a double. Destroyer's still missing shots. He's trapped in a corner, and he makes his escape. 20 HP. Shaosagi on 30. Viva on 22. And Dinko, if this hit's going to be coming in towards A, which I do believe it is, because even I don't have any radar, unless Hawk, he's on an excursion towards B. It's still a 4v2. But considering how low the players are, I feel like they have a very good chance of bringing this one back. Do Checkmate. But still, 30 seconds on the clock. They need to make a little bit of haste here.
Yeah, this is going to be difficult to win against the low HP players. Can be something you look at, but with 19 seconds, you kind of hope Viva just grabs this info and then delays. That's all he needs to do, is just delay this push. And while Shasuke's gone down, now the rotation over the commit from Invictus on the other end of the map. You can see through the X-ray, 2 players now charging down middle. They've conceded the bomb site. And now they've just given themselves the most difficult task. They've just given themselves a 2v3 retake of this B bomb site with limited utility, no Molotovs, no HE grenades, and 2 players are on 22 and 20 HP. You've got to pull this off now, Invictus. If you've decided to let this slide and play for the retake, you have to get these kills, and Flying's going to get the opening. He goes down in towards the barbecue, goes down though, and Hawk now looking to win the clutch. A 1v1 up against Viva, and he pulled it off. Invictus, yeah, again, an unlosable round, and they just defy the odds.
Is that a second 1v3 for Hawk in a game? That's just nuts. That shouldn't be happening. But
how are you letting... Right, okay, I just want to point out, I said Viva's going to gather the info and delay. He gathers the info and does nothing. He just falls back and hides art. Why are you just hiding coffins? You have 19 seconds. Just... your teammates are so far away. You need to get it. I don't know. I don't know how you play that one if you're Viva. I think you just need to take at least one kill there. You've got a good position.
I think you need to take a deep breath, Dinko. It's too early in the day. I can't lose you yet. I can't do this all on my own.
Half one of the playoffs. And what, bro? Invictus, you know, this was looking like a real good half for them. This was looking like 10-5, 11-4 maybe.
11-4, yeah.
How have they screwed this up?
I don't know. Oh my lord in heaven. Bottle though. Well, he's gonna get a little bit of a jiggle peek there, and he's trying to set up the bait for his teammate, but they will. Oh, stop blocking him! All right, Chosage, he's safe. He's safe, Nico. He's safe. It's still 4v5 as they didn't lose his Troya.
There's a gap on the smoke. And there, okay, there we go.
And look at the flank. Look at the flank taking place from behind. Viva is already behind them. He's going to find another one. How are they going to win this round, Dinko? How have they won this round? With just the Deagles and the Mr. Cheese and Bottle comes flying around the corner, running the AP and Invictus around that. Well, they shouldn't have won. They won. I guess it all kind of balances out in the end, Dinko. They lose the rounds they shouldn't be losing, and they win the rounds they have no business winning.
Invictus Gaming.
Perfectly balanced, as all things should be.
Yeah. Well, balanced. I don't know about perfectly. Yeah, this is a team that just confused me. We are giving them a lot of praise to how they approach the CT setup differently. I still think, for the most part, it was much better. Still have a lot of problems with it. It comes in the late round when they're ahead. And also how they underutilize flying. He's got 7 kills.
What a shot from Blitz there. Just plucks flying.
Oh, no, 1 by 1. Hello?
Please don't peek in 1 by 1. This crossfire could be good, though. They're lining up for Blitz, and he's gonna find 2, 3, 4. Everyone gets taken down in Blitz. The ace will be denied by Kaz, but oh my, what a hole from Mr. Blitz.
Yeah, what a hole from Blitz. You know, it starts things off well with that initial kill, and then just shuts them down as they run into the A bomb site. Makes it look so incredibly easy. We're going to see it again here. This was just a sick hold. The initial kill, then they all line up. Just continues firing shots. This was sick. And yeah, just a fantastic hold that runs out of ammo. So unfortunately can't get the hits. But nonetheless, impressive pistol round. You're going to see the Julies in action as well. But that's an important pistol for Checkmate. They're going to be picking this one up. A good start for them.
Indeed. Well, we do, just reminding everyone, not reminding everyone, just pointing out the fact that we are very much aware, ladies and gentlemen, that there is a lack of a minimap, a little bit of server issue. Is what
makes it more fun. It's like hardcore mode. Just figure out what's going on.
They've lost mode at B! They've lost mode at B, Dinko! Oh no, I can't see the minimap, so I don't know the rotations in, but there's no one on the B bomb site for sure.
I have to say, there's still players sitting on A. I mean, you take a look at your... Don't even go for this. Don't lose that M4. Bomb's not down yet.
Wait.
Invictus? Hello?
Are they going back A?
No.
No, please don't. I think they're picking up the bomb. I think the bomb is dropped towards spawn.
So they're bringing it over. Yeah, this could be a little bit messy. Do they have a smoke here? They do him flying. He has it in his hand, so I'm assuming that's going to go down for CT cross, and yeah, it is. So that could have been the only problem is if Kaz can somehow just shut them down here with 2 players on the cross or something, but it seems like it should be okay for Invictus now. If I'm Kaz, I'm falling back from this. I'm not fancying my chances in this scenario. It takes a long time for that bomb to go down, but Kaz, you're really walking into the lion's den right now. This is not the best decision with that M4, especially because you're going to the next round with absolutely nothing. Gonna try and do some damage to this economy. Shouts like Kaz taking down his teammate. Now Kaz is just going to go down as well. Don't really agree with that. 10-7 Invictus. Well, answer right back after the pistol loss. I get those double figures.
Well, 10-7. It has been kind of a topsy-turvy game. This is like casting in hard mode, like not seeing the minimap. This looks like my thing's frozen for a bit, but no, there we go. Everything's fine. Yeah, Checkmate. They win a clinical pistol round, and then they lose every gun they had there. Invictus just stealing the round away. There we go. Minimap's back, ladies and gentlemen. It's I was actually watching a few old 1.6 VODs the other night, Dinko. and just for, nostalgia's sake. I'm like, yeah, I want to watch this. Yeah, I want to watch MTW versus Fnatic, a famous 2008 map on Train. And there was no X-ray back then, and I just realized how hard it was to like really follow what's going on with the action. And back then, we didn't even have the option of having X-rays, and we were just used to it. And now I feel like we've been spoiled with the X-rays and the minimap and everything. But here we go. Jumping into round number 18, we have pistols. For the side of Checkmate, Deagles galore. Kaz, just with the Deag, hasn't purchased any armor. He wants, I do believe, he will be looking to wield at AWP the earliest opportunity he gets. His Viva's going to find Hawk. So this should be a clean run for Invictus. The lack of any utility is going to be quite painful as well from the CD side. And one by one, they go peeking into the M4, and yeah, there you have it. Very, very clean opening kills going the way of the Chinese side.
As it's back. It was shortly gone, but it is back. And Bolt has taken down Blitz. That's a good kill coming in as well here on this A-bomb side. That completely removes any of the defensive plays here and gets rid of any chances of antics coming from Checkmate. So we're looking at 11-7. We're looking at an Invictus starting to grab control of this. And some very important rounds coming up here for Checkmate in the next few. The next round, they're not going to have anything blood. They decided to go for the investment in this one, and it hasn't paid off. And so we look into the next round, and this is where it should be a 12th round for Invictus. That'll put them 4 away from winning Inferno. And just a little reminder for everybody at home, this is not Invictus' map pick. This is Checkmate showing up within a pick here on Inferno. And, well, Techno
what are you doing?
A good amount of damage there. That is not exactly the smartest plays from Invictus, but... Techno, there's a rifle in front of you. There's an AK-47 as well. And alongside the player, that's not bad from Techno. He gets 2 kills and an AK-47 into the next round.
Gives us a surprise. No one is able to kill him there, but good work from Techno to at least retrieve that AK-47, although it's still going to be an eco. They're going to be tossing around the pistols, pistols for the players without any Kevlar, and the rifles for the 2 players with some Kevlar to speak of. It's going to be Ro and Techno wielding the AK and the MP9. Respectively, I have a smoke as well, a flash, a couple of smokes and a flash. Something they can work with. Okay. Well,
it feels like this is the CT side
smoke?
reversed. This is exactly what they were doing on the CT side of that. But
what is a smoke?
We've seen this smoke, I think 3 or 4 times. I mean,
I've never failed smokes in a map, especially in a map like Inferno, where, I mean, these aren't hard smokes, guys. These are pretty easy.
It's pretty ridiculous. Well, shots again flying, wrecking them. Now it's Hawk left alone into a 1 versus 5. And with 1 minute and 3 seconds left, it's going to be a long save from Hawk. And that's what he decides to do. Or he can just run over towards Banana, try and take a few players down. I almost feel like that's probably the better idea here, because obviously there's nothing of value to save on over. And you want to try and keep that economy modest on the T side. Because of Techno taking a couple of players down in the previous, there's a few of no money left. Destroyer on $50. 2,700 for shots a gay. I mean, the money's not well built up here at all for Invictus, so he can find something that would be huge, but it's looking unlikely at the moment. But 12-7, 4 rounds away from victory, and an incredibly important round coming up here for Checkmate into this next one. They lose this blood, I'm starting to worry. I just start to worry massively for them here in Inferno.
Yeah, if Invictus are able to take this map, I fear it's going to be 2-0. Right? Like, that's one thing we said. If it heads to Dust 2, it's going to be 50-50. There's a real world, there's a reality where Checkmate's going to get the win, because the last time these 2 teams did face, it was Inferno, with Checkmate just destroyed Invictus on. Then Invictus in return beating Checkmate very convincingly on Nuke. And now with Mirage coming up, there's the second map, the pick from Invictus, avoiding Nuke after Checkmate's win over Vici earlier in the group stage. We expected this to be a 3-mapper, but yeah, if Inferno goes away with Invictus, I believe this could be a very short series indeed. And Checkmate, too many mistakes. Actually, both the teams making quite a bit of mistakes, but Invictus somehow coming out on top. I feel like they've won more rounds they should be winning than Checkmate have. As we do finally see a bye. Again, not that perfect for the CT side. Lack of utility. very evident. We have only 3 smokes to work with, no incendiaries, and 1 minute and 35 seconds on the clock. They use up utility very, very early on to try and get some map control. As Blitz, he's playing by his lonesome here, Dinko, and he's gonna get pushed back real quickly, and they know where he is. Easy there, Destroyer. That's your teammate, buddy. And now he's gonna come charging into the side, finds kill on the Blitz, a player inside of the pit. They know where he is, but he's gonna do a good job staying alive. Bottle dies to his flames. Okay, then.
1G.
A true 1G. A real 1G. That's a real 1G. And now it's a 2v3. Vivo and 4 HP. And Destroyer, the only player on the Invictus side who's got some health to work with.
Oh, now I like this. They get Viva into a better position. Now, it is risky crossing into the open, of course, but now that he's in the pit, he can sort of neutralize that low HP problem by having the cover of the pit. The pressure really is still on Destroyer here with the HP to try and do something inside of the site. He can't afford to go down. What a flick up. The headshot immediately. And now Viva, he's using the distraction perfectly. And it's a sick double kill from Viva. And a 13th round for Invictus. That's fantastic from Invictus. Destroyer and Viva really making it work in that 2v3. And that's going to be probably one of the final nails in this coffin for Checkmate on Inferno.
That second flick up,
that's so
instant
sick.
headshot
Boom.
from Viva. Like, he had to hit the headshot. Look at this. Look at this flick up.
Sick as well.
Instant.
Just good display of skill there. And that's what we talk about. Invictus, they've got heaps of that. They've got heaps of individual skill. And the crazy thing is, it's not even Flying showing up today. You know, we usually talk about him being the star, but...
It's everyone else.
It's, yeah, everybody else. Kaz is... I don't know what he's doing, but he's throwing his gun up in the air.
Sometimes you just gotta sacrifice your gun to the Counter-Strike gods, Dinko. Just toss it up. It's like, take
I
my
thought we were going to
USB,
break
give me
down
an
into song. Is it like
I'm not Tom.
Florence
I'm not Tom.
the Machine song? Is that what it is? Like, right?
What?
Toss up the gun into the air. It's like sometimes I feel like tossing my hands up in the air or something. That's what I thought. That's the way you started that sentence.
I think it's more about putting your hands in the air. I don't think I've ever heard anyone say toss your gun in the air.
No, I know, but that's what I thought you were gonna break into song blood, just to have your own version of it.
You know what? I might eventually. I might turn into a Tom. Blitz, ooh, trying to pull off a happy, but he will be forced back. A little bit of a stack here towards B, I think. They have 3 players. They have 2 deagles, and we know how absolutely deadly these deagles have been so far. A good smoke. Invictus, they know how to smoke. As Row will find one. Now, Flying replies back. They know where both the CTs are, and it's going to be Blitz. Good for one, but that's all he'll find. Now it's a 2v3. Viva is kind of low, but for the CTs, unless they get another kill here, it's going to be almost impossible, I fear. Flying and Bottle is still very, very healthy. Hawk's going to be found out, and that's around. Kaz will have to run for the hills and maybe just go for some exits, try and deal some damage, perhaps. There's nothing really to lose here. If you can get a kill, that could be big, and Bottle is tanking some damage. But round number 14 for Invictus, Dinko. It was looking very, very close initially. It was looking pretty close even halfway through, but it looks like the Chinese team, the veterancy in this team, will take them ahead.
Yeah, 14-7. It's a different Invictus coming into the playoffs, and that's kind of what I predicted. You know, coming into this, the better teams will be playing a little differently. Some vastly differently from the group stages, but they will be honing in. And this is Checkmate reaching the playoffs of a $100,000 event, right? This is a huge event for these guys. We talk about the fact that Techno didn't even have an HLTV profile before this tournament, Mitch was saying. Now, that's pretty mental, considering how good he is. But the other thing is, you also have to realize, Checkmate, this is their first time playing a tournament of this scale, playing the best teams in their continent. And you've got Invictus, who are no stranger to the playoffs of large events in Asia, right? So the last time we've seen Invictus, they had some shaky moments throughout the group stages, or last time around in Pal Summer. It's when they hit the playoffs is where they look dominant. They absolutely rinsed Vici in the playoffs, destroyed them after getting shut down in the group stages by Vici. So I feel like the playoffs is a different story for a lot of teams. I think the perfect team that really has that step up is Tyloo, right? They don't make as many mistakes. They're a different team in the playoffs. Hopefully, with the way it's like a double elimination, maybe hopefully there's a lower, you know, the fact there's a lower bracket doesn't make the Tyloo team a little bit rough, but it's going to be a push up here. Flying's in the smoke. Chance Gage is standing in the fire. He thought he was a little bit cold, so he decides to get toasted.
What the hell?
We nearly gets the ace right there, Blair. Now he's going to try and win this. Techno has shut down everybody, and he's going to try and finish the job. What a play.
Okay.
What a beast. This guy's an animal.
Wow. Okay. All right. Okay, Techno.
What is he made of? He's running down Banana. You know, we've seen a big play from Viva a couple rounds ago over on the defensive side through the smokes, but Techno just takes it to another level. What the hell was that?
Firstly, Shawsaki just burns to death right in front of her eyes, and then yeah, Techno just basically, I don't know, getting possessed by the whole W gang spirit, I guess.
So I've had enough. You know, this is embarrassing. Let's get some rounds on the board. Oh, that's a huge step up, and deploy to rally behind him. Well, Blitz with the confidence now pushing down middle. Destroyer goes down, and Blitz is going to look for another one down in towards Underpass. This is not the start Invictus would have been looking for. They've conceded middle. They conceded Banana. What is going on? Blitz is taking down shots again. Kaz peeks out from top middle, and it's all crumbled almost immediately for Invictus. They thought they were going to be able to play out a slow round, just get their breath back, but no. Checkmate pushed Banana and middle at the same time. And while Viva dropped into the site, it will go down luckily to Kaz's AWP. What a fantastic round from him. And a good play from Blitz as well. 14-9. Not the best round from Invictus, but a round Checkmate can be very happy with.
How did Hawk not hear Viva drop down towards pit? I'm not too sure there. He did make quite a bit of sound dropping on down, but these are good couple of rounds from Checkmate, right? They don't lose too many players. They're trying to stabilize the economy. Aggression. Invictus calling for a tactical timeout, and good. I like the fact they're using the tactical timeout early on, right? It's the first one they're using so far. It's 14-9. Might as well use them right now instead of waiting for Checkmate to get to like double digits, maybe get to 12 rounds. And they're going to try and talk things through. They had a lot of money. It's finally getting whittled away, Dinko. This might be the last full buy. And the next round, they might have to go for kind of like a half buy if things do proceed the way it has in the past couple of rounds. And for Checkmate, I like this. I like how they're like, okay, we can't just keep playing passively. We're just going to keep bleeding rounds. Let's just take the fight to Invictus. We have the individuals. Let's make it work, and it worked out from them. Blitz looking good. Techno with that ace towards Banana. Individually, they've like no one's really stood out yet for the side of Checkmate, like we've seen Viva and Bottled step up for the side of Invictus. But hey, a few more rounds like this, keep breaking the economy from Invictus, we could really have a map in our hands. That's not it, Flying. It just goes slow creeping around the corner.
Flying has been absolutely terrible, I have to say, in this map in comparison to what we expect from him, right? He just has not done anything. I guess that is one of the weaknesses here for Invictus, but they are pulling it back in this round at least. They've sent a couple of players in towards the safe side. Now 3v2. Techno's found another kill on the Viva. Techno started to really light up that scoreboard in recent rounds, and now Bottle and Shao-Sai-Gay. A Mac 10 and an AK. Bottle has been very impressive, 21 and 15. He's going to spray away another headshot row there. Flank coming in from Shao-Sai-Gay from Boiler, and they turned this round on its head. Now Kaz trying to win a 1v2 with an AWP. He slipped by. He's got in towards the bottom of Graveyard. This is going to be a kill on the Bottle. Oh, the shot! He goes back to the 5-7. Oh, that is heartbreaking for Kaz. But what a round again from Bottle. This guy has been the shining light, I feel, for Invictus across a lot of their series now, Blah. How many times have we seen Invictus round out with Bottle coming in as the MVP? It's been a lot.
Individually, don't get me wrong, individually, Bottle has been an upgrade, right? It's just that as a team, I don't know what Xiaosag is doing as an in-game leader. I feel like he really needs to pull up his pants and, you know, just put on his IGL pants and make the team work as a whole. But individually, Bottle has been definitely, I wouldn't say a revelation, because we all know what this guy could do, but definitely proving why he has been picked up by this team. Again, it also shows the fact that, again, reminding everyone, this is the playoffs, right? This is where the veterans, the more tenured teams should be really rising above the rest of them. And it looks like with Checkmate, yeah, they picked Inferno. Too many mistakes being made. Maybe it could be the nose. Maybe it's a little bit of a slow start for them. But clearly showing that individually, when it comes to these 3v2s, 2v3s, Invictus, they seem to have Checkmate's number, at least in the latter stages of this map.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a rough show, I have to say, coming out of Checkmate here in this opening map. They've had their moments, their individual plays, but for the most part, they have been very quiet, shadow of themselves. And while Kaz goes back up towards the top of the stairs, catches out Destroyer. Try through the smoke, but it's not going to be working out for him. Invictus looking to close it here, but they are a man down, so this could be another round for Checkmate. They've got a decent setup on this B bomb site right now. It is a little bit risky, Blair. You know, they need to frag out for this to work out for them. And well, there's the spray. Bottle takes down Techno immediately. Ro has to do more, and he's got 2 kills. Connects to the smoke. Shatsugay goes down on the cross, and a 4v2. This should be the checkmate round, but again, we've seen Invictus pull off scenarios like this where they should not be winning these post plants, and they've been working out. So it's still not done yet. This could be Invictus closing it here with Viva taking that very important kill. They've got flying in towards Banana, who has been incredibly quiet by his own standards, and now Viva in towards Barbecue. The bomb ticking, the smokes are still up, and Viva looking to play with them. He's got a player walking right up behind him though. Viva, he's not going to get anything at all, and Flying goes down as well. That's going to be a cleanup round for Checkmate in the retake at least. A little bit scary, but nonetheless, they get the round win, and they're not done yet.
Not done yet. Coming again, being very, very close indeed. Just one more kill going the way of Invictus, and that could have easily spiraled out of control. Bomb was planted for the player towards Bit. Nice opening from Kaz there. Not too sure what Destroyer was doing. You know, very exposed. Usually when you try to take control of apps like that, you want to have a player who's jumped up onto the balcony, or maybe have a little bit of, well, some presence towards Boiler, making the player feel uncomfortable there. But finally, money has been kind of broken for Invictus. Going to be seeing a little bit of a half buy coming out. A few pistols, a little bit of Kevlar, keeping some money in the bank. But how many times, Dinko, have you seen them losing rounds like this as... Shaosage pushed out from the position, and that's going to be an easy kill from Mr. Kaz.
Yeah, it's the classic line, Invictus and Deagles, right? You gotta preface every one of these rounds with that, and I'm gonna see if they can pull it off. Oh, swift shots really, and Techno did a good job. That gets himself the double kill. Just Flying left alone, 12 and 17, 13 now with a nice shot down on the Deagle. A second as well from Flying. If nothing else, it's flashy, and now he's got an AK. Oh, third kill, Flying. Okay, Flying. Nearly gets the 4K. And then I believe for the 1v1, but that is kind of ridiculous that that's even a possibility, Blair. What the hell was that?
How does it come down to that? Almost a 1v1 at the end. Nice shots from Flying, though. Maybe he's waking up, Dinko. Maybe he's rubbed the sand from his eyes. He's like, oh, wait, we're playing a game right now? Okay, time for me to frag.
I feel like he just hasn't. I feel like it's because of the start that he has, right? Because he's just so useless on the CT side. His position is just not good for a player like Flying. He's a player you want to be involved across the map, but to deliver impact in every round on the defensive side. He's not warmed up. He hasn't had the time to get into the game, and I feel like that's a big problem. You want to get your star players showing up early. Ooh, good peek here from Techno. No. It's going to be 1 kill on the Destroyer. A little bit risky, but he's going to try and follow away. He's still alive. And this nade, goes in, takes rid of Shaosage. And now it's going to be a 4v3. A man advantage in play for Checkmate. And they got 2 players in the A-bomb site, 2 towards B. Cancel the AWP over towards this B-bomb site. This should be working out for at least 1 kill. You don't really see him missing too often, but as soon as I say that, I should just shut up. But Kaz getting the kill on the bottle. The bomb is down. Techno at the back of the site, trying to position himself correctly, but it's not going to work out. And now the pressure's really on to Checkmate. Kaz running forward with the Tech 9. What a ballsy play. He's going to make it work, though, and now he just needs to stay alive. Just fall away. That's not exactly the smartest play there from Kaz, going down to Flying. But the nade comes in, seals the deal. 12th round for Checkmate.
Well, they're quite not done yet, Dinko. They're still battling for survival. 15 to 12, 3 rounds back to back. It has been done. It has been done before. Can be done here as well. And gotta give credit to Checkmate for surviving that. It looked a little hairy. You know, it looked like the pistols would be able to overwhelm that B hole, but a little bit of a slow approach from Invictus, ensuring that Checkmate are able to take the round away. But finally we see a buy coming out from the Chinese side. It looks like we haven't seen a buy in the past 3 rounds. Always having to go for the force buys and the ecos, and now Banana control just given over, just relinquished by Invictus early on. And that means Kaz can pretty much solo hold with the AWP from the car position. And they're going to be going for the contact play towards A Dinko. And it's going to be Hawk. And they're walking in straight into his crosshairs. As Xiaosag at least replies back with 3 more CTs to find. And Xiao, well, is good for 1, but the trades are fast and furious. And Flying is going to be left alone. Dinko, 1v3. He's going to find 1. Gets a second as well. And now it's a 1v1. Kaz with the AWP versus Flying to save his team, to keep his team in the running on this map. And Flying, I don't think he's going to be expecting Kaz's position, but he spots him out. AK versus AWP, and Flying is going to take the fight. It's an off Flying. Just play the bomb. My stream is frozen, by the way.
It is frozen completely.
What's going on? I don't know what's going on.
Okay, it's back. It's back. And Flying just wildly spraying into the apartments. Finally, smoke goes in blood. 44 seconds, picks up the bomb, drags it back to the A site. He's going to commit to the plant, but Kaz is running him down. Switches out to the AK, looks up on top, and it's a headshot. A clutch for Checkmate, and they will stay alive, continuing to tick rounds forward. And my God, these rounds are way too close, way too exciting. And that's unfortunate for Flying. That should have been the closer.
I feel like the audio and the feed are desynced right now.
They are indeed.
Yeah, so I think we are seeing the game a few seconds a little delayed, but Kaz, what a hero play from him. And Flying, man, like we count him out. We're like, yeah, Flying's had a terrible game, and then he just wakes up. It just wakes up. As we do have a decision to be made here by Invictus. Do they go for the full investment? Which they can. They can. However, Dinko, if they lose this round without getting the bomb down, loss bonus or not, they're going to be very strapped for cash heading into the final round of regulation. So it looks like we might be seeing a half buy, unless I'm very much mistaken here from Invictus. They've taken a timeout as well, I believe. And there we go. Yeah, it's going to be the half buy, and I feel like this is the correct decision coming out from the tees here.
Oh, most definitely. I feel like Invictus have kind of choked this one away. It's pretty evident that's happened. And I have to say, Checkmate, good step up from a lot of their individuals. A lot of moments have been won based on the individual performance from their players. Techno has had some incredible moments here. Kaz, a player that I feel like was a little bit quiet in comparison to the performances we know he can put up on Inferno. So they desperately needed some sort of fire to be lit below them, and has been working out for them in recent rounds. Can they do it all? Can they pull it back to overtime? Invictus Gaming have come into this one with a classic Invictus round, I have to say, Blair. It's an MP deals and Tech 9s for the rest. This is the kind of round Invictus can win. So if you're a Checkmate, you've got to give pretty much every single round you go into respect at this point. You have to be flawless. It's Kaz looking down the barrel towards Banana, and it's Invictus at the ready, about to start their charge into the B-bomb site, Blair, and we know how deadly these pistols can be.
Oh yeah, we do indeed. But Checkmate, this is a great opportunity for them to just somewhat take it to overtime. 2 rounds, that's all they need, Dinko. That's all they need. And right now, they just have to hold off your nice little delayed shot from Cass. He finds one. Good flashbang, but they're going to come pushing on in. I love this. This is a switch up coming out from Invictus, and they're going to wrap around, finds Cass. One player remains on the side, but they're all going to fall. The pistols are going to sing loud, the song of the dead. And Xiaosag is slowly creeping up, finds Row. That's it. They're going to lose this one to Pistols, Dinko, unless Hawk pulls off another 1v3. He's done it twice. Can it do it 3 times?
3 times is a charm. Hawk looking to try and win this retake. It's not going to be easy for him, but he hasn't going to be a retake. The bomb's gone down. Hawk, he's given every single chance here. 14 seconds. He's taking another kill, and it's going to be Xiaosag with the kill. Closes it out. Invictus Gaming close it in the most Invictus way possible, Blair. I feel so bad for Checkmate. That's the way they go out there, but it was just too quiet from them at the start of this, and going into the second half, they just lost too many rounds. We've got Tom, we've got Mitch. They've been watching on the sidelines, and I mean, there was a lot of exciting moments there, particularly from young Techno, but I feel like Invictus, they did fix a lot of the problems that have come in from the group stages, but it's not all there yet.
Yeah, you look at Blitz as well. I think he really impressed me throughout that first half. But what's surprising to me, Checkmate, they beat Tyloo, they beat Vici, they previously beat Invictus, and we can talk all day about, okay, Invictus maybe did the research after the last game, patched up the holes, sure, but I also feel like they were just given way too much space. The fact that Bottle was able to dominate, we see Viva step it up on a map where I think at this point, I wanted to say he's pretty consistent, despite the fact that obviously offers tend to take a little bit of a turn for the worse when it comes down to playing Inferno. I feel like a couple of times now we've seen Viva be the one that's actually doing a lot of the heavy lifting for the Invictus team. But really, it just comes down, for me, Checkmate didn't look as confident as what we've seen from them before. They didn't play, I guess, that typical, like, their own game. But in terms of map control, they were conceding it quite a lot. And then it felt like anytime they did try to go for it, something like that happened. They get sprayed through smokes. They lose a kill on a little bit of aggression, and then they decide to just turtle in afterwards.
I feel like, Tom, for me at least, it's one of the most scene, right? It just felt like just individual plays all around. Like you see aces, you see 4Ks, 1v3s. It was less about teamwork and more about, like you said, all these individuals stepping up and showing what they're made of, almost like a tactical death match. So
yeah, that's what I was kind of going to say. I do disagree in a sense with what Dinko said of like Invictus fixing all their problems. I think that just Viva had a better game. And Bottle played well. I don't think that they really fixed too much. Like, I think maybe Xiaosagi was slightly less aggressive on Banana. I guess I can give him that.
Yeah.
But like in terms of their actual holds, I think things, if anything, were worse. They just won a lot of clutches. I think both teams made quite a lot of mistakes. I want to put this down to being the first game of the playoffs and neither team particularly performing to the standard we expect of them. But like, again, if you remove a couple of those crazy rounds from, say, Viva, they lose. But you could say the opposite for Checkmate as well, where they win a few 1v3s, they win a few clutches of their own. Like, if Invictus were truly playing to the level we expect of them, this would have been a clean-cut win. They were quite far in the lead and let things slip away off some really, really silly rounds. They could have closed this at, like, what, 16-7? But they let their opponent back in. And that's not a team that I expect to be winning this tournament. So it was better from them. They won Inferno, which, again, I don't think we really expected necessarily. But I think it came, well, this man in particular, having one of those days where he was the best man matchup against him. The problem is it's almost, well, a regular thing. It's not consistent. It's something that is scary when it happens, but when it doesn't, this team looks like mediocre at best.
I think on the defensive, I think on the defensive side of things, there was definitely an improvement, a visible improvement from Invictus. I think on that B-bomb side, especially, right, because we see them just
the banana control, especially.
Yeah, the banana control is the most impressive thing. The problem I have with them is they don't know when to stop that, right? They just continue pushing down banana every single round. I mean, it was working out because Viva was stepping up, and that's a big part of their success there on that B-bomb side, but for the most part,
we did also see Flying get wrecked because of it, though.
Yeah,
so.
Also, Flying is just, I hate how he's played on the CT side. I think it's just so useless. He's so stale. He could be doing a lot more. I feel like there's more to be done, obviously. Otherwise, they would have closed this very convincingly. But right now, it's better than at least most of the playoffs on the CT side, at least. Or the group stages, so I'd say.
Well, we're going to be heading straight into Mirage. Now, that's a map pick from Invictus. Can Checkmate turn it around? We're going to be finding out, but after this short break.
might break if you're fragile. Hit me with your arrows, treat me like a black rose. Break if you're fragile. Hit me with your arrows, treat me like a black rose.
From Inferno, we move straight into Mirage, the map pick from Invictus. It was Inferno, which was picked by Checkmate Dinko. Unfortunately, it didn't go according to their game plan. It's a map where we have been praising Checkmate for being fantastic. They've taken down Invictus, they've taken on Tyloo, they've even taken on Vici Gaming on this map. But unfortunately, today was not one of those days.
Yeah, and I think the scoreline is actually a little misleading. I feel like it probably should have been much more one-sided from Invictus. I feel like the performance from them kind of dropped off towards the end. A lot of big performances from individuals over for the Mongolian side of Checkmate allowed them to grab control of the economy for a few rounds and really make that scoreline look a bit more respectable on paper. But we all know it probably should have been more. It definitely should have been more, shall I say. So heading into Mirage, I feel like Invictus are looking like the better team. I don't feel like Checkmate have the same level that we've seen in the group stages. They haven't really shown up yet. They've got to change that, and they've only got one opportunity to do it, Blair, coming into this next one. So Mirage, it's a map that I feel for Invictus can be a little bit inconsistent at times, but when they show up and Viva shows up, it's a map where they rarely go down without a fight. So I feel like Mirage coming up here is going to be a real tough challenge for the Checkmate side.
Yeah, again, like kind of laying out bare for everyone to see that the map pool isn't exactly that great, that deep, right? They have the nukes, they have the infernos. Apart from that, they really haven't been as solid on the other maps. Dust 2, of course, is a map which they should be feeling very comfortable on. It was a 16-14 loss to Invictus the last time they played on it. But that is if you do see a map number 3 coming up here. Again, reminding all of viewers that this is a double elimination playoffs bracket. You have 2 chances, 2 opportunities to play. You lose this game, you're going to go to lower bracket. We're going to be playing the loser of the other opening game. If you lose that, you're out, unfortunately. But there is still that 5th, 6th position best of 3 Dingo. But at that point,
there's
let's be
other
real.
matches.
Yeah, you're going to be fine. You get a little bit of extra money, but you don't want to be in position where you play that.
Yeah. No, they don't matter. They're Tyloo points. Well, Tyloo and Vici, I guess. Taking a look at how long this is going to go on for. But yeah, coming into this, it's very important for Checkmate to try and recover here on Mirage. Otherwise, it's going to be Invictus going on to the next match with a 2-0 win under their belt. It's Invictus on the CT side start. We got Destroy with a good bit of utility. This is going to be a real tough challenge. This is Invictus's map pick, and they've been able to start over on that CT side. They've got everything going their way, I feel. And well, everyone's favorite player, the fan favorite, Unconnected, running into the bomb site, diving right through the window. Shouts at Gate, taking him down. He'll find a follow-up as well. What a hold. Coming in here from Flying as well. Double kill. Absolutely nothing going in favor of Checkmate. They get absolutely zilch heading into that B-bomb side, player.
Not a single point of damage taken by Invictus. Like, that's the sort of starter you'll be looking for here. Your map pick, your opponent's opts are the T side, which is ballsy. I like it, but it's very ballsy, and that means they need to get a few rounds on board for them to like kind of defend here on their CD side. We do see the force buy coming up from Checkmate and Deagle's armor. 5 smokes, a singular flash in the hands of Mr. Kaz. He's going to be going for the Kevlar purchase as well, not really looking to save any money for a potential op buy later. That's a chunky nade and a half. Hawk down to 44, Blitz on 62. A lot of damage being dealt early by Invictus without having seen a single soul yet.
Yeah, it's pretty good start to the round from Invictus. Checkmate being dropped down there, as if their chances weren't small enough to win this round. Blood, they get handed even more damage. And what? A minute and 10 seconds left. The round's virtually just begun, but look at the positions gathered here for the T side. Bottle catches out Kaz in the window. Push to the ramp coming through. Row trying to make through here, but Destroyer can toss that nade in. It's going to try and take him down. Bottle and Destroyer with the kills. Is now Hawk and Techno in a 2 versus 5. And yeah, this is good from Invictus. They haven't lost a single player just yet, and they won't. 2-0 for Invictus. They keep every single player alive. And a lot of money being picked up on that SMG from Bottle. So that's going to be the economy getting a real good amount of room to grow, right? And that's very important for Invictus, is to grab control of the economy game early on in the CT side. And so moving forward into this next round, it should be another for Invictus, another round where they try and keep all 5 alive.
Yeah, and even more impressive is they've only taken 28 points of damage in 2 rounds, Dinko. That's great. Shaosag is going to open things up, finding Techno 4K towards top mid, and Invictus not... I think they're expecting a full eco, Dinko. That could be something which could bite them in the butt, considering Deagles have been purchased. Again, it's a little bit of a half buy. A nice peek from Ro is good for one. Now, Viva just has a Deagle and a Scout to work with, just dancing around, information gathered. But look at the flank coming in from bottom. There's nothing Ro can do. He's going to come jumping in straight to his death. Bottle even giving him, allowing him a little bit of time to kind of see his impending doom. And just a 1 casualty, Dinko, in 3 rounds. 1 death in 3 rounds. This has been a fantastic start for the CD side. And we have the upgrade. Viva upgrading to the AWP. The Scout's going to be dropped to its Destroyer. They're still going to stick around with the MP9 in the hands of Bottle. And, of course, 2 rifles as well.
Yeah, very important round coming up here for Checkmate. They lose this one. Well, that'll put Invictus into the most comfortable driver's seat we've seen in this series so far. This is definitely a good start from Invictus, like you said, onto their own map pick, but they haven't really been fully tested yet. And this is their first real test. Oh, gets caught in transition back away from throwing that initial utility, and now Destroyer's under pressure from the back of Triple. He hasn't been able to do anything. He gets 1 shot off, but this is not the start Invictus would have been looking for into the first gun round. They've lost far too much already. Gay, gap in the smoke takes away Hawk's life. The bomb goes down, and a man advantage intact for the T side. Viva repositions back up on short, and the smoke redeploys in front of Connector. Oh, he's not too far off that. I know he's going to hit the shot, but it's not going to be death for Blitz. Luckily for Checkmate, they're going to be able to pull this off, and I feel like that's just a little unfortunate at the beginning for Bottle to kind of get caught there in the transition with the utility, but I also feel like he probably shouldn't be in the open like that anyway. So it kind of comes back to bite him, and Destroy with a Scout on the back of Triple. They just didn't have the weapon area to hold off a quick A hit, so that's almost the perfect call from Checkmate.
And for Invictus, they're not going to be too worried about it. They could lose a Scout, they lose an SMG, right? And the money is still very, very solid. Bottles of $9,000 as well. And now it's going to be the first real test for Checkmate. They have the guns. They didn't lose too many players the previous round. Just 1. And now the double up setup. Spicy. Usually you see teams go for this with the double up setup, Dinko, when things start looking a little grim, right? When things aren't really working on the CD side, that's when you start seeing the double zoom bangers coming out. But this time around, it's going to be way early. Destroyer playing for default spot right next to the ticket booth. We have Viva with the op towards mid. He's got backup in the form of his compatriot nearby towards short. Here comes the straight push. Flashback's not going to do anything. Blitz is going to get plucked by Destroyer. There is a player on the side, and it is going to be Bottle. The bane of Checkmate on that Inferno A side as Techno finds Destroyer, but Bottle's doing a phenomenal job just staying alive in his own smoke, Dinko, while reinforcements are arriving.
Oh, Bottle peace out. Finds the player in sandwich. He'll go down to the Molotov, and now it's just Techno. 1v2. We know he's very capable of winning these kind of rounds. He's going to head his way back to spawn. Oh, pallet play could be the smart decision, but we'll see how long he takes to get here. I think it's important that he takes time, because then Invictus get in their own heads. They wonder, okay, maybe I should go check B, and that's exactly what's happening now. So with that rotation back to middle, or the B bomb site, is Flying's fully committing to this. It does leave Techno in a 1v1 fight in this B bomb side. He's caught it perfectly. Gay going up the ladder, goes down. He's spotted Flying as well. He knows the last player is, and instead of committing to the plant, he goes to the fight against the Opering Connector, and Flying just patiently waits for it. I feel like Techno overthinks that a little bit, but a nice approach to the round. He nearly pulls it off, and Invictus Gaming, they will get the round on the board nonetheless.
Yeah, expensive round though for the CD side. And considering how much money they built up in the first 3 rounds, they're going to be looking at their money and being like, where did all that money go? Kind of like a night out for me, Dinko. Like, just get my, back when I used to work like a normal job, get my paycheck, head out on Friday night, come back, look at my wallet, I'm like, where did all that money go?
Oh, I know.
Exactly.
My liver.
Yeah, I do as well, but, you tend to forget Viva. Flashbang is good, doesn't see anyone, and he gets A bullet in the kneecaps. He's going to fall away. Very passive from Checkmate. Cheeky. 3 players on top mid. Now Viva. Holding the angle towards short. The T's have a lot of utility to work with. Viva goes for the swing with the flash. It doesn't find anyone. This is curious from Checkmate. Look at it, Dinko. 3 players waiting on top of mid boxes. Not seen. Viva knows there's at least 1 player, but I'm already going to be expecting 3 is the question. As they're going to slowly creep on up. It's going to be a B pincer, unless I'm very much mistaken. And it's going to come down to Viva and Mr. Xiao Sage, rather flying at Xiao Sage to shut down his B hit.
Well, chance again. Oh, absolutely gets nailed. And Wells blitz right through with the headshot. Roger shuts down Flying without a single kill. That's not good enough. That is not good enough from Invictus on that B defense. That's a round lost. That's terrible.
That flash was sick.
Oh, a bit of damage being done here at least. Not like the T-side's economy's in a good spot right now at all. And well, Viva, he should have got that kill. Techno, extremely lucky to be alive there. You kind of want to get that ult back. You desperately want that ult back. Maybe the bomb blast will fire it towards CT, but they're nowhere near that right now anyway, so... Yeah, that's unfortunate for Invictus. I feel like that B hole was just, good utility usage, good quick play, yes, from Checkmate, but Fly needs to do more from that spot. He needs at least 1 there. The fact he doesn't get a single kill is kind of ridiculous.
Well, that was a very curious play from Checkmate, right? They have 2 players towards the B apartments, not showing themselves, slowly creeping up, and then 3 players waiting on top of the mid boxes. Now, despite the multiple repeaks coming out from Viva with the op, he wasn't able to spot anyone out. So they weren't ready at all. It's a mid control. Not really taken, but kind of like stolen away by Checkmate. And then they just go for the brilliant flash peek towards short to find Xiao Sage. And Flying, well, he had a lot of players to find, and he found nothing. And now looks like it's going to be just a straight-on hit towards B. But Viva is the man who's going to be waiting. The op in hand, finds 1, falls on back to a better position. Flying's there as well to help his teammate out. Viva finds another kill, is looking for more. Finally gets taken down by Rowe, but Flying's there with the trade. And now it's a 2v3. Kaz finds Xiao Sage. Flying needs to win the duel, which he will. And it's all on Kaz. 1v3. Destroyer's going to make sure he doesn't get off to any more. And the 2 ops retrieved as well by Invictus. So a pretty solid hole coming out there, especially with Viva being placed towards a B bomb set. And I feel like, Dinko, Viva's going to be very instrumental here. He's got to be the guy who's kind of has to be that floating opper, I feel like. And especially the way he was playing on Inferno, if he can even play anywhere close to the level he was showing in the map number 1, I feel the city side could be pretty solid for Invictus later on in this half.
Yeah, I feel like Viva is such an influential player. We mentioned it earlier on in the pregame, how Mirage is a map where Viva can actually have these MVP performances on. So I think the first 2 have kind of worked out for him in that respect. And while Viva gets another kill, Techno's going to take down Flying. And I feel like Viva's even more important now that Flying is having a bad series, right? Viva is the next player I feel has that potential to carry the team. And Flying not showing up puts more pressure on Viva to be that player. And Xiao Sage trying to plug the hole that Flying is left now over on that B-bomb side. You take a look at the defense, it's pretty spread out right now. 1 player playing towards CT, you've got Bottle in towards jungle. He's actually going to be falling back and going over towards CT spawn. 3 players from Checkmate looking to finish on this A-bomb site. Destroyer with the AWP position towards CT spawn has a good position to deal with this attack. Outer ramp, he's going to land a shot, but it's not going to be a kill, and Techno takes him down the AK. And now we got a 3v4, and it's actually favoring the attacking side. And while the bomb goes down, that's already good enough, and now they can still win this round. All playing from CT. Rowe cutting off rotations. He's trying to get behind them as well here, but he hasn't been able to get through. It doesn't matter because Techno continuing to get kills and Bottle finally striking into action. But is it too little, too late right now? And indeed it will be. Checkmate, pull it off on pistols and 1 hero AK for young Techno 4K.
I love the wide bait swing. Destroy, he lands the leg, Dinko, but this gets taken down, and that was, again, the timing was off. Well, I don't know why Xiao Sage is walking out connected before his teammates managed to make his way out from CD spawn, right? Look at this. The bait play. Blitz gets legged, but Techno with the hero AK finding the 1 kill. Xiao Sage should have either cleared this angle, or he should have waited for Bottle to come out from CD spawn. the timing was really, really weird on that retake. It was still very winnable. But with that, Dinko, Invictus, they had a flying start, but it has been stemmed for now. Just the Deagles out. And we all know how dangerous Invictus can be with the Deagles. And in fact, Dinko, they have 4 Deagles. Will the curse of the 4 Deeds strike again?
Well, first step
Strikes once.
in the right direction. Destroy taking down Row. That's an AK-47 recovered, and no trade kill from the T side. Smokers in towards top connector. You've got Checkmate sending forward players up middle, and probably via the connector now at this point as well. So bottle and destroy. This is the best case scenario for them. They've got a crossfire. They've got the AK-47 over here on this A site. If they are to win this round, it's got to be destroyed, going huge. Chance AK. He's going to start pulling himself over towards this A-bomb site as well. And Bottle's gone on a bit of an excursion via Palace. Look at flying as well. They have all the information right now. He goes T-spawn, doesn't spot a single player. Now they know it has to be connected and destroys in a good spot. He only gets 1 kill. That might come back to bite them. But it's Chance AK and Bottle still in positions they're able to do damage from. And Bottle with 1. Well, he's got the skill and he's stayed alive. That's the important part, because they can't plant this bomb while he's still alive. And that Molotov is going to cause a couple of problems for Bottle. So now it falls into Flying, who comes in from the ramp. He'll be checking towards triple. No one peeking, and Flying, well, a big flank. The whole round was spent shift walking from Flying, and it doesn't matter. He gets caught on the timing, and it's going to be 5-4 as Checkmate recover the round. It was looking good for Invictus, I have to say, but it just doesn't really work out for them towards the end there.
It doesn't, and I love the way Kaz played that, right? I don't know what he was thinking, but he was so aware as to the flank coming in. Brilliantly done, and 5-4. Also, Hawk has pulled off a 008, Dinko. I don't know what a 008 is. I know a 006 is a Bean, 007 is a Bond. 008, we had that. Tom told us. He gave us the name of all the agents. I forget.
Bill
Let's
Timothy.
just call it a bad game.
It was Bill Timothy, I believe. It was
Bill
008.
Timothy?
Yeah.
Why? That's like 2 first names.
They call him BT. BT.
Well, Bill Timothy's like 2 first names. It's like, it doesn't make sense.
I don't know.
Let's just got wrecked, Dinko. But at least the trade comes in. Destroyer not able to make his escape. It's going to be the quick hit coming in towards B with just the 2 USPs. Oh, well, I take that back. There's also a Deagle as well. Flying. He spots out a player, not able to get the kill. Xiao Sage in the meantime, but the USP almost wins the duel. It's a 2v3, Dinko. But look at how low the players are. Bottle's going to come charging in. AK's picked up. It's all in Bottle. Unfortunately, Ro and Kaz are going to ensure that it comes to naught. Checkmate. They tie things up.
What
It's
is
gonna
this
be
game of
5-all.
Counter-Strike, Blah?
I don't know.
This is kind of crazy. We've just seen way too many rounds now where it's just the pistols are coming close.
I mean, are you surprised? Look,
Not
let's
at
be
all.
real. Inferno, I lost count of the number of rounds won with just pistols on Inferno, right? And then you go to Mirage, which is a way more puggier map than Inferno is. Are we expecting lesser rounds on pistols? Really, Dinko?
True. Well, I guess I never learned, Blah. I desperately hang on to sanity and fundamental Counter-Strike that just I
have
guess
to.
it's out of the window. It doesn't exist. And that's a realization that I'm struggling to come to terms with. And well, it's going to be the Molotov, or smoke, shall I say, up towards top corner. Molotov does come in eventually through the smokes and Incendiary down in towards the bottom of Con. That's going to keep these players at bay. Full mid control given to Checkmate without really much of a contest. Instead, Viva just holds on for the short push. And if you're Techno, I think you gotta realize that, right? You gotta be aware of that window spot. Flying in the smoke, he's been really quiet on this A-hold, and he will eventually get himself a kill. Bottle and Shouts again have been able to double up as well between them, and that's gonna be the round from Invictus. Much better. They don't lose a single player, Blah, and they desperately need round win. So to grab control of it again, they've got to pick that one up, and it's the first step in the right direction. Take a look at what Checkmate are able to bring to the server. Kaz can drop an AK-47, but he's going to go for an AWP.
Well,
What's Blitz got here? Just a Deagle? How do you
he's
feel
got
about
just-
this? Kaz, just go over the AWP? I feel like...
I mean, look, it's 6-5. If maybe they have a plan in place here, Kaz is going to be going for the pick towards B. Yeah, then the op kind of makes sense, unless Flying doesn't Oh, what a pick. What a pick. And it's going to push on in. This is smart. They're taking a bit of damage with Xiaosage. It's a captain himself, and he's going to go for a wild spray. Good for 1. Good for 2. How does he find 2 there? Hawk replies back, but a little too late, Dinko. And now it's a 2v3. Kaz still with the AWP. Bomb yet to be planted. They need to go for another pick, but Bottle coming in. The bomb, it's dropped out in the open, and it's going to be Bottle in the perfectly timed peak. Bomb in the apps. Hawk's going to be alive for not much longer either. A great hole from the captain there, despite a very, very nice pick coming out from Kaz with the AWP.
Yeah, it doesn't really work out, unfortunately, for Checkmate. That was a full investment. Everything they had in the bank gone. And I think
Hawk
they realized...
got the kill.
Yeah, I feel that's true.
So
he was looking to challenge Bulbasaur.
He was 0010, and I'm just looking it up. There doesn't seem to be a 0010 agent at all in any of the... It's called the Hawk, I guess.
No, he was trying his best to transform into the Hawker, right? And that's resulted in 0 kills for the entire 10 rounds played on the server.
Well, considering our good friend Hawker is now swapped over to the AK-47 like any sane person should, maybe he's going to be stepping it up now. I mean, I was out fragging with 200 ping, Dinko. It was embarrassing.
Yeah, I think he just kind of held on and desperately believing the Krieg was still a gun he could use, but my God, he's realized he's seen the light. Finally. AK-47, obviously, What? That's a lot of damage. That is definitely a lot. And well, Xiaosage is going to have another nade. They could be minced up by this. There we go. Nice kill for Xiaosage. Bottle finding the headshot. Viva doing a good bit of work as well, but it's Glocksplayer. Just hawking out 1v3. He's got 11 HP. He swings out towards the CT cross. Viva's going to go down, and now Hawk can look for the plant. Yet to get a kill, and he's found one more. He's doubled it up. 2 kills on the board now. And he'll find himself a 1v3 in total. Will he be able to pull this off? A quiet performer throughout, but there goes the Molotov. Now moves forward into the smoke. He's low HP. 1 tick would be enough to take him down, but he's playing this to perfection. Goes for the pre-fire. That might just cost him here. Flying swings into the open, and the MP9 is going to work out for him. Yeah, very nice try from Hawk, especially being so low on health. He's been able to pull it that close is very impressive indeed. But an 8th round nonetheless for Invictus Gaming. They can be happy enough with that.
Yeah, well, a little too expensive. I didn't even notice that. I looked at the health of all the CTs. I'm like, why is everyone kind of chipped away? I was like, okay, maybe the Glocks, But Viva, what are you doing? You weird human being. Oh, Dinko, I love Asian Counter-Strike, man. Like, as depressing as my life is, this entertains me. It keeps me going. It gives me reason to wake up every morning as Hawk walks out dry. No flashes, slow walk out. At least a trade does take place. But still 4v3, favoring Invictus.
Yeah, it's a man advantage for the defensive side for the meantime, at least. And all 3 remaining players are in this A-bomb site. Flying blinded, wanted to go for the peek in towards the A-bomb site via CT, but Techno, he has been the difference maker for them in quite a few rounds. Well, he's going to go forward, a 2nd kill picked up. He is playing with so much potence. And once bottled out back in the ramp, he's called out by Rowe. What a turnaround from Checkmate. They were a man down, but Techno decides he's going to pull it in their favor on his own, takes 2 kills, and a 3rd kill coming in from Rowe. So that's enough. Forces Viva away. What a round from Techno. Such an impressive player.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is, it's not like he goes for the individual plays, right? The team sets him up, but he takes that by its reins, right? He makes it work, which is so good. Like, that's the one thing I enjoy about Checkmate, is how it's not one player really popping off or like a star player. You look at his entire team, everyone can have their moments. Blitz, Kaz, Hawk, Rowe, Techno 4K, right? And that's lovely to see, where you look at a team and usually look at all the Asian teams we talk about, you're like, oh yeah, they didn't play well because this player didn't show up or that player didn't show up. For the side of Checkmate, it's never the case. It's always about, oh, they didn't play well because the team as a whole didn't show up. It's never about the individuals, which is one thing I absolutely adore about this Mongolian side. Here we go. Final round, though, of the first half. Full buy versus a full buy, double ops in place. And an aggressive hold from Bottle. That Incendiary could come in real handy. Destroyer finds one, and Bottle should be able to get this kill here. He's isolated the player, and he's going to get the frag.
Well, it's a big peek out from Bottle. He will get one onto Kaz. Goes down to Rowe. Gay doing a good bit of work. It's now Rowe in a 1v3. Finds the flashbang off the wall of Tetris. Now swinging into the bomb site as Invictus apply pressure to the final player. Stuck at Tetris. It's Rowe doing good work. Finding the first. And, well, they just keep peeking him. And for good reason. They get the round at least. 9-6 Invictus will walk away with quite a solid half coming out of the defense. Probably would have liked a few more rounds here and there. But it has been a quiet performance from a couple of individuals over on this Checkmate side, unfortunately. You take a look at it, it's 3 kills for Blitz, 2 for Hawk. And the Checkmate, they were winning games, where they were upsetting the big teams in this tournament, had some of the best performances across the board we've seen. And this just isn't the same team today. This just isn't.
It really isn't. And honestly, for Checkmate, though, the fact they chose to start on the T side of Mirage Dinko, I think they're going to be pretty happy with the way it's turned out, considering it was looking pretty grim initially. You know, Invictus had a very solid start initially, but here we go. It is going to be the A hit coming in from Invictus, and Bottle's going to open up that side with a beautiful headshot on the Blitz. Hawk's position is not known, and he's still going to get a kill. How does he even find one from that position? It's just mental. And now one player left alone, Techno 4K. And as phenomenal as it's been so far, Dinko, the 1v4, it is looking very unlikely.
Very unlikely indeed, but they're giving him chances. And every chance he gets and takes, well, it becomes more and more likely. Or should I say less unlikely. He's going to go back to the bomb and taps it. Pulling Bottle, trying to get him into the open, but it's not working out here. They're just toying with him, just jumping on by. He's given chances, but impossible ones. And he's going to flee the scene. And that's going to be a 10th round from Invictus. They win the piss around going into the second half. And they're charging the youngster down. And Viva just tears his head right off his shoulders. 12-7. Viva's not having a bad performance by any means. And now 10-6, double figures reach for the Invictus side. Yeah, it's something you don't see a whole lot, right? I've seen some strange discussions being talked about in the CS scene right now, because obviously it's pretty obvious the economy needs changing, right? It's not in a good spot right now. But a lot of people are now considering, well, if you're just gonna give people guns every round, why not just have full gun rounds all the time? It's like, don't really agree with that one. I feel like you gotta find a good middle ground. But it's just, where do you find that? Because the 2 economy systems we've had are not perfect by any means, at all, but I feel like there's probably somewhere where you're not going to get it perfect, but you're going to get it in a better spot than it is right now. Oh my god. Yeah, I feel like Invictus kind of tossed that one away. They fully committed against this kind of buy. That's not getting end 2-1. I feel like Invictus finally get a taste of their own medicine, what it feels like to be on the receiving end of rounds they so often win. And ooh, flying, trying to get out here. 22 seconds, dies down in the bomb site. Gets the shot, and well, Kaz's gonna peek around the corner. Good round from Checkmate.
I seem to have pulled off a Mitch there, Dinko. Looks like I was muted the entire round.
Oh, well, nonetheless, what you're saying is basically, how the hell does that happen? We're
How the hell does that
Invictus.
happen? Yeah, it was pretty much me squealing like a pig in wonder and awe and just sheer distraught as to how this one's gone wrong. Why is no one checking? Like, they're all checking the same angle together. Like, this is just so weird from Invictus.
They're the kind of rounds where you just kind of just question. Like, they give you a sense of confidence, right? You're like, okay, Invictus showing up in the playoffs, some of these brilliant rounds. Finally, we're starting to see the Invictus of old, and then they do that, and then you just kind of think, team aren't there yet. They aren't anywhere near being good enough or at the level where you can say that's acceptable for this team and what they're capable of. They're capable of so much more. And yeah, some of the decision making in this team is terrible. Kaz, I feel like he gets a little bit unlucky there in the time. He had a couple of players now up in towards Connector, and they're going to keep walking up, just playing contact and taking control of the side. But finally, Kaz going to peek out into the open, takes down Flying, and nearly killing Palace as well.
They didn't see Destroyer cross on over, though. And I feel like if he could make his way through Murder Hole, I don't know if the vents are broken, you could actually get the flank on. Now, Viva's trying to beat a distraction, but, well, the flank, it's not really going to happen. Destroyer gets found out, they know exactly where Viva is, and as spectacular as he's been so far in the series, Dinko, 1v5, 40 HP, Deagle in hand. It's going to require quite the miracle. And he will be found out. Oh, nice shot there. Nice recovery in a second kill. Catches the jumping Techno 4K, but just one casualty. Checkmate are going to be okay with that. As we do, of course, have an eco, which should be coming out for the Chinese side. And for Checkmate, it should be easy mop up, easy pickings. Nice hold as Checkmate. Sorry, Invictus were looking for the openings, just trying to get a pick, but a good hold from Checkmate. Not really overextending, not really playing aggressive, and why should they against just the upgraded pistols? And now it's a full eco for the side of Invictus. They have the one flashbang. It's going to be the Glock Waterfall of Death coming out of the A-bomb side, and it's going to be an easy farm here for Blitz and Hawk. They're looking for all the kills, and they're going to find everything nice. Headshot in the end for Blitz as well to finish things off. And nothing going the way of Invictus as Checkmate now. One round away from tying things up, Dinko. Just one round away as we do see the buy coming in for Invictus. No AWP yet for Mr. Viva. I don't think they're able to go for it, if you ask me. I feel like he's much more effective with the rifles. As Checkmate, it's going to be the first real test here, Dinko.
Checkmate, this is where we get to see the full chops of their comeback. Will it be the completion where they tie things up 10-10, or will it all start to crumble in front of them? Kaz taking down Viva, a good opening, and he's going to get away, or at least try. Through the smoke, a couple of shots rattle, and Bottle is going to get the kill. Now just sprinting through, continues to run forward. Hawk, okay, that's huge. A good double, in fact, a sick double kill from him. And now, well, it's all falling apart for Invictus. Charles Sergei is getting flanked from behind. And you've got Blitz just walking up here, taking his time. And Charles Sergei is going to run right into him. Terrible round again from Invictus Gaming. That is just so disjointed.
Bottle, look, he gets a trade, and then the fact that he pushes Connector alone. Okay, Hawk got a ridiculous second kill through the smoke, right? But even then, the fact that he just goes for that solo play, that forced the rest of his team to react. That forced them to kind of push on in as well. The second kill is ridiculous from Hawk, but you can see that forced Xiaosage to kind of show himself towards ramp, and then, yeah, they all got picked apart. Also, love the aggression from Checkmate towards Palace, right? They're keeping Invictus on their toes. CD side is looking pretty solid so far from Checkmate. Things have definitely turned around, and they are now just about to potentially get into the lead for the very first time in this entire game.
What a comeback it has been from this team, and I feel like Invictus, similar to Inferno, they should be in a better position than they are. Like they've had opportunities after opportunities, and you have to remember it comes off of that round where they fully commit to the B-bomb site against the Deagles and end up losing it. They're going to have to try and do something with the Deagles themselves. They're going to be doing it. Blood, 2 kills. Oh
my
no.
God.
Kaz is getting spammed down as well. Another kill. Oh, Invictus. They do it so often.
How?
It's not even close.
How? Replay, please? That is ludicrous. They just ran up connector and got all the headshots. Viva with a double kill. What is this? Okay, he walks in. First shot onto Hawk. Great stuff. Viva spins around, finds Techno. They're just out dueling. They don't even have any utility, Dinko. They lose
No,
one
it was
player.
straight up Deagles. It was just Deagles brought to the server. And oh, God. Well, we said Checkmate won a round with Deagles themselves a little bit earlier on. That turned the tides in the next couple of rounds. We'll see if this comes back to bite Checkmate. Look at the investment they've pulled into this round. Kaz on an op, Ro on an op. They've gone for the double op setup. A huge investment. All their money is now gone. It's on the line in round 22. Such an important round and a fantastic start from Destroyer. He's got himself into window.
I'm sorry, I'm still a little flabbergasted with how that previous round transpired, Dinko. It wasn't even close. It was a 1v5 at one point.
Whoa.
As here they come again, the same thing, Dinko, but this time they got the rifles, and I believe it's going to be the call for the save. It has gone
Yeah,
out.
full
and,
investment. You gotta save the 2 ops. You can't go for the save retake with the double op setup. So it's the safe call on the other end of the map, and this might just be the round that breaks the back of Checkmate, right? You think about it. They had so many opportunities. They finally tie it up, and they lose against full Deagles and nothing but Deagles. If that is the round that changes this, oh, that's heartbreaking for Checkmate. It's about to be 12-10. It'll be another round where Blitz and Hawk can't really afford a good buy. You're gonna have a kind of in the middle buy. You got the double up setup still, yes, but it's not exactly fantastic. You go on, you have to almost keep all those players alive towards the end as well. And these ops might not even survive here. Luckily, Kaz is going to pull his into the next. And they will get both ops into round number 23. And I feel like coming into this round, Checkmate are not in a good spot at all. You've only got these 2 ops. This is probably the worst scenario you could be in. Because now they're going to most likely feel the pressure to invest a little bit at least into this round around these ops. You know, get a couple of pistols out. Your money's going to be on the line again.
Yeah, and here's a scary thing, right? If they lose this round, when they lose this 2 AWPs, Dinko, they're not going to be reinvesting ops again. Like, Techno might be able to purchase an AWP, but that means it'll be just a glass cannon, right? They want to keep these ops alive. So it might even be kind of like a stack and a call for a save early on. Call for a save rather, and you know, just try and keep this ops into play for round number 24. Here comes the hit. It's going to be a clinical execute. It's a good old-fashioned smoke wall. Xiao Saga is going to find Hawk, although he does get dinged down to 7 points of health. Flying's taking a bit of damage, and Techno's going to come running out with a deagle. AK-47 retrieved as well. The Destroyer shuts him down. They're going to get the bomb down. The ops still in play as Ro's going to find another pick. And look at how low the player is flying, but you're all going to fall. It's all on Kaz. He should save. He should save. You don't have any money for any more ops. And considering the city side setup seems to be very reliant on the AWPs, you want to hold on to this. So a little bit of a scare for Invictus, but they will hold on, and they're going to get a round number 13.
Well, Eva taking down
Saved.
Kaz and 13-10. The money, you know, you take a look at it for Checkmate, they'll be able to get rifles out, but like you said, no op will be invested into this one. So we are looking very much at what looks like to be an Invictus closer if they can pick this up. It look like they put themselves in a position where they're almost guaranteed to pick this up now. So Checkmate, a do or die round coming right their way. I'm not coming through. They know the pressure that's on this one.
They don't even have the luxury of kind of like, you know, having a couple of throwing rounds where they can be like, okay, you know what, we can just go for a double save or whatnot. They're going to have to keep buying up from now on, right? And I do believe it's going to be almost close to max loss bonus. And yeah, it's going to be max loss bonus into the next round. Right now it's $2,900. So they will still have money, Dinko. But again, right, you look at the money they have remaining in the bank. 2 players on 0. The most anyone has is Techno 4K and $150. So even if you have $3,400 coming into the bank, if you don't save any weapons, what are you going to buy? FAMASs, Kevlar? It's never going to be a full-fledged buy. And by that point in time, Invictus can get to round number 14. And your chances are going to grow just slimmer round by round. So this is do or die time for Checkmate. The first game of the playoff series, ladies and gentlemen. It's the opening matchup. Winner is going to go on to face Tai Lu. They have dropped onto the A-bomb side bottle. Caught jumping with a Molotov in his hand, and somehow it's all gone wrong for Invictus. What is this round? They just go walking in, flying, doesn't find anything. It's all in Viva, and Blitz is going to pounce upon him. Okay, Invictus just drop into the A-bomb site. They think it's empty, and they suddenly just take the nades out, and they just get picked apart by the players from Checkmate. That was just a ludicrous round from the Chinese side.
Honestly, Invictus don't think sometimes. They just don't. There's no way they can be thinking when they come into this round. It's just the only call that's made from Xiao Sage is go A. Like, there's nothing else other than that right there. That is terrible. Well, Invictus 13-11. It's going to be a round picked up for Checkmate. Abai comes back into things for Invictus, so they have a chance to recover and make up for their previous error, rectify their mistakes. It's a good start as well with the damage being inflicted upon Blitz. He was down to 20 HP early into round 25.
Just give them bloody deagles, Dinko. Just give them deagles. Like, if we had a stat for the number of rounds Invictus win just with deagles, I think they would beat any other team in the tournament. Heck, I think they'd be coming close to challenging international teams. It's just ludicrous how many times they've win rounds just with the pistols. Yes, there is a caveat that it's against the Asian teams who, for some reason, most of them don't know how to play an anti-eco or an anti-force spy, which doesn't really help matters for them. But here they come. Contact play. Blitz caught jumping out in the open, and Flying's gonna find him. Now, the smoke's gonna be coming in. Hawk tossing into smoke of his own as well. That's actually a great smoke. That's gonna prevent them from pushing in, because if you look at a smoke, Stinko, it's one for connector, one for jungle, right? And that's going to be stairs control rested by Checkmate. Hawk boosted up by his teammate, but Xiao Sage, he sneaks on in with a Mac, and he finds Kaz, and now it's a 5v3. And looking at the money for Checkmate, they just might want to go for the save here. They need to fall on back. They don't have the money. As Techno gets caught out, Hawk at least replies back, and he should try and make his escape, but Xiao Sage trying to find him. Hawk, he's going to pull off the great escape. Nice headshot. And this should be the two rifles being salvaged, Dinko. But the money, oh my word, the money is very grim. They're going to have a buy for Blitz. Hawk can drop a rifle. Rogue can drop a gun for Kaz, maybe. Techno's going to have, I don't know, like a UMP or a FAMAS. It's going to be a very grim buy. Yeah, it's grim. Yeah. It's not looking good.
Yeah, it's looking like it's in a real rough spot right now for Checkmate, and we're heading into a round that's so important for them. We call the timeout. They need to figure out what they're going to do and how these next two rounds are going to play out. Because if not, if they drop the ball, well, it's going to be Invictus taking this series 2-0. And coming into this, Invictus, we enter the tournament, you expect them to be a team that would walk over the likes of Checkmate, but with Checkmate giving us a lot of, getting a lot of respect from us and fans, based on the performances that they've had, beating Vici, right? 2-0, it's pretty impressive. And
they beat Vici 2-0 on Nuke as well.
It just makes no sense, right? And then you got the respect here for them, and you've kind of lost a little bit of respect in how you look at Invictus because of the way they've been performing and how inconsistent they've been. But you can't forget, Invictus, they didn't have a bad run in terms of the results. They also beat Tai Lu. They just haven't looked good doing it.
They also lost to Huatsai.
Yeah, we're gonna forget about that, boy. But for the most part, right? These hiccups and these results from Invictus, they're not good enough for that team, and the performance. Whoa, bro! Hello? Someone react there, bottle. Come on. Well, he goes down, and 2 opening kills coming in from Checkmate. Oh no, flying! This is the kind of flying round you need. 2 kills picked up for him. He turns the round in favor. Well, not in favor, but back at least within contention for his team. And he might just be able to get this. Oh, no, Techno. He was running and flying. He heard the footsteps of the player crossing CT. I think he was trying to get from behind, but there's no need to give up that position. It's such a solid spot into that. You've got to expect more than one player to be there. Yeah, that's a little rough from Flying. He does put them in a position that's winnable, though. The smoke's still available here from Viva. Where does he use it? Jungle flashed over the top as well. And now they push forward on towards the bomb side. Player on the bin as well on CT, so keep an eye on that. Viva, we scoped in. They can't commit to the plant just yet. They need to take more control of the bomb site. And Gay's got himself into a good spot. Now Viva going for the plant, but as soon as he goes down there, that's the peak from CT. And there's 2 players there. He should be dead. Finally, he's taken away. And Gay in a 1v3 clutch. He's going to have to make this work. A hero play from the leader, and it's not going to work out for them. It's Checkmate with 12.
As much as I appreciate Flying getting those 2 kills, him just staying alive, conveying information towards jungle is paramount. There was no need for him to go for that hero play, trying to get the flank onto the player towards CT spawn. I know we heard him, but just do the math, right? The CTs, they know where he got the kill. They know that he was near towards connector. There's a possibility jungle has been compromised. So of course the CTs are going to be wary of that position. They know he's most likely there. So it's not like he snuck on into that spot without being spotted out, right? Him just staying alive there, Dinko, they have jungle control. The bomb can be retrieved. They only have to worry about CD spawn and connector. In that case, they can just ignore CD spawn. They can just smoke off connector, and they can go for the plant because they know they have jungle cut off. So that was a massive, massive mistake from Flying, I feel like. And, well, they get punished for it. And Checkmate, they're not quite done yet. 4v5. A hero AK-47 for Destroyer, the rest of them were Deagles, but we know how absolutely filthy these Chinese players can be with the Desert Eagle, so Checkmate, they're going to be wary. They have to be wary, even though they have a man advantage.
Lock up into powers. Hawk with 1. Destroyer swinging huge from Destroyer. That's impressive. 2 kills being picked up in quick succession. And he's just changed this round. He changed the face of the round for Invictus, but then he ruins it. I never get too excited about Destroyer. He always disappoints you. Well, Viva, he's stuck it towards Firebox. Luckily, we've got Bottle here on the Deagle, and Viva has been an absolute animal in this series so far. Another kill for him.
Stop
Techno
peeking.
trying to win this clutch, and Viva peeks right into him. 13 HP, and all picked up for Bottle, and he's going to take the kill. 15-12, Invictus Gaming. That round was looking a little rough for them. But it's Destroyer, right? As often as he makes mistakes, as often as he looks a little bit rough.
This is
Huge plays out of Palace there. And 15-12.
It's so like, I just want to go into the mic because he gets a 2 kills, Dinko, and he swings wide. And then you see this 1v2 Viva. Why are you peeking? Like, you've got the kill. You know where the final player is. Techno has to come to you. He has to come to you. And Bottle's holding the line with an AWP. There's no way you can lose that. And yet he goes peeking, Dinko. As we do have the final potential round coming in here in this best of 3 series. It is a Hail Mary buy, and Viva's gonna go peeking in dry with the AWP. He sees a smoke, and he's gonna find Blitz. He's down to 16 points of health, though. But still, it's a 4v4. Hawk, can he find a second kill is the question. Destroyer's going to spot him out there, Dinko. And one by one, they're starting to fall. All 3 CDs, though, gathering up towards his A-bomb site. And Destroyer, oh, he hears Kaz. He hears Kaz. He knows where he is. And Kaz, in the smoke, somehow pulls off the great escape. There's still man advantage for Invictus.
Yeah, Invictus in a good spot right now. They just need to close it and not make too many mistakes. And Viva, oh no, runs right into the open. Destroy's got 1 kill back. Kaz on the Deagle, doing them dirty. And while Rope, he'll be looking for this kill, but it's Destroyer again, being the difference maker in such an important round for the team. Kaz, a last remaining player, and Flying is just too much to handle. He was an extra player they just couldn't account for. And that is going to be a 2-0 win from Invictus. You know, it wasn't the best performance from Invictus, but it was much better than what we've seen a lot of the time in the group stages. So 2-0 win nonetheless. They get it over the line. A few mistakes here and there, of course, from the Invictus team. But nonetheless, 2-0. It's not a result you guys predicted. I thought a 2-1 from Invictus. I thought they'd be able to edge it out, but no, none of us predicted a 2-0 coming into today. And maybe Tom, maybe Mitch, this is a bit of an underperformance, a little bit of a shaky play style from Checkmate coming into the playoffs.
Yeah, I guess like it's not too much of a surprise when we look at how the first map went. I think we all expected this map to go the way of Invictus. It is just a shock that we ended up in a position where Checkmate have looked relatively flat in that first map compared to what we expected of them, compared to the heads that they've taken and they were given access towards the end. Now, in this one here, I guess it's kind of just more of the same, right? First half of Inferno was Bottle dominating in a lot of these duels. He comes through, he does it yet again. You look to Viva, the consistency is definitely there. And I do wonder for Checkmate, you know, if this team doesn't end up picking up Techno, I would be beyond surprised. Like, it would be an unbelievable mistake for me if they don't manage to pick him up. And if they don't, hell, that's a great opportunity for anybody else. I think he's had his pretty amazing debut.
Yeah, he has. And Tom, one thing is Invictus. They did get punished for so many mistakes, but I feel like they got away with too many rounds, which they really shouldn't have won, right? Too many BS rounds, as we like to call it. That's a technical term for it, obviously. And unfortunately for Checkmate, yeah, they just don't have the star power, I guess, when it comes to, you know, pulling off these sort of rounds, which Invictus they seem to do every time and time again. You have Viva, you have Bottle, you have everyone just stepping up and having these clutch moments, so to speak.
I genuinely believe that if Checkmate could fix their anti-ecos, they could be a top 4 team within the region. I think that this game, this map in particular, but the last one you could also argue it, I think they lost it off of that. Like, sure, they had a few rounds of their own where there were a couple of clutches going their way, but they lost so many stupid pistol rounds. And most of the time it was like a player just peeking through a smoke, or like we saw with Destroyer, where they just can't even counter a man who just ran out of Palace and got 2 kills. Like, those are plays that you're not going to learn, I guess, if you're watching top tier opposition. You're not gonna, if you watch an Astralis, you're not gonna be like, oh yeah, I remember that one time where Zippix ran through a smoke and got, like, you're not gonna learn if you're watching someone like them. But that's not the region you're playing in, unfortunately. So I think I want this team to do really well, because I'd love to see them get to a European event, because I think they have the structure to actually, like, maybe do some damage and have a good match versus some of those teams. I do agree that at the moment, at least individually, I don't think they're quite as good. But then again, they're more explosive players. Like Blitz, for example, didn't show up throughout this whole series, really. Like Hawk had some very quiet starts to matches, and I think, as said, ultimately, if they manage to win most of the anti-ecos that they played, I think they win that map. Like, it's unfortunate because that's Invictus, that's them in the nutshell. We've talked about them before and spoken about how Viva could just win any round with the Deagle, and he had probably the best series we've seen from him throughout this whole tournament. Like, he hasn't had a clean 2 maps, I feel, pretty much throughout the whole event. So if he's going to show up, he's going to win you a lot of pistol rounds. That's going to make it very easy for Invictus to win.
Indeed, it will. And we do have, of course, the updated brackets, or take a look at the brackets as how it will be playing out for the duration of this tournament, where we have, of course, Invictus 2-0ing Checkmate. It is the opening game, and if you're a Checkmate fan, not to be afraid. We still have, a game which is going to be played later on. And I could be wrong here. Wait, are they knocked out already?
No, they're in the lower bracket. You see a 5th place decider, so they can't. They'll be in the 5th place BO3. But they won't not out of the tournament, but they'll be playing.
But they are out of the running of making it from it towards
they can't make it
the placings. That's so unfortunate, man. I want to see more from Checkmate, but it does also go to show that even though it's a double elimination bracket, it's a lot on the line. So Tiger is going to be facing Bren next. Now, we know Tiger have looked good recently, Mitch, but at the same time, Bren, they are an unknown quantity. And imagine a world where Tiger gets knocked out and have to play their countrymen for a 5th, 6th place decider. That would be a scary proposition for Urkas and his men.
I mean, Tiger just played D13 and lost 2-1. There is no reason that they cannot lose to Bren, a team who have just played D13 and won 2-1. I think that they're under serious threat, because recently the form Tiger have been on has been questionable at the best of times. So I really think that in this series, I'm hoping that it's this magic of the playoffs, right? Sometimes we see teams come through and all of a sudden they're able to deliver a far better performance than what we've seen before. I'm hoping that's what we're going to have come through here, because if they're not delivering a better performance than the group stages, I don't think it's going to look too pretty.
Making the final. That's all I'm saying.
Making the final. All right, cool. How much you putting on that, Dinko?
None at all, because I don't bet on the games that I'm working on, Mitch.
Just me and you.
Oh, but you bet on other games. Aha.
No.
Gotcha. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be going for a little bit of a longer break right now, but coming up next, it is going to be Tiger facing off against Bren. Winner moves on to face Vici. Loser, unfortunately, will have to just play for the 5th, 6th placing playoffs against Checkmate later on. But that is coming up after a break, so don't go anywhere.
Coming up next.
it was the room. Keep them guessing, see it's great when they assume. I play to win, I play to win. We play to win. Making sure I don't say this all again. Outside, you can never box me in. We play to win. Never follow, I came here to set the trend. Break them all if the rules won't bend. We play to win. And if you need the proof, then check stats. I got the answers if you're trying to test that. I'm taking off, you can watch as I ascend. You can ask me how I do it, I just say we play to win. Stars never settle for the moon. Spread my wings, all I needed was the room. Keep them guessing, see it's great when they assume. I play to win, I play to win.
this dream, flying through the stars, flying past rich, undiscovered worlds, impossible wonders that leave me lying awake, breathless. And in this dream, I hear this voice calling my name. When I turn to look, I used to have this dream.
Welcome back, everyone, to the playoffs here in Perfect World Asia League Fall 2020. My name is Blair, and as usual, joining me are going to be these three wonderful gentlemen. We got Dinko, we got Tom, and we got Mitch. And we're not going to be wasting any time. We're going to be jumping into the second game of the day. Again, loser, well, they're not going to be progressing anymore. They're going to be joining Checkmate, battling it out for the 5th spot. Winner is going to go on to face off against Vici later on tomorrow. And it's going to be Bren versus Tiger. Let's start with you, Dinko. Tiger, they've looked good. They've looked bad. Which team are you going to be seeing today?
I think playoffs of a 100k event. Tiger, I feel like we're gonna get to see the good version of them. I think coming into this, I have to predict that. I had just like how I had to predict Invictus to win against Checkmate. They win 2-0. Okay, definitely looked a little shaky at times, but I think throughout the playoffs, at least for the first couple of games, I'm going to be predicting the favorites to win because these teams, although they have been shaky and have had results that would maybe lead you to predict against them, I just can't because Tiger going to be making the final. I called that, so I can't really go back on that. And I think up against Bren, everything should align, and Tiger should be taking this on a good day.
Yeah, well, I mean, they should be on paper. But then Mitch, Bren, they've made it, right? They've made it to the playoffs. They're a team we didn't expect to really perform. They have struggled in previous RMR events as well. And for them, I mean, what better time for them to really show up? They have looked good when it comes to Derek. Yes, Micro still, I feel like, I don't want to blame him alone. I feel like they, as a team, struggle as to where to really put him across. But as a team, as an overall unit, they've been looking much better than, let's say, the previous PAL.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. You know, I'm going to draw a line in the sand right now. I'm just looking it up. What it's going to cost £70. Okay, cool. So if they lose this game, if Tiger end up going down to 5th place decider, I'm going to book a flight from Mongolia to Australia. And we're going to get our cast on that. He's going to be able to zip over, get back there. I think Tiger need to make some serious changes if they come in playing like they have before.
Oh,
like,
£70. Is that all, Mitch?
£70 actually is quite cheap, so I don't mind. You know, I'll
come with you.
You're gonna come. No, that's from Mongolia.
That's
I don't know where you think
Australia's going to allow you guys inside.
I don't know where you think I live.
Going there.
Yeah,
but we should go to Mongolia
Mongolia.
nonetheless. Let's go on a road trip, Mitch.
Let's just go to
A
Mongolia.
road trip, Mitch.
It's like throwing a dart at a map and going there. Let's go there. But the thing is, while we're there, as I said before, we can bring our sleep dart. We can tranquilize our cast, chuck him in a suitcase, get him over to Australia. We're sorted. We need to get him out because it's like at times Tiger have looked so flat. Urkaz has been the one in the games they're losing. He's up there with like 25 kills going, guys, it's like a horror movie. He's just alone all of a sudden. No one's there. And we've seen so many signs of life from these guys. Like, it's not like you can point at literally any one of these players and go, he's the problem. It's that they're not gelling on the same level at the moment. And I want to put that down to them not being fully focused, not really being able to come in and take the games too seriously, knowing that they'd make playoffs. But this is a team realistically that said in the interviews before this tournament, we want to be beating Tyler. We want to take the crown and all this sort of stuff. Get back out. We won the first or more. We're going to do it now. You're not going to do that playing the way they have been. If they can't beat Bren 2-0, then I think there's some serious problems.
I have to agree with you on that. And Mitch, let's talk a bit about the map vetoes and which way this one might go. They did face off against each other earlier in the group stage. It was Tiger getting the win. It was a 2-1 victory where they did lose Dust 2 to Bren, a map that Tiger usually go as a first pick.
Yeah, so Dust 2 and Mirage have been a feature of these two teams' map pool for the last two times that they faced off against each other as the initials. And I can see that being repeated here. The only problem for me really is when you look at how the Dust 2 has gone. So they lost it last time. Then when they played up against Bren the time before, they won 16-5, but they lost Mirage. It's just been this flip-flop where the consistency isn't quite there. I could see Tiger also try to pull out something a little bit more left field, but really it relies on Bren making a bit of a mistake. Like when it comes to vetoes, we expect Overpass and Vertigo to go out straight away based on how Bren are playing at the moment, which means Train and Nuke are open picks, and Nuke especially would be a really good pick if Tiger can get that through, because Bren haven't looked great on that map. So I'd like to see that as a bit of a curveball from what we've seen previously, but I don't know. I feel like with these two teams, they're going to just go with the tried and tested Dust 2 Mirage.
Well, let's take a look at the map, Vito, and Tom. Maybe you can just share your thoughts as well as to what's really gone on here. Dust 2 getting picked, Nuke getting banned out. That's surprising from Bren, Tom. Or is it? I don't know.
To an extent, I would say that one of the maps that Tiger have actually looked pretty decent on has been Nuke. So I guess if it's one that you don't feel particularly confident on, you're just going to avoid it completely. So I can understand that. It opened up a couple of other maps, but ultimately Vertigo's not played by either team, and Overpass is one that's really lowly played as well. By Tiger. So I think Bren have actually played this veto fairly well. They've avoided a map that they're not very good at and know that their opponent won't pick the other two. Dust 2, kind of expected, but I'm kind of surprised it was picked by Tiger, considering it's been a little bit questionable. I think their T sides have been very good. I think their CT sides have been very poor. So if they manage to fix those problems, then maybe they can make it work. Also worth noting, they lost the map to Bren earlier in the tournament, so they must be feeling like they fixed all the problems from the last time they played. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't be picking it versus them.
Yeah, and looking at the map stats as well, Dingo, this is actually favoring Bren, right? I know that stats don't mean everything, but Inference map is very 50-50 for both the teams. And then you look at Mirage, Bren definitely have a much better win record. They play the map more times as well. And like Tom just mentioned right there, Dust 2 getting picked. If I'm Bren, if I'm on the Filipino side, you're seeing a world where he can potentially take the win here.
Yeah, this is the best chance for Bren. I don't know if I'd say heavily favors them or anything. I just think it's the best figure they could have got out of it. I definitely feel like the maps are still comfortable enough for Tiger. But Dust 2, like Tom said, the last time these guys played, it was a win for Bren. I feel like Tiger, I don't think that's going to be replicated today. I think Tiger, overall, when you look at it, when you take an average, they're probably going to win Dust 2 against Bren more than they're going to lose it. So I'm pretty comfortable in that one. But Dust 2, it could be a risky affair if their CT side completely capitulates. Yeah, I feel like there's different ways Tiger could have gone with this. I feel like the veto could have given them slightly more. I think honestly they look decent on Nuke. The fact that Bren banned that is a good call. I think Tiger have actually looked pretty good recently on Nuke. So coming into this, the best chance for Bren overall in terms of how the map pool has played out. Although it's not going to be easy for them at all. I still favor Tiger in the series, but this is the best chance for Bren to give us a good game.
Any plays in particular, Mitch, for the side of Tiger who you would be keeping an eye on, aside from Urkas and Cabal, as long as Cabal's not wielding the AWP? Like, everyone else has been kind of hit or miss, right? Yeah, you have Dobu stepping up, but then Nine's kind of quiet, and then Nine steps up, but he's not as impactful with the AWP as we'd like him to be, for example.
The last couple games that we've seen, I think Dobu's been the third man for me that's impressed. Obviously, Urcast and Cabal are the ones we're going to look at, as you said. But I feel like I'm just looking back at the game they had versus D13. Nobody really played that well. But I'm imagining that Dobu will be the one that I want to see step it up, that I want to see get involved early. Because if he turns up, you've always got Cabal. Urcast has been a pretty consistent factor. So that alone should be enough to bring them across the finish line. Because Bren, they don't play structured Counter-Strike. They don't necessarily have the best of teams. Like, we have seen individuals struggle massively map to map. There's been huge inconsistencies. And so, in a way, I guess this is kind of a good matchup. They're made for each other.
Well... Oh, almost pulled off a Mitch right there. I almost muted myself. But I have managed to salvage that. I do believe we have the game almost ready to go live. Look, listen, gentlemen, our predictions in the first game, that didn't kind of go the way we expected it to. But Tom, let's start with you real quickly. Invictus, they managed to upset all of us earlier. Not
all,
upsetting
not all,
themselves though.
not all.
No, apart from Dinko, of course, Dinko got it right.
I have
The
to
rest
make
of us
sure.
screwed it
Just
up.
let it know, Tom. I don't get them all wrong.
But quickly,
Well, just for the pure banter, it's going to be a
no.
very easy 2-0 for Tiger. Like, they couldn't possibly lose this one. Like, there's
Why has he done this?
I agree,
absolutely
Tom.
no chance.
I agree, Tom.
Dinko's already said he expects Tiger to reach the final, so I know what his prediction is going to be. Easy 2-0 for Tom. I'm going to say an easy 2-0 for Dinko as well. Heck, it might be an
For
easy
Dinko.
3-0 as well.
Easy.
Yeah, Dinko's is going to own Bren. Mitch, let's try and be a little rational here, Mitch. Which way do you think this one's going to go?
I think Tiger should be winning this. I do think they've missed a trick, though, when it comes to that veto train, as Tom said. Would have been a great pick. Definitely better than Dust 2. Anything is better than Dust 2 as a pick for yourself, especially if you've got better stats on the map, especially if your opponents have been losing that map to pretty trash teams. So it is shocking that Tiger didn't pick that. I think they definitely have missed out on that opportunity, but I'm going to say 2-1. I can see Tiger having a little bit of a hiccup on this. I think they shouldn't. They should win 2-0, but they've just been so inconsistent. I think it's very difficult to sit in their camp confidently.
Well, we do have 2-0s, 2-1s, but everyone kind of favoring Tiger. Heck, I'm going to say Tiger as well. I have to believe in my boy Urkas and Cabal. But gentlemen, I do believe that the game's about to go live. So Tom, Mitch, take it away.
Alrighty, so Tom, excited. That's more energy than I've ever seen from you in the morning. I know Dinko's a little bit lagging behind today. He wasn't feeling too great. I mean, sometimes things just don't line up in the morning, but
It's hard to get up. I mean, in the morning. Sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. Usually isn't for Dinko, but I guess every now and then it's gonna just hit you a little bit hard. You know, you can't do his morning ritual every single day, can you, Tom?
Yeah, I've heard he occasionally takes something for that, but you know, I think it's caffeine.
I heard
pills,
it's
of course, caffeine
more
pills.
frequent than occasionally. I believe he takes them rectally. But anyways, as we look into Tiger versus Bren, this is a this is well, what? It's a medical. Everyone should feel comfortable to take medicine however they feel.
Look,
like they
don't
should,
do
you
that
know?
with caffeine pills, please. Never ever do that, please.
Oh well.
God.
Here we go. We're jumping into the game, Tom. It's about time to get into the match. And Tiger, they're on the T side starting things off, looking for a little bit of aggression out towards long. And, well, Pro has shut them down on that one straight away.
Yeah, no, a really nice start for Pro. And, hey, he's going to continue it on. It's actually Pappy Chula. Okay, now I'm very confused. Pappy got another kill, then he peeked out and got another one. Okay, I've confused myself a little bit. Pro's still going. No fear. Definitely shouldn't get another kill. But you know what? He's feeling confident. He's feeling like he can take those fights. He's got Derek alongside him. And, well, one hell of a way to kick off this match. It's Bren to get themselves the pistol round. And something I mentioned a little bit in the pre-show, Tiger's CT sides of this map have been something to almost avoid your eyes to. I don't think they've been good at all. I think their T sides have a lot of the time been Urkus getting like 19, 20 kills to be able to drag them over the line. I'm very surprised at this map choice. I'll be honest. Like I think that it's a map that they're okay at. I would say as a third map, no problems. But to pick it when you know that your opponents like to play it as well, that's what confuses me. Because I think you could have guaranteed this as a third map, right? I think that if you really wanted to play it, you could have easily had it as a third. I don't think Bren are going to ban it out. It's the one that they won last time. In fact, they might have even picked it. So to pick it yourself is peculiar. The only thing I can read into it is that they've worked on improving this map specifically versus Bren after losing it last time. But that is that's still a bold pick to make when you could have had a train. And I honestly think Bren's train has been one of the worst maps we've seen from a team in this tournament. Like, they can't hold the B site at all.
Yeah, that's why it's so confusing. I mean, you just look at the results as well. They've lost versus terrible teams. Anytime they've played someone legit, Tiger, Vici, Tyloo, they just get smashed. Invictus as well. So I really don't get it. I think, as I said, they missed a trick on that one for sure. And, well, they're missing a lot more than just tricks on this one. They're missing shots. Pistols, can't really do a whole bunch with them, and you certainly don't want to walk out with no kills, but sometimes that's how it goes. As Bren come up 2-0 and a very convincing early start. Now they come up against the rifles, though, Tom, and this is where things can be a little bit tricky. You see, though, with the investment Bren made into majority rifles, one scout, which I guess is technically a rifle as well, they've gotten themselves a pretty decent start. Like, this third round doesn't see really any disadvantages for them. And they have that little bit of extra cash. It's the benefit of not losing anybody in the second, and especially of not investing into, 4 SMGs or 5, as we've seen some teams do, much to my dismay.
Still, this is basically where we need to see Tiger starting to get off the mark. As I said, if they're looking to, well, firstly get to the final, like I know that's Dinko's prediction, but they have to beat Vici as well. So realistically, Vici are only going to be preparing for one match at the moment, and it's not going to be Bren. They're getting ready for Tiger. So Tiger need to almost win this one cleanly without showing too much, which is not the easiest task in the world. Nonetheless, Bren probably aren't the main team on their radar. That's the other thing for Tiger as well you have to bear in mind. They already know who their next opponent is going to be. It's a bit of a odd thing to have in a playoffs bracket. Obviously, we saw it quite regularly throughout the LAN events last year, that we had a team go straight through to the semifinals. It makes things a little bit quicker when it comes to the playoffs bracket. Nonetheless, Dobu's actually going to assist a suicide, as Dobu has jumped straight off. And while it's left with NCL just about getting the trade, they will get the bomb down, with the majority of the players looking to try and make their way back through CT. Anybody playing into mid might just play into the hands of Cabal.
That's the idea, right? It makes up for the lack of long control that they have. And Cabal, well, he's able to get that kill nice and easy, player with his back turned. They know they haven't got long, so they're conscious of a player being there, and that spray just gives it away as Zercast comes on through to put down Wits, and this should be the win for Tiger straight away. 9 able to easily take another. There you go. 2-1. Tiger with a solid buy round. I do like that approach. You know, a lot of teams have been in this sort of in denial sometimes. Like, they won't take long control, but then they'll just forget about it, or they'll leave it completely open for that retake to come through. But this time they make a little bit more of a passive stance when it comes down to the short control, instead of I guess simultaneously more aggressive and passive, because they've got that player who's over towards top mid. He can just tuck in and watch it, which means then they can focus on CT and long instead of having to commit so heavily towards taking those fights on short.
This round, unfortunately for Bren's, not going to be a hefty investment. Cabal, bit of a wild spray, chance to pick up a rifle. They've got the bomb there, so realistically we can't see too much of a reface to try and kill off that player. You don't want to see the bomb. Okay, I was going to say dropped, but it has been. Pro, he's just coming up trumps with the deagle. He's now left in mid. That's him dead. It seems to be the cursed AK. Whenever it's retrieved, the person then dies with it. A little bit of a shrouded vision off the back of the Molotov is actually going to hand NCO a kill. I don't know why he's still fighting this. Like, realistically, maybe Dobu just wanted to get back to 0 kills, but just go get that bomb down. It's not worth throwing away another life and potentially giving away a 2-on-1.
I'm just checking out the poll here on Twitter, Tom. PGL tweeted out a poll of Tiger versus Bren, and 69% voted for Tiger.
I voted for Tiger. I think I was it said 100% when I voted, so
there you go. Well, 69% in the end have decided to go for Tiger, and I think that's quite shocking to me, honestly, that it's that low. I would think that they're relatively heavy favorites coming into this match. But obviously, Tom, too many people out there have been hurt in the past. They've seen the inconsistencies. They've seen the problems. It's just on an individual level. I mean, yes, Derek, look, he's the shining light of Bren. He's the one that does the heavy lifting the majority of the time. But they need there's so many more win conditions alongside him that need to show up. And I don't believe in that, to be honest. I think that if you see both of these teams on poor form, Tiger are the one that take it then. So it's only if Bren come in on the best form of the tournament that they manage to win this matchup.
Well, that's what we're going to be hoping for here. I'd like to see a good showing from Bren. Of course, this is still one of those matches that... It's weird. It eliminates you from the tournament, but you do still have to play another match for some extra moolah. I think for both the teams we've seen go down, or the first team we've seen go down, it's expected. From the beginning of the tournament, at least. This round, though, a little bit of a back and forth. Pro's been putting up some pretty hefty numbers, but a few of the normal heavy hitters are missing. Derek potentially being one of them, and now Wits trying to put his stamp on this match. Bombs down. 1 versus 2 on the B site. Never an easy task, but especially in these sort of circumstances when utility's been expended to slow him down. There also isn't a kit, but I wouldn't be overly surprised if there was one somewhere on the site. We'll never know, as he is not going to get anything done. Dobu gets his 3rd kill of the game, and you might think, yes, I know, it says he's 2 and 3, but he did have an unfortunate fall.
He Humpty Dumpty'd off the short wall.
Were you injured at work and it wasn't your fault?
Well, it kind of was his fault. He did jump off a 2-story balcony.
He wouldn't have died if he wasn't shot, though. I don't think that's his fault.
I don't know. No, I'm not 100% sure, but I don't know if injury lawyers for you works for terrorists. I'll be honest, I don't think they do.
Shot in the face. We don't
trying
cover
to
that.
blow up a bomb site, and some counter-terrorist shot me. Well, don't know we'll get that through the courts, to be honest. I do see some objections.
I wouldn't be the one to object. Yeah, no, just put the AK down, and we can agree to whatever terms you need.
Not the bomb, of course. You can keep that, just the AK. That's all I'm scared
of. The timing! Nine's now going to get a TK as well. Another kill removed, and Dobu, well, he's just gone right up to the top of the board. 6 kills for him. 4 on the board for Tiger as well. As said, though, like, I expect them to win this T side. And them winning this T side, for anybody at home, does not mean they're going to win the map. I still remember them versus Checkmate on one of the first days of the tournament. 10-5 half, lost. I think they lost convincingly as well. And that was even with Urkus getting, like, I think he ended on 22 kills, but he got 19 of them in the first half. So that's where their weaknesses have been. Yeah. I think we've seen in the past, especially, that Nine, although is a decent AWPer, definitely not on the level of some of the other players. Like if we look at a Dan King or a Kaze, he's not quite matched up in that regard. And I think that's definitely a problem on some other maps. Maybe that's why they didn't go for Train. But I still would have preferred to see it. But this is going relatively well so far. Money's starting to build up on their side of things as well. And this buy's still not particularly good. I don't know if this is the CT side investing far too much money. They have to bear in mind, they've lost 4 rounds in a row. So they are getting towards maximum loss bonus. And one of their players still doesn't have enough money to buy.
Less than ideal for sure, Tom. And I mean, you know, you look at Tiger, I gotta say, just on that point of the AWP and pick and train, sure, maybe you don't go there versus some teams because you think you'll be outgunned in the AWPing department. Wits, though.
Yeah, I get your point.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think that's somewhere that you'd be too afraid. Like, he is decent at times, and he has some great games, but to be honest, last season he was way worse. This time I think he's definitely improved.
So by next season he'd be amazing.
No, but I got to give him props because he has improved, and the Bren team in general has improved. The thing for me, you know, you look at these guys. I always liked Ja in this lineup. I think he was a really good player, but Micro's filling a decent role. I just want to see a little bit more from them. I'm looking forward to next season, next or more event. But for now, Wits, well, we talked about the AWPing duel, and he's not won it. Nine's just wrecked him on that wide swing. Derek gets ticked away by the molly, but he makes a brave play going up towards the top of the ramp. They suspect it, but he's still able to get 1 kill. Fades to the site, but that's where Urcast was waiting for him. And now able to find the kill, leaves it just down to Pro, who has already picked up 1 in this 1v3.
He's had a good start to this game, and that can be enough sometimes for him to have that hero-level performance. Not normally one of their heavy hitters, but we have witnessed it a couple of times, and that's a really nice shot. A bit of an overface, if anything, from Nine. But it doesn't matter. Urkus, he's that stable rock on the site. He's going to get himself a 5th kill in this game. And more importantly, a 5th round for Bren. And we are going to see, again, a few minor investments coming up for the side of Bren. Just trying to invest a little bit into this round to try and do some extra damage. And they made the last one costly, at least. You'll see a few reinvestments. In fact, NCL, I think he wants to try and make a little bit of that cash back. Derek actually going to peek in front of the smoke. The nade, oh, that's unfortunate. I think it went in between a couple of players, so it didn't actually do anywhere near as much damage as it could have done if it was a second before or a second after.
Now for Bren, this kind of round is null and void, really. And it's kind of scary, right? 6-2, most probably going to be on the board. It all comes down to Derek, whether that's going to be the case or not. And I mean, the dude has got a scout, and most of the T's are coming to long, so an opportunity there for sure. He's just spraying through that smoke, but as he swings a little wider, gets a little more eager to find some kills. Well, again, he just finds that op of 9, who's consistently been opening up this site whenever they do manage to get control down towards the pit. It seems like he's ready for these over faces of Bren. Now, obviously, in this round, you've got a scout. You want to try force those fights. They'll accept it, Tom, but if they do it in the next, well, that's where we're going to have a problem.
Nice shot from Pro. It's definitely good to see him performing decently, but at the same time, it's not really had too much in terms of actual impact. Like, he's just making these rounds very, very costly for his opponents, and it seems like it's more just them hunting him down a little bit too much. Pro, you don't need to take this fight. He does still manage to get a second kill with the Deeg. Or second with the AK, one with the Deeg before that. Want to see him bring this AK into the next round. As I said, there's been a few players slightly overspending in a few of these rounds, but this will be at least a decent 4-buy from them. If they fancy a double AWP, they can invest into it, although I'm not sure they're really going to be the team to do it. I can't think of a particularly convincing secondary AWP for this squad. Micro as well, this is one of the maps mainly, I think, where we see the biggest weaknesses from them, because again, he doesn't look comfortable on the beat side. He doesn't look comfortable in many of the roles it seems like the squad have tried to put him into, and that can sometimes be an issue with a new player. But he doesn't necessarily seem like one that is a supportive player. It seems like he's just being put in a supportive role.
I'm curious about Witz's hold. I want to see more aggression on long in this round, Tom. And it looks like that's what we're going to see. 4 players going here early. Witz coming around with the op, but there's no one there this time. A bit of a refocus from Tiger. Now, we've seen their short control over A, but it's a very fast play. Straight down to the bottom of mid. Good trade to Witz. Smoke off, and I don't even think they're going to go B off this. Well, certainly not with the short aggression, with the bomb moving down through short now as well. But Derek spotted this. I think he's just heard the steps, and he's realized what's going on. But as they lose the A side, this is chaotic.
Well, already bomb's going to be planted. CT side actually in with a good opportunity this time, and some fairly aggressive angles being taken by the attacking side. But nonetheless, they are now going to cross back and open plant. It shouldn't really be possible from this point onwards, but as said, we've seen some fairly aggressive faces. I like all the counter flashes that they're throwing out. They're just making things very awkward for the CTs as they start to retake. Dobu is going to connect the first with the AWP, and in the end, the crossfire is enough. Tiger again strutting across this T side, seemingly not really even breaking a sweat. Although, as said, a few of these rounds have been close. If you look at the numbers in terms of the actual rounds, they're not that close at all, and already gliding their way towards a half victory. Bren need to show something here, because even if we're going to see a poor T side from Tiger, right, Mitch? 2 rounds isn't enough.
No, I don't think it is, Tom. I don't think it quite is. When you look at Bren, you know, their T side Yeah, I don't know. Even a poor CT side from Tiger, I don't know if Bren will be able to match up to it just pound for pound. This man here, Derek, he's been a big force, as we said, but with just Deagles in their hands, not a lot he can hope for. Really, the onus is on Pro to come through and really deliver with this op. It's a big weapon to have, and if he can at least save it, that wouldn't be too bad. But instead, he does what they've done so many times on this A side, and wide swings on long, and guess what happens? They get opt again. This time it's not by 9, it's by Cabal, and evidently even his, at times, atrocious opping is enough to shut them down. Tom, I don't get it. We know that's wide swinging on... One thing is for sure, when they give up control of A long, Tiger get into the pit. And one other thing is for sure is that op is in the pit. It's been there every time they've gone for long control. And of the last, 5 rounds, at least 3 of them have featured a player on Bren wide swinging on the A site and getting dropped by that op. Now, when you've got it the first time, fair enough. You're trying it. You see what they're doing.
P90?
That's okay. Then you do it with a scout. Well, why would you do it with the one op that you've got in a round?
Why would you buy a P90?
Another great question. Can't give you an answer to that, Tom.
What? Yeah, no, I think the thing that annoys me about that round, obviously it's one where you could expect the Orc to take some riskier plays. Pro might not have necessarily seen what had been happening to his teammates over the last few rounds. The thing that frustrates me is they all peek one by one. Like, if 2 of them run through the smoke and he peeks with the AWP, there's a high chance they get a kill off the back of that. If he peeks, then another guy peeks the same angle, and then another one runs through the smoke. You've all just handed away individual kills versus rifles. That's just silly. That's just not even team play. So do that together, and I can get behind it. I can at least give you a reason as to why you did it. But do it one by one, and, well, you deserve to get killed like you did. Well, double up setup, a P90, an AUG, and a M4. 1 M4 on the CT side. Not something I particularly wanted to see. But, you know, maybe it'll work. Maybe there's some magic left. Pappy will all, prove us all wrong. Pappy's P90. Maybe the P stands for Pappy. Pappy 90. There you go. I'm trying to find a reason. I've not had to watch this gun too often in competitive play. I know that I think Furio were messing around with it a little bit. Maybe Pappy's been watching them, but I also feel like they might have just got a little bit bored and did it for the meme. There we go. Already, one player's going to jump down into CT. That's going to make things very difficult for any rotations and leave the remaining players towards this B site out to dry. Pro is going to manage to find one, though. He's as I said, he's looked very good so far in this match. Dobu might be the surprise factor, though, although he's throwing a Molotov, and that might give it away. And NCL's also been caught. Now, NCL got far more aggressive than I would have liked, holding in that connector or in the CT spot. And I think he's actually the reason they lose the round. Like, your job in CT is to stop players rotating. If you wide peek, they can rotate. And he died... Not even like just on the edge, like on the corner of CT. Well, you could see it there. He died in the middle.
Yeah, it was silly. Especially after they'd already lost the player on B. That's the point where the aggression in your head should just be pulled back and go for a tamer approach. But evidently he believed in the strat. He went all out, and it has not paid off.
So many angles you can die from there as well.
Yeah, it was silly. It was absolutely silly.
I don't understand.
You know, when I look down towards the position now for Tiger, though, 8-3, they're not worried. I think they're a team that could afford to go for a full P90 rush for the memes and just see how it goes.
I don't think they are. I don't think their CT side's very good.
But no, as we said, you know, they will definitely struggle on the CT side, but the reality is, do Bren have what it takes to punish them? And
that's true.
I don't know. If they get to 10, 11 rounds, I don't think so. And they've got, I wouldn't say plenty to play with, but considering how the things have been going so far, they've got plenty to play with. I like this aggressive stance by Derek, but he has to come up huge. Oh, I don't like this aggressive stance.
maybe a little bit too far. It obviously doesn't know how many players are on the other side, but this makes you very uncomfortable. They look away from the flash, though, and they all line up for Derek. He's going to get a triple kill from there. That's unbelievable. Make that the 4th. We're going to get a second ace today already. It's left on to Dobu to jump down, and he's going to meet Pappy. It's a 4K for Derek. These are the sort of rounds we love to see from him so far in this tournament. I'm surprised he got away with as much, though. The first kill, understandable. Even the second, but the third player was running backwards and trying to jump away. That's interesting. And then Cabal, well, he just was hoping that he'd eventually be the one to get the trade, but... Yeah, that's a couple of rounds in a row now where Tiger, like, sure, if he gets 2 there, I'm like, well done. That was great, Derek. 4?
A little bit much, right? I really, really respect the change up, because as I said previously when we were looking at Wits coming here early, was that I wanted to see more aggression on that long hold, and I feel like they've given way too much space towards Tiger, and that change up was exactly what they needed. Now you can see for a second Derek took the aggression to the extreme. He went to wide swing on it, but then decided better of it and just tucked up at the door. Perfectly done. The flash came over, it was behind him, and he was just able to absolutely shred these guys. Something that Tiger were not expecting at all. And that is a real forced pump of the brakes. I mean, at the moment, Tiger were in a spot where they wanted to go to what worked, right? Getting the long control, waiting for the player to inevitably swing out on the A site and give them that 2-man advantage. But the change up of the holds has caused them now to rethink their strategy completely. And instead, they're looking in towards the B side, somewhere that they haven't had any success so far. But with that change up of a long hold, they don't want to mess with Derek anymore. And you know what? I don't blame them.
Yeah, I feel like they also haven't had a full commit towards the B site yet. They just had that weird round where one player's like managed to get into CT, then one pushes, then another one tries to peek. We've not seen a full execute onto the B site. And as said, it's been a weakness for a lot of teams so far this tournament. Pro, he's getting forced out of the back. The Molotov's going to kill him. There's no escape at this point. And with Micro going down without anything getting done, that is the B site firmly under the control. And that's always the fear for me with Bren, is I don't like to harp on one player, but there are too many matches now. It's just there's too big a sample size of matches where Micro does nothing. Like, he'll have 1 or 2 where he's like, oh, he got a 20 kill game. Maybe this is the time where he's finally going to show that he's the right replacement. And then there's like 8 games in response where the answer is evidently no. And as said, I don't think that he's a comfortable site hold. I think that they've even started switching things up, as you saw there, having Pro deep within the site and having Micro as like the sort of lurk player. But ultimately, it's not working. I mean, whatever they're doing is not working. And either that means that he's going to have to be replaced, or they're going to have to try and move him around a bit.
Oh, man. I mean, look, Bren's basically getting a lifeline, because this should have been like a 10-3. No, what am I talking about? 12-3. I feel like Tiger, you know, they had a couple hiccups. It's been some really good positions by Bren. They've gotten themselves into definitely spots where they deserve to win the rounds that they have. But at the same time, Tiger have walked into the... Oh, this is an aggressive, very aggressive play by Wits. Now, I don't know what that was based off of, Tom. There's a smoke down. Like, that's an Xbox smoke. So that's going to give away... Probably these players are pushing short, right? You wide swing that with an op. Odds are you get traded. Obviously, you didn't expect the player to be in suicide where he was, but still. I failed to see what information came through on the CT side that they thought that was their best play.
Is he going to keep going? Even Urkus is like, I've seen this one before. You're going to keep trying to push me. And the rest of the team in the meantime have managed to get aggressively on towards this A site. And once the bomb's gone down, Tiger have looked unstoppable. It's mainly been the moments beforehand, and they've chucked it over to try and get the cross onto the site. And although Pappy's holding into long, he's expecting Urkus to be there. Urkus left a long time ago. Went to join up with the rest of the squad. Am I getting one of those games again? It seems like when Urkus has to hard carry, he does. When he doesn't need to, he normally has some of the quieter performances. Like, he's able to lurk a bit more. He reminds me in a sense of the way Azza plays. Like, if 100 Thieves are having a bad game, Azza will go, all right, guys, get in the backpack. Go on, get in the backpack. And that, what do you mean? He's like, I'm gonna win us a round, and then he'll just run down mid and kill everyone. Like just watch the way they play. It makes absolutely no sense. But if it's going bad for 100 Thieves, there'll be 2 rounds or 3 rounds that are just solely won by Azza. And I think Urkus is definitely within that same bracket where when the younger players, when the star players aren't performing, he just goes, get in the backpack, and I'll take us for a ride. And yeah, in this game, he hasn't needed to. Like, everybody's performing. It's been a solid performance across the board. Couple of rounds here and there where, like, the NCL questionable decision and obviously getting sprayed down by 1 man in long. But other than that, Tiger have had a relatively easy time. And if you lose 2 rounds, excluding the pistol, you're having a pretty good half.
Tom? I don't know if you could explain what we've just seen there from Derek, but with a man disadvantage walking through mid doors, maybe not the play. There was also an op spamming down, so he knew that player was there. He knew he was watching mid doors, and then he peeked it. I don't care if you've got an op in your hand or not. That is a crazy play, and one that they've rightfully been punished for. 11-4. At the halftime, Tiger leading by a significant margin, and I think there is very little hope for Bren at this stage. I mean, we have seen Tiger slip off when it comes to CT holds. I 100% agree, Tom, but they won 2 buy rounds there for Bren.
Yeah.
And in those was like Derek having a 4K shutdown of long. I don't see this going their way at all. I mean, they would have to turn things around massively. And even though Derek won them around, and Pro's been the one that's doing most of the work, 17 on the board. It's, I mean, it's been consistent from him. The only problem is most of the rounds where he's getting a kill, no one else is.
Yeah, and a lot also, he was getting a lot of deagle kills in rounds that are ultimately already done. So, sure, his statistics look great, and he's had a couple where they probably should have won it, but ultimately it doesn't matter too much. Now we move into the CT side, looking to take home that pistol and pretty much close out their map choice. As I said, the last time they played this, I'm almost starting to question if I'm right at this point, because I'm pretty sure Bren won it. I've said it multiple times. I even checked it earlier, but it doesn't feel like a team that previously won this. A bit better from Wits and Pro, and in fact, they've actually forced Urkus out of the site. Now, they've already used any utility they had, other than, of course, the kit. But, well, the bomb needs to go down for that to be utilized. Now we're going to see an after-plant position. Now, the T's are actually in a relatively good spot here. We're going to see Wits close out 9 already. Urkus and Dobu desperately trying to find a way back in, but ultimately this comes down to Dobu. Can he hit some tasty shots? The first one's for free. I'm not sure what the crossfire was that he's able to do that. And now Urkus down to 1 versus 1. This bomb, he can just defuse. Oh, his pro, he should get there in time. He should have this. He should have it, yeah. Oh, my goodness. That's, number 1, a horrible plant spot. And number 2, a horrible crossfire. But they get it. They make it work, Mitch. They make it work.
They do. I don't think they should have, but they do. It's one of those situations, Tom. This whole round's just been a little bit of a mess. So, like putting 10 players into a jar and shaking. I love how Derek
was in such an aggressive position. You know for a fact that he punched his desk when he died from window. It's like, what are you looking at?
I feel like a round like that though is like it's like putting a mixture of paprika and chili into a tub with some chicken diced up, and you shake it around, right? You put the lid on because you're gonna get it everywhere otherwise, and you shake it. You shake it like crazy, Tom. And then you ask me, well, is this more covered in chili or paprika? I don't know. They look the same. It's random, but somebody won. There's more of something on the chicken, and I don't know what it is.
I've got a better one. It's the same concept. You get the chili, you get the paprika, but then you snort it up your nose.
So, which one hurt more?
No, not even that. Just the round was painful.
All right, okay. What I'm saying is, we've had a winner, but I think if you looked at that round, you removed the names, or you look at the round without understanding of Counter-Strike, it would be hard to define the winner at that, because I think we all lost having to watch it. Well, but, Have you
This
got a
is looking-
positive
this-
note?
Yeah, no, this is looking like it's going to be a relatively close one in itself. They've not checked for NCL. They've still got the scout.
my.
So much damage being done. Cabal sat at the back of the
Oh
side.
my.
He's going to get another one. And it's left all onto Micro. We were talking over this like it would be an easy one for Bren, but the fact is it was not. Cabal combines with NCL. Corner's not checked. Scout shots hit. And Tiger, they don't even give them a moment's notice. Straight back onto the board. And that should be GG.
Well, it's not how you want the second round to go, Tom. Is it like that's shocking, especially against such a weak buy. Rush out B, but not really rush it. Kind of half rush it so the Deagle can get one kill at a time. No trades possible until it's already way too deep. Scout support from the back not dealt with. Utility not really used. I mean, it's like you're given this advantage at the start, but you feel bad. So you're like, let's give him a chance. Let's even the playing field a little bit. You're not supposed to be nice to. Well, they're even in the playing field too much here. Bros just killed Papi Chulo. I think he was dead to the SMG anyways. Maybe the logic there, Tom, right? That was a 600 IQ play. He was like, well, he's going to get some extra money for the SMG kill. So instead, I'll kill you so he doesn't get it. That's what it was. Big brain plays.
Oh.
Just to be clear, I don't believe that.
Ooh, Cabal's in trouble. Someone's come along and burst his bubble. Stuck in the corner. Dovu does manage to find a kill back. Still, obviously, a huge advantage for them based off the weaponry. This is pretty much a full investment as well. From the T side, Derek hoping to try and pull off a miracle. Nice shot onto 9. He's given a little bit of extra space, but of course the rifle from Urkus is looking to clean things up. Pro, he's only got 1 bullet left. He's gonna have to switch over to the Deagle, and he's being slowly tapped away. 13 for Tiger, and there's not even investment coming in from this Bren side going into this next round.
I mean, it's as we said, Tom, really, this is not something which is inspiring for Bren. And I think you have to look then positively on the decision of Tiger to pick this map. Like, it has worked out well. I still don't agree with it. I never agree with picking Dust 2. But in this instance, it's certainly paying off. And as well as the fact that obviously Dust 2 in general, no team is ever going to be uncomfortable with. It brings less depth, at least to the early round strategy. Obviously, it massively tests your in-game leader, and your mid-round calls are going to be...
He's got Joe Brez.
He has, but they're
Joe
back up.
Brez and no armor. Interesting. I do like me some Julies, although I'm not sure they're going to be the biggest success in this round. Come on, I'm on a Julie's kill. Let's go. Wait, Derek's still standing. It's okay. It's still on. It's still on. I definitely believe in this play. Come on, Derek.
Oh.
Come on. He's hit some damage, but ultimately it's not enough.
I don't think he even hit damage. It might have hit 20
No,
HP.
he did. I definitely.
Because 9 walked out of there with 74 HP, and he was the one he was shooting at. So that's it's not ideal, but sure, look, it is what it is. These things happen.
$14-5. This is kind of crazy. Like, I have to say, I didn't expect this to be so dominant. I know I've mentioned it many a time, but the last time these two teams played this map, which was a couple of weeks ago, it was 16-12 in favor of Bren. They got 11 rounds. That was the match. It was 10-5 in favor of Tiger. Then they got 11 rounds over on their T side. Very impressive T side, in fact. Unfortunately, they've gone slightly worse over on their CT side and have yet to show anything on the T side. It's not been impressive at all. They threw away a pistol victory. NCL, he's so blind. And although a man ran through the Molotov, was going to say he didn't find the kill, but it doesn't matter. He's eventually taken down NCL. Urka's getting very aggressive. He's not checked lower tunnels. Derek might be about to find a free kill. In fact, though, Urka's, well, there you go. There's the one back. They've not spotted him, and he's going to go for a little bit more, but eventually is traded by Wits.
Trying to look at, so for Tiger at the moment, they've lost control over A-Long. They want to go aggressive in towards the tunnels. I think it's a good call. You're going to get a lot of information off that once the smoke fades. See that nobody's here, but is it going to come in time to get that full rotate? They've realized now it's not B. I mean, they've pushed all the way through to T-spawn. Essentially, nobody spotted. This is where I would think Dobu would rotate up to site, but he's staying down quite passive in CT, and by the time he starts to move, which is now, it's a little bit too late. Bren are already out long, and he's only going to be able to cut them off as they cross. They're still holding down aggressive short control. I guess they've got a couple extra seconds of a rotate, but they just haven't reacted off the information as they could have. That nade could be fantastic. Half HP taken off. Nine's able to tickle Wits up a little bit more, but now it's a save. No, we're going. I don't think that should have been a call to still commit to it.
Left all onto Cabal. Yeah. It was bold. I guess they're so far in the lead at this point that they're just trying to close things out as quickly as possible, but yeah, but it was a little bit much for my liking as well. They definitely could have kept a couple of weapons in. Clearly feeling very confident, and I don't particularly blame them with the current scoreline that we're witnessing. They will have enough to buy into the next round. It's not going to be the prettiest of buys, a few pieces missing here and there, but they do have a double orb setup. Now, Cabal, he's just looking to be the rock of this B site. In fact, he's about to come under a fair bit of pressure. The full squad are going to go through the B tunnels. This is not something you see very often. No mid-control, no nothing. They just want to try and pick up the pace, and they've been spotted. Incendiary goes down. Counter Molotovs have been thrown out. In fact, they're going to burn! A second player killed off by Cabal, and somehow he's still alive. I have no idea how. This man was wide-facing into tunnel with an AWP, and even when his teammate rotates in, he's still the one surviving. Oh, no!
Well, ironically, the song stuck in my head was I'm Still Standing by Elton John. And I don't think it'll be playing for Cabal anytime soon.
I can't believe Nine's just done that. I don't get it. Well, they've completely given up the A site. The T's are going to go rotating all the way back around. Nine looking to watch the cross, which they don't have a smoke for, by the way. So getting across this is actually going to be relatively difficult. And Molotov will be able to remove a little bit of the vision. But ultimately, I expect Nine to be hitting this shot. It shouldn't be a particularly difficult one. They might even just make the decision to try and wide face him. Because even a flash is not going to blind him for long enough for them to get across the angle. And they are just going to face him. In fact, he does miss the shot. Nine, these are kills you need to be getting. You've already taken down your teammate with a nade. You can't afford to just allow them to cross onto the site. Now it becomes an afterplant position. An AWP alongside Dobu's rifle. And interestingly, Dobu's the one that's gone towards long. I would have kind of expected it to be the other way around, but Nine, he's acting as that distraction. Derek is taking a lot of damage, so is Pro. And Dobu, he's basically looking to do this all on his own. His teammate hasn't exactly helped too much. Derek low on HP, and Dobu will somehow win them that round. Honestly, Mitch, I have absolutely no idea how they managed to win that one. That was like some sort of slapstick routine coming out of Tiger. But even still, I guess we're all laughing in the end.
Not all of us. I would say 7 of us. There's another 5 that are going to be understandably disappointed.
8. Blair was definitely laughing.
That's true. That's true. Well, we'll make it 8. I don't know about Dinko. He's probably preoccupied at the moment. Hopefully, though.
Watching Wang demos.
Well, exactly. I mean, there's one thing we know. It's that Dinko is dedicated to the job he has of working with Wang, getting him into a position where he's a better player. I respect that. You know, spends all his free time watching Wang.
It's a hard job, but someone's got to do it.
Exactly. Exactly. But yeah, we look into the position 15-6, and for Tiger, there's no way they lose this. As I said, they should be winning this series 2-0, clean as can be, and this is a good start to it, definitely. We see the playoff form of Tiger. They finally found their claws. Now it's just time to see if they can actually close this one out, or if they're going to make us wait a little bit longer and give Bren that tiny boost of confidence. If they can manage to string together a couple of rounds towards the end of this map, maybe it'll help them out in the next.
This is, of course, the map choice of Tiger, so Inferno is coming up next, but I'm not sure it's going to be an easy road. Both teams having their problems on that map for sure. Smoke actually going to be going on to the right side, maybe trying to negate the AWP a little bit if they do go in that direction. Further nades being expended, but they are looking to try and go towards this A site. And there's actually nobody on it. It looks like the CT side have just dedicated themselves straight to this retake already. 30 seconds left on the clock. It seems like Urkus is going to have that realization, and they really are trying to hold on to long. The rotation eventually will come in from Dobu to try and support, maybe make a bit of a distraction. And there's the flashbang out. Urkus, he's only going to get one. In fact, the spray's a bit whiffed. It's going to go over to Micros, just come up with a double kill off the back of a Mac-10. I didn't expect that to happen, and Nine's also lost the duel elsewhere. Again, Mitch, this is a save, although NCL, can he get away? He dedicated himself quite far into the site. It looks like he'll be okay, though.
Yeah, this is something I've spoken to a lot of pro players, and they've said that when you're in this position, you're clearly going to lose a map 15-6. Obviously, you're going to play for every single round, but right? No one's sat here going, oh, we're going to win this. Don't worry. Like, more than likely you're not going to come out on top. Just random rounds, random approaches will probably win you something like what we saw from Derek, find the 4K. You will get quite lucky if you manage to come back from it. But I haven't spoken to a lot of pros, when they're in these positions where they know that more than likely the map is already lost, they do still like to play for every single round, because it's all about confidence. It's the mental game that you can come back into, and I think that's something that Tiger are in danger of allowing Bren. Like, if you were to wreck them 16-6, they've gotten a couple rounds here and there, but they know that they've been completely schooled. Whereas if you now allow them to get back in 16-9, 16-10, they can, in their own heads, have this narrative of, well, we were slow to start, but we got back into it towards the end. Now we're warmed up. Now we can win. And you just do not want to give a team that confidence, where that locker room motivational speech, someone just pulls out an Al Pacino and all of a sudden they're back up there ready to win in the second half.
A lot of map control taken by the CT side here. They've gone all the way into lower tunnels. There's a big chance that NCL could be up for a free kill here. Oh, dear Lord, that spray was so... He didn't even get the kill! Dobu got the kill! Oh, God, NCL's having a bit of a rough one. Nice shot actually coming out on the other side. Nine! Where's that come from? He dinged up one through the floor. He's killed off another. Now, Cabal's going to clear out long, but this could actually be a problem because they've completely given up the B site, and there's nobody long. But the bomb's on short. One player's made his way into middle. Cabal's still clearing an angle where there's absolutely no one, so he's now going to go scurrying back to try and find out the information of where the remaining two are. Derek's been spotted in middle, but that could be a free kill for Cabal. Looking to try and find the angle here. He doesn't know where the second player is going to be. Derek! He swings around and gets a tasty little headshot. It's now left all on to 9. He has a decent idea of where the remaining two players are going, but bear in mind this man has a deagle and no armor. He needs to connect both bullets. First shot missed, and that's actually going to be just one player crossing without the bomb. It doesn't matter though. Wits will eventually close it. A round of opportunities for Tiger. That really could have been it, but instead... a few slip-ups here and there alongside some tasty deeks and Bren. It's still surviving at least.
Just about, but versus a buy they were up against, it should have been cleaner. This one must be clean because they're up against just USPs. And again, we talk about that, the 16-9, the 16-10. Well, it's almost guaranteed at this point, and I feel like Tiger, again, given their opposition that opportunity to feel comfortable coming onto their next map, which is not what you want to see. I mean, the difference in the mental game of being
16-9 versus 16-6 is completely different. And you get the morale up a whole bunch, and all these USP shots, they're not landing. They're failing to connect onto the 10 HP and the low HP players, leaving Cabal by himself in order to attempt a 1v5. Now, I think realistically, he'll just play for exits at this point. The opportunities are there if the right person comes out the door, but the reality is they'll probably just save in the pit. I think up against USPs, I don't want to see them move anywhere near the doors.
This next round, that's the thing. If Bren managed to get to double digits, then I might actually start to worry a little bit for Tiger, because they've been some sort of silly slip-ups so far on this CT side, and we've already said it before. Like the last time these two teams played, they managed to get themselves 10 rounds in the first half, and then they lost. Same scenario. Obviously, they've done even better here by managing to win the force by second round and streak some extras in to get them to 15. So it would have to be overtime. But the one sort of difference, I would say, for Bren is the fact that they've been here before. They already know that they can drag back these rounds. I like the fact that Tiger are actually going to take a tactical pause here. Slow things down a little bit. Think about maybe the extra nuances to their purchase and also what they actually want to plan to do here. Because realistically, thus far, Bren have actually been quite dynamic. They've been switching up where they go every single round. We've seen a risky play towards the B site in one of them, but as a full 5, which I said is fairly peculiar. You can even see from Cabal's read in the last round, he was expecting them to go towards long, which they didn't. So potentially, Tiger are going to go for maybe a bit of a gamble stack. I wouldn't mind if they 3-man long early in the round, but with some of the decisions that Bren have been making thus far on their T side, it would be a pretty hefty risk.
I do expect to see aggressive long control from Tiger, purely because they went there so frequently when it came down to their T side that it feels like it's an integral part of the map for them. But oddly, they've gone for the 2-man short push after boosting one up, and then one smoke on long forces back the hand of Urcast, who doesn't want to overcommit to long control by himself, and instead comes over to support his teammates. I thought he was going to play side and spot long, but no, he's actually playing further down and towards CT to cut off anybody splitting through middle. As they lose Dobu, they know there's another player on short. They know that op is there. And so I think for Bren, it's a very valuable opening kill, but there's still a decision to be made on how they want to approach this. And it looks like, at least from Micro's position, that they wanted to deal with the op over towards short, but he has now fallen back. They're going to completely concede that map control and instead look for long, which is the weakness of Tiger. It's what they've given up. And so Bren are definitely making the right call on this one.
Interesting, they've actually thrown the deep smoke into CT really early. Like, by the time they get there, it's going to be completely pointless. So I don't know if that was a misplay or if they're just trying to bait out their opponents a little bit. NCO has spotted a man in lower tunnels, which is mainly the rotator. And now they don't have another smoke. What's the plan here? This is such a silly round from Bren. Yep. They wasted a smoke for no reason, and now they're just handing kills to Urcast. They've left the bomb on the ground. And 9, well, he's just trying to hold on to the cross. I don't know. He could have easily helped out Urcast, but instead he decides to hold back, and that might just be the round right there. Like him deciding not to take the peak.
He's going to be flanked out as well. This is GG. That was silly. That was so... What? I'm going to hold for them going sight while Urcast is flashed in the open. Swing and help him, for God's sake. That's just stupid. And then you look at Bren, though. Okay, they throw the smoke deep. As you said, maybe they're trying to fake it. Why do they flash over long, then? It's like, oh, let's make them think we're coming A, but then we're faking. Oh, I'm going to fly. Hey, we're on long. We're coming into long. Like, what's the point of that? They know you're coming now and you've no smoke for the cross.
Why not do that same deep smoke again?
Well, true, exactly.
You know the smoke.
Like, just I don't know. That whole round was bizarre.
What's this? The mushroom cloud smoke. This has been a fantastic match from Counter-Strike.
I'm losing hope. I really am. Tiger, what are you doing, you lunatics?
Like, how do they lose to that? How do they lose to the strategy Bren employed in the previous round? Why are they not playing off each other? Okay, the smoke was silly by Bren, but the fact that they don't get properly punished for it is just blowing my mind.
Maybe this is just how Bren smell brain, and they meant to be called Brain Esports. And they're like, Bren.
Is Tiger how they spell no brain? Because they want to be the team that wins the Oramora, that beats Tyloo, and no, just no, not with the way they're playing. That was a really nice shot by Wits. I can't fault Cabal for the attempt, but
that maybe was a jump scare. It's like flying. That's like one of those dreams where you wake up because something's about to hit you in the face or
you're falling,
slam into the ground. Yeah. Well, another opening pick, Bren. Despite the mistakes they've been making, they are dragging this back. The individuals have stepped up. Derek's on 26 kills, by the way. After what was a okay first half, he's now starting to come into his own, and we're starting to see the holes in this defense once again. He's forced into these aggressive angles because they consistently keep losing opening picks. Now, Cabal's aggression, yeah, that wasn't really that far forward. But in the last round, we also saw Dobu run out short, which not a fan of, especially if you're open to lower tunnels. His teammate's not really helping too much. Like, there needs to be some more synergy with the pushes that they're making. Nice shot from 9 will net them 1, but now they're looking to try and pincer him from short and long. Again, they've only got 1 smoke, though.
And
okay, they actually don't really do anything to deny it. They make that work relatively well. Much better than what we saw in the last round. Incendiary going to go over from Dobu. Of course, this is a 3 versus 4 situation, so they need to kill quick or they give it up. And that's exactly what they do.
You mentioned waking up from a nightmare, right? You're falling. I just remembered, I had to chuckle to myself there. I just remembered when I moved into this house, I had these really weird dreams where I was awake in bed, and at the foot of the bed, like on top of the covers where my feet were, there was this like puppy-sized spider, like big, gigantic thing. Not like a dog, like not even a puppy, like a small dog, big heavy thing. And so I would wake up, like jump awake, and think that was real life, and start like kicking my feet to like throw it off to the floor. And my girlfriend wakes up and is like, "What's wrong with you?" I'm like, "There's a spider!" There's like screaming. It happened 2 nights in a row. It was a weird, I don't know why.
And the interesting thing is that's also the second time in your relationship she said, "What do you mean it's so small I can't see it?"
Oh, I'm laughing, but I'm crying. I told you that in confidence, Tom. Oh man, but yeah, it was weird. I don't know. I don't know what that was. I don't know why it happened, but dude, it was the scariest thing ever. Like, it was the biggest spider I'd ever seen in my life. Like what you'd imagine the dinosaur ages.
Have you not seen Harry Potter? The spider is in that pretty big.
True. It was not that big.
Okay. On the T side, continue their comeback, but all it takes is 1 from Tiger. They've gone for a reinvestment here. The double AWP setup continues with Cabal reinvesting into the secondary. Again, we haven't really seen too much from it, excluding the round towards the beginning, but that's a nice shot from NCL. That's micro gone. Now, a lot of the last few rounds, the initial frag has been going the way of Bren. They've been able to work off the openers and then just pretty much trade it out from there. This is the first time we've seen the opposite. And 9, he's got to be careful. Like, this is a position where you want to have the ability to fall back, especially because at the moment he knows that long is clear. He has a teammate there, so he can afford to be at least a little bit more aggressive, but he doesn't have to worry too much. Just trying to avoid the flashbangs at the moment, and his teammate's actually going to throw one in himself, but they managed to get past his crosshair. And again, it looks like they're going to allow for an afterplant. They do have to be a little bit careful of Urkus, though. 10 seconds to get the bomb down. Nothing he can really do to deny that. But with how low every single player is, Mitch, this is looking good. But a nice shot from Wit might just turn the tide.
time's ticking away. It's time to get in here. And I mean, Wits, he's got quite a passive hold on Long. They can get right up in their face before anything really happens for Wits on that op. There you go, 2 kills. And when he eventually goes through to find a kill, he gets nothing. That is the end of the map. 16 to 12. And altogether, not that convincing. Realistically, this should have been more one-sided. Tiger had it in the bag. They gave it away towards the end and really allowed Bren back in. I know we said their CT side was weak, but that was weaker than I expected, to be honest, up against Bren, Tom.
Yeah, for sure. And I almost worry what would have happened if they didn't win that second round force buy. Like, maybe they could have actually lost that map. So still definite work needed. I don't know, Blair, you got anything to add, Dinko, as well?
Well, I mean, you were right. The CD side is a problem for Tiger, right? Some weird decisions coming in. Mitch looks just deflated after that. It was 15-6. Again, it was looking like Tiger had come to play. And honestly, I won't lie. I feel like Brent could have maybe taken that to overtime. They were mounting the comeback. They kept breaking the economy. And just some head-scratching moments. It looks so good on the T side, Dingo, but the CD side on Dust 2 for Tiger. Look, if they reach the playoffs or the finals, as you predicted, Dinko, I don't want to see them playing Dust 2, unless it's maybe a decider map or someone else is picking it.
Yeah, obviously the CT side is incredibly weak. When we say it's a weaker half for them, we really need to overstate that, I think, because coming into this, the fact that they can win an 11-4 half out of the first half in the T side and look like things are done, and then you go into the second and it was the worst half of Counter-Strike we've seen from Tiger in a very long time. A lot of mistakes coming through. There's moments that just don't make sense, and it's hard to understand how a team can go from looking so good and cohesive in the first half to then go into the second and just fall off the face of the earth, right? And that's something that I think has been a problem surrounding Tiger overall, just not on Dust 2, but it's in consistency across maps in series, right? You can look real good in the first map and then look terrible in the final 2. Like, this is something that's plagued this Tiger team, is the fact that they are so inconsistent from half to half. And yeah, that like the CT side, just forget about it completely, because it was terrible. And it's not like, I don't think the stuff they're doing on this side is going to be all that difficult to fix. I don't think the CT side of Dust 2 is a very complex half. Like, you can definitely figure out how to play this a little bit better just within an hour or two of practice, right? Just figure out the theory behind it. There's a lot of mistakes that coming in just of teamwork and of team play. I think 9 in that situation where Urcast is shutting them down long and he's just not swinging on sight from short. That's just dumb team play. That's nothing to do with how they're approaching the CT side. That's just not knowing the fundamentals of how to play off of your teammates. So yeah, a lot more work needed from Tiger in terms of their CT side and how they're going to approach playing that as a team. But yeah, that's not going to be the end Tiger would have wanted, but at least they get the map win.
At least they do indeed get the map win. Once again, it was kind of like a team showing from inside of Tiger. You can see the kill spread pretty healthy. You know, everyone was chipping in. Derek, as usual, you know, he 27 kills and they wind up losing it. Now, Mitch, I do believe, of course, his MVP of this map should be either Dope or Urcast. Urcast, obviously, with the highest, well, third highest ADR. That's kind of crazy. Pro and Derek have more ADR than anyone else in Tiger, yet they wind up losing. Again, showing that this game is, of course, a team game, Mitch. But heading into map number 2, I do believe it is Inferno, if I'm not mistaken. That is the pick coming in from the side of Bren. Now, I don't know. Like, both the teams, we've seen them show moments of brilliance on Inferno. At the same time, we've seen them kind of madness as well. The double M's, Mitch. And looking at, let's forget about Duster, right? We know the CT from Tiger is kind of lackluster. Heading into Inferno, which Tiger do you see to be coming out here?
Oh, man. I mean, like, look, Dust 2 CT side, I don't want to even say it was an issue of the CT side. It's like Bren just switched, or it's like Tiger just switched their brains off. Like, really, exactly as Dingo said, the team play aspect, there's no excuses for that. Like, you're a professional team. You know how to play Counter-Strike. When your teammate's fighting, you fight with them. You don't hide. It's something I expect from matchmaking teammates, not major. They're number 3 in the running for the major at the moment.
They won an RMR event.
They won an RMR event. They won a qualifier essentially for a major. And they do that. Like, that was disgusting. That first half was all right. Like, I don't think Tiger made too many mistakes. I think Bren played pretty poorly. They made mistakes for sure. And it's like when Tiger swapped over, they went, our turn. Now we get to make all the mistakes. Like, I don't get it. I really don't. So I'm not going to even bother answering that, what team we're going to see coming into Inferno, because I just don't
Thanks,
know.
Mitch.
Do I have a coin? I don't think I have a coin here, so I can't flip one, but that is basically the best way to decide, because like round to round, half to half, they seem unpredictable. Map to map, I don't want to even try. What I will say for Bren, though, is that this is a map where they beat D13 and Invictus, but they also lost to the likes of After, Beyond, who've been on shoddy form, to say the least, and then Huatsai as well as Divine Vendetta 16 winning them. So they have a mixed bag of results, let's say. Like when you lose 16-1 to Divine Vendetta, but beat Invictus and lose to them in overtime, I don't know. As I said, I feel these two teams are made for each other. Inconsistency is the name of the game.
I like watching Mitch just grin through all the pain. Tiger, burning bright is what William Blake wrote about a couple hundred years ago. Heading into Inferno, are Tiger going to burn bright? Are they going to take a series 2-0 and move on to face off against Vici tomorrow? We're going to be finding out, but that's after a very short break.
Welcome back, folks. We're ready to go with map number 2 in just a couple of minutes. Now, Tom, we've seen Tiger and Bren battle it out on Dust 2, and it was not a pretty battle, that is for damn sure. But now we're ready to jump into Inferno, and I'm excited to see if Tiger are going to show the same second half terrible performance with some of the worst Counter-Strike we've seen, or if we're going to have that half one Tiger on form and ready to roll.
Yeah, I'm not going to be the one to predict which team show up. I do think that this should be like Tiger almost like having a breathe of a sigh of relief that they got things over the line, and then should come back in at least confident for this next one. They are going to continue to be my favorite team. I may have gone a little bit overconfident with my prediction, but part of that was because I genuinely do think they'll win, and part of that was because I wanted to curse Dinko's prediction of them getting to the final as much as humanly possible. So it didn't quite work out in the first map, although maybe my curse was a little bit delayed, as they did seem like in the second half they looked cursed and they almost made me curse. So if anything, I think that it might be coming true.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right there. Sadly, we don't have the same beat button that Dinko does, so we've got to restrain ourselves sometimes. But I really enjoyed watching that first half. I think Tiger played really well. They punished everything that Bren were doing incorrectly. And with the exception of a couple straggler rounds based off of individuals, there was nothing really positive for Bren. Now, coming into Inferno, I'm hoping they manage to find that performance yet again and deliver the same kind of finesse that we've seen in that first half, but there really is no telling. One thing that was a good sign, though, was Dobu getting involved early on alongside Cabal and Urkas. That's what we needed to see. But on the other hand, over on the Bren side, I was quite impressed by Pro. I feel like he didn't have, I mean, in a game where you lost the first half 11-4, there's going to be very few highlights, and Derek took one of them. But I think he was consistent round to round. He was on 17 kills before we even reached the end of the half. And considering the atrocious scoreline that they had at the end, I am pretty impressed that he was able to do so much. Just a shame that he was almost the only one doing it.
Well, that's the problem. And again, we're sort of looking at this team and going, is it just that they haven't had enough practice with Micro, or is he just still not good enough? Because he was getting absolutely wrecked all the way throughout that game. He ends on 10 kills, 22 deaths. I'm sort of mentioning that he's not really in a supportive role. In fact, a lot of the time he was playing that rotational mid player, which, if anything, is a fairly aggressive role. Like, you want to be taking peeks, getting involved in a lot of fights, and a lot of the time it seems like they try to just plug holes that are made by him. Like, oh, let's just put an AWP on B. Like, that's not a fix. You've just tried to come up with something on the fly and it hasn't worked. So he needs to be better here. And this is a interesting pistol round. 3 men towards short, the 4th in mid. No real rotational options. Normally you put the heavier stack towards the arch side, so that if they do go pushing in this direction, or if they go pushing in the other direction, more importantly, you have a rotation. Instead, they put them in towards the short side, which means Urkus kind of has to kill a fair few people. Now, he does have an incendiary, which he's actually just hard facing at the moment. I assume he's just going to save this for the retake. But, yeah, I'm interested to see how this works out for them, because I'm not the biggest of fans when it comes to a pure retake setup on the B side of Inferno, which is almost renowned for being one of the toughest sites to retake.
Well, that smoking the banana is going to help them. They have to isolate the fight on Pappy. They do it. Dobu, he's in with 3. Wrecking face, what's going on? Dobu threw the smoke for a 4th. This guy's unreasonably good. They push on in. Dobu falls eventually just shy of the ace. But Cabal is there to trade it. What was that from Dobu? How's he gotten away with 4 kills? They were so quick as well, those 2 on the site. We didn't see them. I hope we've got a replay of it. And here you go. 1, 2. Oh, man. 3 on the tap and then through the smoke for the final. That's just ridiculous. I mean, it's nothing to do with their setup for the retake B. That's just Dobu wrecking.
Yeah, that was really impressive. Like, I can't really take much away from them. As said, it's one of the toughest sites in the game to retake. I remember seeing some stats recently, and obviously the B site was one of the most on train to be retaken, and the B site of Dust 2 is, again, one of the toughest. So the fact they made that look so easy, obviously it does help if one of your players just walks in and gets 4 kills, but, you know, I didn't expect that to be so easy. And, well, Bren, well, we saw them give up the last second round after winning the pistol. Now they've got to try and do the same themselves. Derek with an AK, Wits alongside him, and Pro on a Galil. It leaves Pappy and Micro slightly worse for wear. We'll see if they can make anything of this round, because there's some, well, pretty heavy investment into SMGs, which is quite common on this map. Obviously, you're going to go for utility the majority of the time, especially on the B side. And they've been able to gamble stack. Even with NCL only having an MP9, they've still got 4 players on this A site.
Sometimes you got to roll the dice, right? And I guess that's what they're going for here. I like this from Urkcast. He's inside the smoke. He's going to come through any second now. Any second. Any second now. Any second. There we go. Okay, he's managed to get a double. Ooh. Closes it out. Nicely done. Those players weren't looking at him until that smoke faded, but he's managed to come up big. And then CL, he got a little bit confused there by the 2 players. I think 2v3 retake should be doable.
Well, yeah, Dobu is still standing, so I guess he makes things easy for them. Already the first kill comes up for him, and it's left all on to Pro. Yeah, double retake. 2 rounds back-to-back. It's Dobu doing the heavy lifting. Obviously, in that round, I think we mostly have to give credit over to Urkas with a tasty couple of kills off. They lose the entry. The interesting thing for me now is, do Bren force again? Because they forced when they had enough for 2 AKs and a Galil. Now they have enough for 2 AKs, potentially 3, and then 2 Galils. So they could upgrade slightly, and they know that their opponents aren't still going to have the best of buys because they killed the majority of them. So I can see the reasons for going for it. At the same time, if you get some Tech 9s, maybe a few Deagles in there, and then have a full buy for the next round, that's probably the slightly better option. And yeah, that's what they go for.
Yep, it makes sense. Definitely, if you want to try force some of those close range fights and do some more damage, they need to walk out of this with 2 kills. Keep that economy low from Tiger. And you know, Tom, I think that, especially on Inferno, playing slow rounds is massively underrated. You'll see a lot of people saying, like, oh, just rush B or whatever. If you can manage to bait out the majority of their utility, that alone is going to cost them, because you need it. On a map like Inferno Pro, straight on in with 1, but that's all he's going to get. And that's all she wrote, unless Derek's got a big play. 1v3, but bomb is down. So even that opening kill, which is completely torn open the A site, doesn't really get them anything. He's got a 1v2 on this B side as Cabal just watches the flank, but eventually decides to watch the flank from this side as well, where he can support his teammates. And I don't see any opportunities or openings really for Derek to get in there.
Yeah, they've got no real reason to overface in this situation. Although NCL felt the need. Buffs his KD slightly. And now we get the first proper buy. Now, they've kept them fairly honest on Bren. They've done a decent job of at least reducing the economy. The only worry for me is just the amount of AKs we see on the opposing side as well, like already being built up. A hell of a lot of utility as well. It's not going to be an easy round, but if Bren can win it, then they can get off to at least a decent start on their T side.
There's always time to have that slower start when it comes to the terrorist side. I could see them go down even 5-0 before they get their first round on the board, and then I wouldn't feel too terrible. As long as they can do it in the buy round and have some sort of repeatable process. Now it's just a learning game. I'm going to try to figure out exactly how this is being played by Tiger, and you can see it is a relatively passive hold. It's apartments where they're looking to do the majority of their damage, with 3 players playing around that position. 1 from Boiler, 2 from up more aggressively, watching for the push on through. But it's not the A site that's going to be pressured at all, and this kind of setup is heavily reliant on at least some A control. Instead, these B players who are super passive are left in a position where the rotates are going to take forever to get there. So that's why after no contact, Dobu decides to push all the way down second mid. He's cleared it out. He's on an early flank, first of all, but almost more importantly, allows for this early rotate by 9 to come into play.
What? Because that's a surprising miss. I thought that'd be an easy kill for him, and because of that, things have gone a little bit wrong. However, Cabal and 9 already bringing this one back. Bomb will be planted by Derek, his teammate somewhat just cowering in the corner, and they're going to go for a double-up play. Oh no, they're actually going to go for a boost. Oh, I'm not sure about this. It gives them a slight angle, but it does give away instantly that there's 2 players within this corner. The second they get the kill, I thought they'd go for a bit of a bait and switch. Nice shot from Pappy, though he's not going to get the second, and Derek has found the trade. It's on to NCL, and Derek's going to close it out. Too close for comfort, that's for sure. But as said, it really doesn't matter now that they've won the round, as the economy for Tiger is in tatters.
The benefit of all the damage they've done, yes, some players can buy, but look at NCL, Dobu, Urcast, no rifles really can be afforded there, especially if they want to have utility, but they're going to force buy up. I mean, we do see it quite a lot when it comes to Inferno CT sides. But even that force buy, Tom, does not have a lot of utility. I mean, they are... they're coming in light on this one, that's for sure. What, 4 smokes, excuse me? And that's it, really? Apart from a couple of flashes. No kit either. This is not the best of buys. Honestly, I would have rathered pistols. But they want to get in here early while Bren still have low money. And do the damage.
Here comes the execution. They're pushing into what is the stack of this CT side, and, well, they've come out relatively clean, considering that was all the rifles invested as well. Now, this flank from NCL is actually very fast indeed. He's managed to round the corner. He's picked up a rifle, but he's actually not using it. I don't know if he doesn't realize he's picked it up, but there we go. Arcus has found an AK as well. This definitely isn't done just yet. There is potential, but a nice shot from Pappy is going to leave NCL as the last man standing in a 1 versus 3. Needs some pretty hefty mistakes. He's actually going to try and take the exact same angle, and hey, he's done one better than Urcus managed in just a few seconds ago. NCL even gets the second, and well, Derek eventually there for the trade. They're making these rounds so costly. In fact, there hasn't been a clean round so far in this match, excluding maybe the pistol. At the same time, Bren should now get one.
Cabal found a double with the Deagle. Other than that, though, there was nothing from the rifles, and that is a huge problem. You know, the reality is, for Tiger, considering the fact that there was the M4 that Cabal found the double with, then he went to the Deagle, but considering the fact that they invested so heavily, they got not a lot done. It comes down to 1v1 in the end, which was a good recovery, but the reality is this round here should be pretty clean. And then Bren build up the money that Tiger were desperately trying to avoid. Now, I want to take you back to the previous round and say I would have rather them take out 3 or 4 Deagles and worked with it that way. Maybe a more aggressive play, whatever they wanted to do. to keep Bren's economy low, just to deal the damage, and then they would have a really strong full buy coming into the next round. Instead, they've decided to go for this very ballsy play, which puts Bren up 3-3 before money can eventually come out for Tiger. And as we said, the more important part of that is where they tried to get in early to deny Bren any economic buildup. They inadvertently, by losing that round, allowed Bren to get a whole bunch of cash.
Eric is making some pretty bold plays, though. We're almost caught out by the timing, but instead it's going to be a fairly easy first kill. And I think something I've learned about this series is that the first kill seems to be so much more important than most other matches. Like, neither of these teams have been pretty good at bringing back rounds once they've lost that initial play. Although 9, I'm not a fan, is spraying through the smoke, especially with the A4. Means they know where he is. Cabal's going to go flash through the smoke from Dobu. It's only 1, though. And this actually gives them a potential path towards that B site. However, Bren slowing things down a little bit. They've got to be careful because that smoke has been there a relatively long time. Will begin to fade. 9 waiting on the other side of it. They're not going to spot anything out just yet. It seems like they want to put the pressure onto short. There's 2 players around this position, although saying that, it seems like there's not much of a crossfire here at all. 9 will get 1, even hits the dink onto Pro. And I wonder if they'll even expect Dober to be here at this point, because it's a bit of a peculiar position to take if your teammate's pushing up onto short. You kind of expect him to be backing up from the pit. Instead, mini pit seems like a little bit of an off angle. They are going to check for it, but only very briefly, and it's a free kill onto the first. This should be a trade, but never mind. Pro low enough from the initial dink that Dobu's going to end up with both. A very good start to this map from him, and more importantly, a 4th round on the board.
Well, they've at least managed to bounce back, but here's the problem. We spoke about the fact that Bren do come in with a decent buy, and I want to see where they try to focus up with this op primarily. You know, Wits to me doesn't strike me as a particularly aggressive opper, certainly not on a consistent basis. Didn't have the best at times on the previous map either. I'll be keeping an eye on this man, and he's been mollied off the position he wanted to hold. They're getting aggressive straight down Banana, and they'll just smoke this off, and I presume... Ooh, deep nade as well. I'm not going to hit anyone. I presume just leave NCL solo holding that on the SMG. Now, I like the decision as well. It's a very small thing, Tom, but you see Cabal was the one that smoked down bottom Banana so that the solo B player still has a smoke left. This allows him to either light smoke down towards the bottom Banana. He's actually backing off. Or just drop one to delay them, and he definitely needs that kind of utility if he's alone. It's weird that I have to compliment that, but we've seen it from so many teams where they wouldn't do that. Where, like, the solo B guy throws his molly early round, then just doesn't have any utility, and you're like, what are you doing? Oh, I thought he was going to push that smoke. I really did.
Marcus. Little pop flash from Cabal. Gonna get the opener. Should be traded very easily. Well, Micro will get it done. Nice shot from Cabal, though. Through the smoke is gonna net another kill. And now they're gonna try and run the gauntlet all the way back onto this B site. NCL, this is an interesting position for a man with an MP9. I don't know if he's trying to sell the idea that this is completely free. I wonder if they'll check it. Papi Chulo should, and he will. And he still manages to get a kill. But again, that trade is all too easy. Bomb will be planted. Now the timer starts ticking, but the CT side again, advantage in their favor. Wits looking for the shots with the AWP. He's going to be able to find one. He's got support from Pro as well, lurking around in the ruins. And he's going to be able to find Dobu. It's left all onto Cabal, 34 HP, and so much left to do. A missed AWP shot will give him a little bit of extra space, but the rotation from Pro, never mind, he misses. Again, Bren, it always seems to be one player. That's at least 3 rounds, though, that they've won with one player standing.
Well, 4-4. The back and forth fight continues. The game of ping pong, as we're seeing it. And if you're Bren, I think you have to have a smile on your face, realistically. Let me go and take a look at the stats that we've seen from Inferno between these teams. Or of these teams, rather. Oh, they're losing players. They're dropping like flies, Tom. An aggressive banana push without a teammate to support versus pistols? Are they crazy? Have they taken some drugs? Why did they think that was a good idea? In what world? Oh, we're versus pistols. I'll push banana by myself. Oh, I'll flash for you. No, I'll just push. I don't know, man. That's just stupid.
CL. He's not going to save a Mac 10, is he? Surely not. Mac 10, no armor? Oh, no. Mac 10, no armor, but a deagle. Surely it's worth just going for a kill here. Even if it's one. Like, you know that only one player survived in the last round. You really can look to make this a little bit more costly for them. Also, well, depending on what weapon you use, $300 to $600 available. It seems like the remaining players are just going to try and save in the pit. I don't think there's really any way that you can do anything about this. So the Mac 10 is going to be kept. Now, Dobu has low enough money where maybe it's worth giving this a go. Like doing something a little bit aggressive. Because otherwise he is going to be just playing with what would be a bare bones rifle. It should be a buy, though. No matter what the case is here. This definitely should be a buy. We are going to see weaponry actually juggled over. In fact, it's going to be NCL to actually take the Mac 10. He's actually been playing all right so far. Like, obviously, the man that we normally expect to be a little bit further down the board in comparison to his teammates. But he's taken the Mac 10 role in this round. And oh, my lord. Whoa. What?
There's one thing I'll say about Bren. They love pushing banana by themselves. They really do. I feel like it's a fetish almost. It's like they can't get the rocks off unless they're solo up banana. They don't like. Do you know what it is, Tom? It's like when you go into the toilet. You know, you're at a urinal. You don't like people watching. It's weird. Someone comes and stands next to you, like, no, go away. I'll do this by myself. That's what they're doing. Basically at the urinals. What I'm saying is I think their style is so on a 1 versus 4 for Tiger, I think this round has to be locked down. It has to be theirs. There's no way this one slips away. Witz has gotten a 1v1. He's running with his knife out to give him that little bit of extra speed, baby. And down he goes towards the bottom of mid. And there's a player coming to banana. Whoops, he's faking the steps. This is going to be a little bit of a turnaround as he looks to move into the A side instead. 40 seconds left. I like that they actually smoked top banana. I feel like that was a decent play to just slow him down. Possibly stop him from pushing. It's allowed this two-man stack to stay to wood pit confidently. I mean, they're giving him the shots. What are you doing, you idiots? They've given him the peaks one at a time. 40. There was 30 seconds left. He had to plant the bomb. And so they peek and op one at a time. Oh, I hate this team so much.
This is the potential 1v4 for Wits. Whether or not his opponents have made mistakes, he's still taken them with open arms. And now, Dobu, the last man standing. He's been winning the majority of these clutches. He's been fantastic in retakes, but normally has teammates behind him. He's even going to go pre-firing in towards the lower part of the apartments. A miss shot from Wits, but he just has to bait down the time. Even a matter of seconds now, and he's won the round. There's no kit available. Dobu has to go running for the hills. And Wits has just pulled off the 1v4 clutch. Some atrocious decision-making from the side of Tiger, but at the same time, this man landed everything.
Huge by Wits, 100%. I mentioned I don't think he's an aggressive offer, and so for a clutch like that to happen, really well played by him. But Tiger, they've been lobotomized, right? That's the only thing that makes sense. Something's happened. They went in for a dentist treatment. They missed the drill. It went into the brain. Each one of them, same tragedy to each of them. That's the only explanation. This is atrocious. Oh, we're going to beat Tai Lu. Well, play like that. I dare you. You're going to get smacked. And if this is them after putting work in from the previous RMR, it must be possessed by some gold novas. That's the best explanation I can come up with. Some ghosts of some gold nova 4s have gone into their bodies and taken over. God, that infuriated me. Why? Like, why? Just every step of the way.
I'm almost enjoying just letting you stew a little bit in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's disappointing from a team like Tiger. Like, if I see Huatsai do that, it's annoying. If I see After Gaming do that, I expect it. If Tiger do it, though, that's just silly. Like, all they have to do is wait. That's it. That's literally how you win the round there. Just do nothing. And, well, I know I'm a bit of a fidget, but that's a little bit of an overstatement. Nonetheless, Dobu, AK, we've got 9 with a USP and armor. Interesting. Is he playing alongside the AK? No. Yeah, okay. Whatever. Let's stop trying to work things out. Smoke gonna go down. NCL be sat back. The AK is actually playing the distance game, but he's going to be forced off by the Molotov. So chances are it's just going to be onto the couple of players. NCL actually does get tagged through the wall, forced to move back a little bit, but still goes for this close play. Why does he keep pulling out of smoke? That's the second time. He needs to keep his gun out in those sort of situations, and Dobu, he's meant to be the surprise. Now, they checked this last time. I'd be disappointed if they don't again. Well, they definitely know now. Micro, before he can even check. Dobu's been fantastic so far, but he can't quite do anything versus Pro. He's bought some time for the rotation, and, well, 9, maybe that Kevlar will play a part, as he's going to pick up an AK-47 alongside it. His teammate a little bit further behind. Of course, they might as well risk everything here. Give it a go as Cabal has managed to drop the bomb. There's only a few seconds left. They have to go for the plant. If the spam lands, he wins, but Derek will get it instead. Bren, by the skin of their teeth, get this over the line, and that seems to be the story of their match so far.
Phasmophobia is a very popular game at the moment. I reckon these boys have tried to play it in real life because Papi Chulo is just being possessed as well. Silver Elite Master this time because he's gone out in a 3v2 when they had the bomb and they were trying to plant it with very limited time, and he's pushed into a deagle and given him a 1v1 fight and almost allowed that to lose. Honestly, it's like banging your head against a wall. I'll explain for a second briefly. Wits, that clutch, insane. If I see that a month ago, I'm crazy hyped. I'm so excited. The problem is when you see these mistakes being made, those kind of opportunities offered up round on round, like that there was an eco that they almost won on time because Bren pushed one at a time and gave them opportunities. After a round where Tiger did the same thing to lose. It's just like, why? Like, it feels normal at this point where I'm like, oh, 5 USPs. Well, someone will probably ace it and win the round. And then that happens and you're like, yeah, I've just watched too much of this at this stage. It's crazy seeing this loose Counter-Strike again and again. This start for NC, oh, that's a great nade. Fantastic work done. Urcast is low. He gets a kill. They have a crossfire. Good setup. Cabal dealt with an Urcast. He's going in for a huge play. Couldn't quite deal with Wits, who's actually spotted a player out in CT. So he knows one is coming from there. He's going to plant the bomb. He's going to commit to it as well. And they might boost up. This could be so dangerous if they do. Especially if it's the optical. Oh, okay. It's a flash through the smoke instead. Well handled, I guess. He's got an op. Where else could he be? He could go down banana. It would have caught him from there. So the only place he could have been that he'd be safe would be coffins. And they weren't peeking wide for there. So there wasn't too much risk to that flash push. I like it. And I think this is a round I can appreciate. It's like going to a wine tasting course, Tom. And you've got 30 glasses of wine. I don't drink wine, by the way. I think it's disgusting. But there's 30 glasses of wine, and you really like wine in front of you. I'm not saying you. Tom's not an alcoholic. I'm just saying that, whoever this is, you, the person. And so you've got 30 glasses of wine, right? White wine. So it's all see-through. It's not even like the green tint. It's just see-through. And what these games are generally, Tom, is like 3 of those glasses are really expensive wine. I don't know. £1 million per bottle. It's unreal. It's like LSD. You love it. And then again, Tom, not into LSD, you know what I mean. He's Tom, alcoholic, drug addict. That's not him. And so then the other glasses, the other 27 glasses that you have to suffer through are just vinegar. And you have to drink the whole glass. And that's kind of what these games are. Like, there's 3 that you can appreciate. You're like, I enjoyed that round. And then there's the vinegar.
Okay, well, thank you for the longest analogy of all time.
No problem.
With a million different caveats. But, yeah, I kind of get your point. A 4v3. Derek only on a pistol. Pappy with a rifle, but low. Eventually like to see a switch, but I don't know when they'll be able to do that. They need to try and find a pick here, and well, it's even starting to pull the hesitation of Urkas back towards the B site, as we've seen this many a time. An initial failed fight, a rotation back in the other direction, although they did just run back towards the top of mid, so it was a little bit pointless. But hey, it's fine. They're going to go pushing in. 9. Waiting. Nice flick. That was lightning fast, and well, Dobu's there to support him in the end. A few tasty shots coming through from the side of Tiger, and they will net themselves a 6th round. And it's kind of weird saying that they've only got 6, because they should be winning, right?
Yes. Yes, they should. What, have you watched this game, Tom? On paper, things are very different.
Well, not even that. I mean, like, on paper they should be winning, but also the way that a lot of the actual buy rounds have been going, they should be winning. It's just that a lot of rounds they've just almost thrown them away. Like, it's been really, really stupid mistakes. Like, they've been dominant up until a point, and that just makes me feel, from even watching the match, that it feels like they're winning, but because of those silly plays, they're actually losing. It's a really peculiar feeling. And the same way, if you look at like the frag distribution, I imagine it would state that it looks like they're in the lead. It's really odd rounds. Well, now they really should be getting back to at least 7. If they somehow lose this round, I think Mitch is
I'm gonna jump out my window.
It's probably gonna be gone. Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't think it will end well.
Money on the 2nd floor, but yeah, I'll jump out my window.
Oh, Marcus, he's going to find the pick. The chance of being overwhelmed here, and Derek is going to kill him and retrieve an AWP. Now, they know they're against an eco, so going for the split seems a little bit silly, and now things are sliding back. A peek out, though, another kill for 9.
No, don't compliment that kill.
Now, Pro has only just picked up the AWP, so he didn't quite have time. And it was a good retake from Tiger.
No, it wasn't. 9 jumped. No, they knew he had an up. They knew that they had an up, and 9 jumped on top of the railings. And only that the shot missed, he'd be dead. That was stupid. It's another one of these things where it's like, you won that round, but like, you do not deserve it. Oh, they've got an up. First of all, solo B versus pistols. Second of all, then that guy who had an up died, and so you just go, I'm gonna peek out. And you get wrecked. 3v3. Then 9 runs up the alley. Look at this. Watch this. Stupid. Like, he hits the shot. But why? Why have you done that? It's just unnecessary. And I don't want to see one person. Not one goddamn person. But he was flashed. No, he wasn't. That's one of those fake flash assists where it doesn't count at all. The dude could see completely. Just he was too slow to react. And that was... God, they deserve to lose that round, and versus a better team, they would. Versus Tai Lu, they would lose that round. And this is what infuriates me. I don't care that it's versus Bren. In fact, I probably care more it's versus Bren, because they should be finished by now. They should have won this game. I should be down eating my lunch, not drinking glasses of vinegar.
Oh, another great round from Tiger as they get their 7th onto the board.
Shut the hell up, Tom. Oh, I'm going insane.
Sometimes you just have to let the forest fire burn down the forest. It's the only way to stop it.
Oh, that was
9
not good.
is going to be caught off on the boost spot. One that you normally fall off once you're flashed, but
yeah.
He had other ideas. He had some spicy things planned. And now it leaves NCL as the solo hold on the B side. Interestingly, they've now rotated Urkas AWP onto A. So clearly feeling that he can have more impact there. He's going to go rotating back to the B side and actually leave this A side a little bit more open. Now, Cabal, after losing a man, has decided he needs to get aggressive. He needs to take some map control away. and he will. He's gained apartments. However, they've completely given up the arch control. And this means that there's going to be a split onto this B site. There should be no way anybody could stop this. They'll have heard the footsteps. Urkus is trying to watch it, but NCL's not aware. Urkus knew, but it seems like NCL didn't. Urkus, though, maybe just wanted the frag movie highlight.
Oh my God.
He managed to get 4 kills. What a huge play from Urkus. It started a little bit dicey, but he's now left it all onto Derek. And Cabal peaked, but he decided not to. No. I swear Cabal looked at him planting the bomb. Ah, never mind. He just wanted Dobu to have another retake.
I can't.
8-7, another great round coming out from Tiger.
Shut up, Tom. Where's that thing of Joe Biden? Would you shut up, man? Like,
There was shut up, you clown, on it.
I don't know. I didn't watch the debate, I'll be honest. If anyone out there is an aspiring artist, Tom, maybe you can get Rin to do it. Just draw a picture of Urcast with the rest of the team in his backpack, please. That was it. And also, can you... I don't know how you draw it, but with them all lobotomized, that would be fantastic. And that would be it.
Just a surprised look on their face.
Just like staring off, drooling. No idea what's happening. Probably Urcast the same, to be honest, with some of the things that can
not
happen.
gonna get that. Like, if someone wants to pay a hefty amount for that to be commissioned, because I don't think that is a... I don't think that's an ideal drawing.
No, I don't think they'll use it as their profile pictures, but it will be accurate to what we've seen today. This has been sheer madness. Sheer, like, I think I've had more fun banging my head against the wall than I have watching
do that
some
regularly?
of these plays. After this, yes. They like it's just so bizarre. It's just bizarre. The amount of opportunities Bren are being given. Like, this game should not be this close. And evidently we've gotten the second half of Dust 2 all over again. How I long for the first one. Maybe this is where things go back to normality, though. T-side. It's where Tiger are typically more comfortable in pistol rounds. Well, Tobu, he got a 4K in the previous and almost aced it. See if he can do the same this time.
Yeah, cheeky little kill through the smoke, and hello. Also seen a dink onto Pro. Now, the retake worked better when you have a kit, an incendiary, and some smokes to play with, whereas Bren are trying to do almost the same thing with none of the above. They use the smoke very early, and that means they don't have it for the retake, and thus they are getting absolutely slaughtered. Cabal, he wants a free kill, and he's actually going to get it. Pro was even waiting, but it doesn't matter. Them winning both, it is, yeah, because they had the clean retake previously, so... Yeah, they padded their stats a little bit with the last one. Now they're going to do it again with this one. I don't know how Dobu gets that kill, I'll be honest. Obviously, it's quite a common pre-fire spot, but he was straight up spamming. So to walk into that, interesting. But yeah, another great round from Tiger.
Next time I see you, I'm going to strangle you. I hope you know that.
You're too small to reach.
We're literally the same height. I don't know where this has come from.
You're like 4'6", right? Didn't you play R2-D2 in the Star Wars
Screw
movies?
you, Tom. Screw you. All right, I'm not in the mood. Not in the mood for this. It was an
I'm
Ewok.
pretty sure
you
those
know
movies are older than you.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure too. It was like 1980. No, wasn't it? Yeah, 1980 when they were being made. The first ones, or the fourth one.
Yeah.
Well, this is self-flash by NCL through the smoke, and he's dead to a pistol. Let's see someone else push pistols one at a time. Let's go. Where is it happening next?
I like the investment into smokes, though, from Bren. Like, they've been doing this since the pistol round. They like to try and delay. It's similar to, like, an old style of Inferno that we saw regularly. Obviously, with previously having way more open skyboxes, you were able to throw them all the way from, like, outside the A site back into Banana and basically delay for an awful long time. That was changed for a reason. It was quite overpowered. They're trying to delay as long as possible. Another solo frag for Micro. It is now only the rifles remaining, so anything here onwards is relatively costly for the side of Tiger. Well, who knows? Maybe even the round's going to be slipping away. Still another smoke available for the retake. A flashbang as well, if needed. They actually cross over into the crosshair of Micro. Risky to say the least, but Cabal might be just looking to try and rectify things. He's got 9 alongside him. And now Derek is the last one remaining. Speaking of solo peaks, the CT side did the same thing.
As we said, this is where we typically see Tiger play that little bit better. And now that they're coming up against an eco, I expect for a whole lot more. I think for a spot of 10-7, or 11-7 as it should be, there should be no way that Tiger lose this one. However, I did say that earlier, and then Wits 1v4'd, so I just don't know anymore, Tom. You got to take it on a round-by-round basis, and I think that's exactly what Bren need to do as well. They should take a very light buy in this one, and yeah, I mean, you couldn't even call it a buy, could you? They've got a nade, flash, and then a deagle. But this is exactly what you want to see from them. Low investment so they can get in a full buy in the next one, and then really do the damage.
Unfortunately for Bren, you almost have to feel like if they did win a pistol, they could be in the lead here, but maybe they'll win one now. Truly make Mitch lose his mind. Arcus is going to go pushing into the B side now. He's managed to clear it without seeing anybody. Now, that doesn't mean that there's nobody here. This means that they've had to fall out of the site because of the smokes initially thrown. Does mean that he can pretty much just gain complete control. And again, we talk about this man and his impact he has in a lot of these rounds. This is basically over just because of his own push. Like, the CT side can't really do anything. Okay, Micro's managed to win that duel. Dobu gonna go facing again. Bear in mind, NCL is very low on HP, so he has to be careful not to get overwhelmed. But Dobu has been fantastic in this game. Cleaning up rounds, great in retakes, but he's gonna fall. What is the USP? The flank as well from Pro! And NCL's only got 15 HP. There should be no way they lose this round, but they might just make it a reality just for Mitch, man. Although he's in a great corner and he lines them up. A bit of a off angle, I guess you could say. A little bit further forward in the cross. And they just about scraped that one through. How you feeling, Mitch?
Oh, great. Like I said, you know, should be an easy round. Nice and well controlled. Everything about it felt great. Just one of those fantastic days. Just happy to be here. Happy to be alive, you know? Where I'm at. At least, like, by the looks of things, we won't be here for too long. Because Tiger should close this out. But really, this buy round's the litmus test of their T side. And we'll see if it's going to be toxic, although that is not what a litmus test measures. Or if it's going to be, I guess, actually, if it's going to be basic and burning away their enemies in an acidic way. We'll see which one it is. Hopefully not too basic.
You've really gone off meta, I guess you could say, with your analogies. Oh! What?
How's he won that fight? And then they almost lose apartments to a 2K spray down by Derek, which would have been shocking, bro. Jesus, I don't know what's going on anymore. Honestly, I feel like I'm in an alternate universe. I've been learning to play Counter-Strike for many, many years, and evidently I've been learning it wrong.
Do you know what I want to know? The answer to a question, after the game, of course. I think it's the first thing that needs to be answered is, does Dinko still think that this team is going to get to the final? Because they've got to beat Vici to get there. Like, that's at least their upper bracket match. Now, I'm not saying Vici have been superb throughout this tournament, but I don't even think Tiger would beat Invictus playing like this. Like, well, you're almost playing like Invictus, which, if anybody's ever learned, that's not how you beat Invictus. Tai Lu met that earlier in the tournament. But they ran through a smoke to get an entry. Okay, that worked. No idea how. Then they run onto the site without checking it at all. Like, it's like they've just gone full. Maybe they listened to what I said earlier, where they're like, "Oh yeah, we got Vici coming up. We don't want to show any of our strats." But
nah.
That's no. But what I was gonna follow up with is that doesn't mean don't use any flashbangs or any smokes. Like, that's not quite the plan. It just means don't show anything
yeah.
spicy or new or changes.
Yeah, as if Tyloo or Vici are going to be watching, going, "All right, guys, so let's be prepared for them to rush banana one at a time and then run through a smoke randomly." Like that's nah. I agree that there's an extent to which that is viable if they don't come in with any big executes or fakes or even seizing map control. You play a two-dimensional kind of Counter-Strike. Right now, they're playing an individual kind of Counter-Strike at times, and at other times, I don't even think there is a dimension to it. It is demented more so than dimensional. As I said, they're playing as if possessed by gold novas in terms of the decision making. Certainly not in terms of the aim. It's still crisp as can be, and I mean that's visible by Cabal pushing through the smoke, and I think that's the big distinction that can be made at times.
It's the reverse of Space Jam.
I don't remember that movie well enough to understand what you said.
So basically the aliens take the powers from basketball players.
Oh yeah. Okay, exactly.
So it's that, but backwards. They took it from the wrong people. Or maybe someone took their power. Maybe that's what's going on. Who knows? But yeah. Ooh,
you know that
I
wasn't
think my
real.
feed lagged quite hard there. Did he just get killed through the wall? He did.
That is unfortunate.
Well, Papi Chulo's gone pushing down the bottom of mid, so they're going to be coming in with a hot flank, and the T's need to get things moving. Urka's still standing, so I have some faith, and so is Dobu. If anything, they've got the players they need still surviving. Dobu didn't actually spot that player crossover, so it was meant as a bit of a bait, but I like the little trade available. However, for Micro, there wasn't that same luxury. He goes down. Pro seemingly was a little bit too far behind, and now this ends up in a 2 versus 2. 9 doesn't really need to hold in the other direction and leaves himself completely open. Urkas left as the last man standing, him facing off against Derek, and he's not quite going to be able to do it. Derek continues to win out these clutches for his side. How many rounds now if they only have one player surviving? It's actually ridiculous. There's 8 on the board. And for the T side, they've still got to buy. It's only NCL who won't be able to afford to buy, and I'll be honest, the amount of times he switched to a smoke instead of holding his gun anyway makes me think that it doesn't really matter too much.
I do not understand what happened at the end of the round there, though, in that 2v2, why you're leaving construction completely open like that. Like, you know that that's the only angle that your teammate isn't covering for them peeking on the site. Like, it's the only place he could be peeked from and killed, and he felt the need to swing in and look at banana. Where even if there was a player there, let's pretend, Tom, that there was someone at the half wall. If they killed him, his teammate couldn't trade. So that was completely pointless. You know, you put yourself in a position where you're taking a 1v1 fight in a 2v2 with time on your side and exposing yourself to an angle that your teammate cannot cover. It's just silly. Oh, taking a 1v1 fight, which you can't be traded in. And then exposing yourself.
Did NCL get the info there? He shoulder peeked, but it's whether or not he could actually see Wits through the corner of the Molotov. Now, the deep Molotov keeps him a little bit further back, so they can't actually pull any rotations over early. That's why you normally try and take banana control when you have an AWP Micro. He's only going to be good for 1. The smoke is not good, but it works out for Dobu. Manages to capitalize off what is looking like a fairly big mistake, and the CTs don't really have a choice. And that seems to be pretty much the crux of... Okay. I don't get why they're just using up utility.
I'd love to help you out with that one, Tom, but... Again,
Is he going to try and get a gun? They're just going to go banana, surely.
Nope.
Oh, no. Oh.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Right.
Okay, thank God.
Well.
No, wait. Urkus is still lurking around on the site. He's got enough time to get away.
You see the
Anything
lack of
extra?
faith that we have as soon as you see a player move towards CT, you're just like, oh, well, he's going to push the smoke and die. Because that's what's been happening so far. With 13-8 for Tiger, I do feel like they can't possibly lose this. It has to be 2-0. but at the same time, logic doesn't always prevail. You know, Bren came into this with a full buy, and I feel like Wits was really unlucky in that previous round, Tom. Like, first of all, the first spam when he got flashed off the corner and spawn, it was whatever. It happens. The second, though, he swung out, he took a shot, didn't find anything, somehow managed to make it back to spawn, and then missed the third shot as well. A poor chap, he's being smacked by a couple missed shots that could have really turned the tide of the round, to be honest. He was blind for 2 of them, but it was just the RNG, even the T's were everywhere, and he shot the 1 pixel where they weren't each time. Sometimes you roll the dice and you just get a 0, even though that's not on a dice. Lands on its corner.
T's looking like they're going to move a little bit quicker in this round. They've taken mid control, and CTs almost seem like they're playing scared at this point. Both sites very passive. Derek's been tagged down to, well, minuscule amounts of HP, left onto just 13, and I don't have a lot of faith in them in this current situation. T's patiently waiting to see if there's going to be any re-aggression, but ultimately it does look like they are going to try and make the play in towards this A site. Papi Chulo's actually gone a bit more aggressive, trying to get up in the face. I guess they need to kind of find out info at this point. And actually, they've gone deep into the top of Banana as well, so they should know that this is going to be an A site hit at this point. Push out from Papi Chulo. That's a big surprise. I like the play, and Cabal's killed off NCL. It's definitely not a perfect round so far from Tiger. Already making some pretty serious mistakes, and Papi Chulo's still in position trying to hold the cross. They've only got 25 seconds. Urkus, however, pounces at the perfect time. The hero they always seem to need, but thankfully for them, he delivers. I think you might need to start getting that flight ready, because honestly, I think we need him saved. 14-8. Tiger are going to take themselves a further lead. Honestly, like, I assume NCL's calling, right?
I guess so.
We just replace him with Techno.
Well, look, it could be a good call. Get some fresh eyes in the situation.
I think Urkus at this point has to be experienced enough to lead, if he isn't already. Like, I'm fairly certain it was NCL. Otherwise, I can't see a particularly valid reason for him to be in the team. No offense. If he ever watches his back, which he won't, because I can't imagine they get to know too many demos. But, here we go. 9 is actually just going to go solo, pushing up. But yeah, he seems to be more of a rock and a calm player, whereas a lot of these players seem to be far more aggressive. So, especially because their B site definitely has some vulnerabilities. I think at least on this map in particular, it would make a really good fill. And only 16 years of age, not signed. Sounds like a good call to me. Derek, though, is going to start things off. Saw the trade attempted. In fact, Cabal, not expecting the AWP to be there, is going to re-aggress in towards the apartments. Leave a 3-on-5 situation. Now, the bomb's still down. That will have to be retrieved if they are going to make a play. And this position currently being held by Bren is an interesting one. You've got the boost at the back of the site, which is normally good for a kill. But the second player sat just below. I don't know if that will be expected. Now, the most common Molotov to be thrown onto this site is normally for that back corner. However, with the Molotov being in the hands of 9, I can't really expect him to utilize it. That's always the problem with the AWP. It doesn't normally come into play. The second player actually peeking out, so it's somewhat given away by Wits. He could have just played as the secret man at the back of the site, but instead, he's going to end up getting a kill, and his teammate will come in from behind. Much better round from Bren, even if it is a very, very passive one. I like the play that they make in towards the apartments, and I like some of the re-aggression we're starting to see from them. It looks like they might start to calm down a little bit. And for the T side, well, it does really just seem at the moment that they need an individual to bail them out of every single round.
Even when they get that start, Tom, it is bailing them out, right? Because they just give the opportunities back again and again. This double op setup, not something that you'll see every single time from any team. ever. But yet here we go. Wits is going to try it, and it's going to work. Hitting it onto Urkas straight down the bottom of Banana, and they will biggity bail on out of there, hopefully soon. Hello, run away. Because those T's could have already pushed up towards the top of B. But they've not. They've gone for slow banana control. As the smokes dissipate, Molly down, they're just going to clear this out and gain the map control. The problem is that, well, that has left them with a man disadvantage, and it's not a fantastic trade. Are they going to flash around this corner? No, they're playing anti-flash. Okay. It's just the fact that he was backing up to the corner. I thought they were going to go for a very aggressive play. And that really is like going all in with a 10 and a 2. You got the worst hand, but you just want to see if you can make it work, and I mean, maybe. No, more than likely not. And for Tiger, they've got plenty of rounds to play with, so the pressure isn't on. But at the same time, you'd like to see them close this one out and go have their dinner.
Micro's just going to go peeking in, though. He's just handed away a kill. Wanted to try and make a play and has ended up leaving it all onto Wits at the back of the site. He's missed his first shot, and because of that, he's going to fall as well. The CT side might have to just consider a save here, as Papi Chulo's the only one anywhere near the action. Bomb's going to be planted. He's trying to spam, well, I guess the edge of the smoke, because he ended up just shooting the wall. Eventually, they come to the same realization that I did. It's just going to have to be the save. So, Tiger with a push into the B site. Micro trying to be the hero. It is peculiar. Again, like, it wasn't too bad a situation for them already. They didn't really need to take that sort of risk. And, well, again, no offense to Micro, but he's not been playing well enough that I want to see him making plays that aggressive.
One more round, Tom. Is it going to be vinegar or fine wine? That's the question. This is only one way to find out, and it's all in the hands of Tiger. They're the ones that are brewing it up. They're the ones standing on the grapes. You know, that's the thing. They're like the smaller wine companies. They smash the grapes with their feet.
Mmm, tasty.
Delicious.
Honestly, that's how I like all of my food made.
I was wondering why the waitress looked at you so weird in Ukraine. Wondering what you said to her in Ukrainian. So my steak. So I do need it to be cooked medium well, but also just step
medium
on
well.
it.
Oh, I'm not. I'm
or
not
medium rare.
savage.
Sorry, God. My apologies. Jesus, I've just insulted you on a live show. But yeah, also I need you to stand on it, like without your shoes, preferably. It's for the taste. Like some people season their steak with salt. Tom just uses feet. Oh God. Oh God. Blaise just used the turn of phrase feet juice. That was disgusting. Thank you.
We've got chicken cam. 15-9. Tiger, it's not been clean, it's not been pretty, and sometimes it's been damn right word that rhymes with pretty.
Liddy.
It was. Sure. We'll see if they can close this one out. They've lost the early man advantage once again, but that happened in the last round, and that was where there was an aggressive reface for Bren. Probably looking to try and find some information, but it didn't quite work out for them. It's the same as the last map. It seems like it takes them too long to get settled on their CT side, or on their T side as well. Because of that, it just gives too much momentum over to Tiger's side. They take rounds just back off individual brilliance. So you've got 26 kills coming up for Dobu, 20 for 9 as well. I think it's only really NCL having a bit of a quieter match, but that's honestly okay at this point. Oh, because it's going to go pushing up with the AWP. Wits on the other side. What is that reaction shot? Gets the headshot through the wall. Clearly feeling confident enough, but there's an instant trade back from Derek. Papi Chulo has found another. With NCL already down to just 22 HP, this comes down to Cabal. Gonna have to try and make a play out of the apartments. He's spotted a player close. NCL might actually be the one to try and make a move off of this, but they are separated, and I'm confused as to the decision making here. NCL goes forward, Cabal goes back, and now Cabal left in a 1v3. Spots out the first, gets the kill. Second player also still peeking him. No reason to. 9 seconds. Can't lose this round if you just stay passive. It's impossible. So just hide in the pit or wide face. You know, that works too. And it's going to be 15-10. Bren's still winning.
Get out on top this time. They forced Tiger down to a weaker economy, and it should be 15-11, really. We'll see what Tiger decide to invest into. Hopefully not a force buy. You get 2 AKs, weaker weapons, and yeah, the Tech 9 coming out. It's the right call, in my opinion. I like it. We'll see what they can get done with these weaker weapons in hand. I mean, for Tiger, you can see that they're looking over towards second mid with 4 players early on, and there's a 3-man stack on Banana. If they do take this quickly to A, they can make some heavy pressure work, especially because that AWP was up close, but they've slowed it down. They've pumped the brakes, and that gives Wits time to reposition and to get Papichulo around on long for a standard A hold. What I will say is Papichulo having an SMG in this round. Everyone has armor, but not head armor. So that could help him out a little bit, but Wits is under pressure. Shut down. The smoke on long. They're coming through it. It's risky, and Derek couldn't even support as they went to the side. It took him way too long to get that kill, and they've closed in the distance to Papichulo, taking him down, and put this 3v3 on the board with the bomb planted.
Yeah, they're going to clear out the pit. Cabal is going to find a kill, and they've done it again. Ended it in a similar fashion, an awkward buy and a fast play. Bren just pretty much showing that they are one of the weaker teams in this one, and they are going to be eliminated. They will head into that 5th to 6 matchup. They'll get to play one more time in the tournament for a little bit of extra cash, but ultimately we got what we expected. Unfortunately, Tiger didn't really show up to the level that we wanted.
No, they absolutely didn't. And I mean, we look at that game to be happening tomorrow, the 5th and 6th decider. It'll be for $3,000 extra. So definitely worthwhile in terms of showing up. And obviously it's going to be Bren versus Checkmate, a match in which I don't think we can go against Checkmate in, but Bren still do have a chance of picking up that extra 3K, which is quite a sizable amount of cash. All in all, Tiger win this. They win it 2-0, and you'd be forgiven for, at a glance, presuming that was a good game if you were just looking down through the match history that they had. But my God, if you watched the demo, you would be disappointed. Tiger, definitely not on the form that we hoped from them. Bled, Dinko, are there any redeeming factors you've got for us? Any massive positives after what was just a beautiful, clean game of Counter-Strike start to finish? What did you guys make of it?
I got one. I mean, Dobu is consistently good now, which is something we've been waiting for a long time for this Tiger team. We talk about him being an X factor for the roster, and sometimes the player that doesn't really show up. So the fact he's been available for them in the past 3 series.
God.
Really?
Who's done this? Someone sat there and just went, hey, Mitch,
this
screw
round
you.
basically kind of balanced out all the good things we saw, honestly. The
It was like having a good point play
is
is just completely null and void at that point after you watch that happen.
The good sign, I'm going to give my thoughts on that very quickly. Tiger won it in a 2-0.
Yeah.
We take those.
Yep.
We take those.
And they go on to the
Especially
final.
because,
They didn't make me suffer too
Dinko,
much.
they got to play Vici first, okay?
Yep.
Let's not counter chickens before they hatch, or however that saying goes. Anything which stood out for you, Tom? Like, were you like at least a little
I've got a few things.
impressed apart from Dobu? Maybe? No? Yes? No?
The AWP kills from Arcus in that one round were pretty nice. Like, that was all right. NCL needs to learn to keep his gun out when he pushes somewhere. That's something I've learned today, because he did that maybe 3 or 4 times where he dies. And like, if you die with a nade in your hand, most of the time I'm going to be fairly forgiving. I'm like, that happens. He would run down banana, then go back to the wall, but like on the other side of the wall, and then pull a smoke out. I'm like, you're asking to be shot in the face. Or there was a round where he was on the other side of the wall, someone peeks and then goes back for a second and he pulls out a smoke. It's like, no, they're going to peek again. Like, what? It just has a screw loose. I think the other takeaway for Bren, micro doesn't fit. Like, we talk about giving a player time, but if you play 10 series, and this would now be the 11th, or maybe this is the 10th, I don't know.
It's a 10th, yeah.
Yeah, and he doesn't look good in pretty much, like, he looked good in maybe 1 or 2. Like, either you're just utilizing him very badly, or he just doesn't fit your team at all. And I'm leaning towards the latter now, because there have been so many rounds where like they tried to make a play with him involved and it doesn't work. There's been rounds where they tried to play passive with him involved and it doesn't work. Like the man just can't put up the numbers necessary to face off against even like some of the lesser teams in this tournament. And then when it comes to a match like Tiger, what, he must have ended like minus like 25, minus 30, something like that overall. That's unacceptable.
Yeah, that is indeed quite a rough over there. He did close out, I think, 9 kills, 23 deaths in that map, which is just kind of a rough showing. And then I don't think I have the scores of the first map. We can probably take a look at that later on. We do, of course, have the brackets, which should hopefully be updated, and we should take a look at it as how it stands right now. So, unfortunately, Checkmate and Bren will have to say goodbye to their hopes of making it to the semis, to the finals. They will now be battling it out for the 5th place because, like Mitch mentioned, there's $3,000 difference between being 5th and 6th. That's going to be taking place on the 11th on Sunday. So that game is going to take place before the grand finals. Now we're down to the top 4. The usual suspects. We have Tyloo, Invictus, Vici, and Tiger. It's going to be the opening. It's going to be the upper bracket semifinals going to be played out. So Tyloo, Invictus, that's coming up next. And tomorrow morning, I do believe we're going to be starting off things with Vici and Tiger, right? So the loser of these 2 games are going to be facing the lower bracket finals. You can see how it's going to be playing out. We have 2 more days remaining, but we have 1 more game coming up right now. And Mitch, it is going to be Tyloo against an Invictus who, they got a 2-0 win earlier today against Checkmate. But what are we expecting here? Which Tyloo are we going to be seeing? Is it going to be... Actually, you know what? We've only been seeing one type of Tyloo.
I think the question is, which Invictus are we going to see, honestly? I think that's the most important thing right now.
Yeah,
Fair?
it's going to be one hell of a tough series to call, really. I think playoffs Tyloo is different to group stage Tyloo. They're definitely a team I expect to show up and really dominate. But the same time, I can't say that with confidence, and I can't say that Invictus will turn up on their weaker form either. And at the end of the day, this is a team that has to garner some respect. They didn't make it all the way here. Bottle, his return to play has been unbelievable. Viva turned up today as well, and we're not even seeing, I mean, we know Flying is capable of a lot more. We talked about it in the pre-show today, that this is a guy that can definitely do a lot of damage and just thus far hasn't really shown up to the extent we wanted him to. I think there's a lot of potential on that Invictus lineup, but they just don't play clean Counter-Strike. At the same time, Tyloo aren't exactly known for clean Counter-Strike, are they? So you never know. It's who turns up on the day in this matchup, really.
Well, we do have some very, very famous names in the server, but that's going to be coming up after a short break, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take a bit of a break, bit of a breather, something to eat, something to drink. Perhaps we're going to be jumping into the first upper bracket semifinals, Tyloo versus Invictus, and that's coming up on the other side of the break.
Coming up next.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Perfect World Asia League Fall 2020, where we're now down to the final game of the day of day one of the playoffs. And it is going to be Tyloo facing off against the one team who seem to have the number. It is going to be Invictus facing off against Tyloo after winning the first game of the day earlier today against Checkmate. And joining me to tell you the story of what should be a hell of a matchup, we have Tom, we got Dinko, and of course, as usual, we have Mitch as well. Now, gentlemen, let's start with you, Tom. Invictus. They're the only team to have made Tyloo bleed in the past couple of RMRs. Do they still have what it takes? Because this is playoffs Tyloo they're going to be facing off against.
They're also the only team to lose against Huatsai. So,
fair. But
take that
Huatsai, a
as
couple
you
of the
will.
players did
Yin
get an
and yang.
Overwatch ban, so you know.
Yeah, I don't think they're cheating. I think if they were, I'd be very surprised at how bad they were throughout the rest of the matches they played.
Yeah, I'll follow.
But yeah, I think Invictus are definitely the most up and down team in this whole tournament, which is kind of impressive considering how many teams we have of the sort. I think that obviously coming into this one, it sort of goes in this fashion where what we do see these upsets versus Tyloo every once in a while, and then they come in and just absolutely pound their opponent. And that's probably the storyline I'm going to go with here, that you beat the king once, but unfortunately you've done it at the wrong stage of the tournament. And they did this last time as well. This is the second time within the group stage that they've managed to beat Tyloo. And last time Tyloo came in and beat them in the next series. It did go to 3 maps, but even still, this is kind of what Tyloo does. Like every once in a while they have a slip up, and then it gets to the playoffs and they win every event.
It has been an interesting journey for the Tyloo side so far, though, Mitch. Like, you go back to Pal Summer, they had almost a flawless run in the group stage, right? They dropped that one series to Invictus, the first opening game. There was 2-0s, 8 2-0s in a row. Not just 8, they won the quarterfinals as well, the semifinals as well, and only in the finals against Invictus, they dropped a map, and they were looking nigh untouchable. This time around, they've looked like a team who could be beaten, yet they somehow dig in deeper, always have that extra little gas left in the vehicle to kind of get them over the finish line.
Yeah, I think when you're looking towards, I for both of these teams as well, I don't think there's too much to say in terms of negativity. Like obviously you've got that Huatsai and Bren game from Invictus, but for Tyloo, recently they've been on a similar form, I think, towards that start. Like the Invictus game wasn't ideal when they last played them. Since then, they bounced back. They beat Tiger. They wrecked Vici, obviously most recently in the Pro League finals. So I don't really see a world in which Tyloo are going to come into this and have that sleepy performance that we've seen from them in the group stages. Yes, a lot of the games were clean. Well, they had like majority 2-0s, right? Pretty much the whole way through. Like, okay, they lose to Invictus. They drop a map to Huatsai and Checkmate. To Vici, beyond, never mind. Actually, they're way more 2-1s than I actually thought. And the reality is that those games were even closer than I think the 2-1s indicate, because the maps they won weren't exactly stomps, but they wake up towards the end of it. Playoffs, they're here, they're focused, they're ready to take it across the line. And I think that the loss they took to Invictus will, if anything, hopefully, and I'm gonna say this with my fingers crossed, doubly, hopefully make them take it seriously from the start and respect their opponents. Now, I really am. My fingers are crossed.
Tyloo respecting opponents? What parallel universe are you living in, Mitch?
It's the only team that took a map off, that took 2 maps off them. So maybe, I'm being hopeful.
Okay, Dinko, very quickly, I'm going to throw this one your way.
Yeah.
Invictus obviously are warmed up, right? They played a best of 3 series earlier. Maybe Tyloo might get off to a kind of like a slow start. That's something which might go the way of Sharksagi and his men. But I know we have the map video almost ready, but I want to hear your thoughts real quickly. Are you seeing Inferno getting picked by Invictus? We didn't see it earlier today. Yeah. We saw Checkmate go for the pick. Are Invictus going to be mad again to pick it against Tyloo?
I think so, because they did the last time, right? Tyloo picked Mirage, and they picked Inferno, and I feel they won on it. So going off of that, they're probably going to be confident enough to go with Inferno. They won't be thinking along the lines of how many times they've actually lost it and how weak they've looked on the map. But they've won today, and they've also beaten Tyloo most recently 6 days ago on Inferno. So I have a feeling they will be picking it.
All right, let's take a look at the map videos where we should be seeing where this game's going to be heading towards. Is Nuke going to be banned by Tyloo? That's a question now which we can raise quite often. And no, they're not going to ban Nuke. Yeah, Dinko, go on.
I don't get this.
Surprising.
I don't get why Invictus just ban out Nuke, because you're putting it on the third map, which is Mirage, right? And that's a map that Tyloo are very comfortable on. Okay, maybe not recently, but 16-13 win for Invictus last time around. You're going to get a closer game on Mirage, I feel. Tyloo are good on one half of Nuke, and even then, it's just sheer individual skill. So they go for the Inferno pick. Vertigo. This was in the final, actually, at the last PAL. We got to see a Vertigo come through. So finally something different, Blair.
Something different. But Tom, I gotta say, like, if I'm Ty Lue, I'm very happy with the way this played out, right? The fact that they floated Nuke, they were probably expecting, I expected Invictus to pick Nuke if the opportunity was going to present itself, but they pick Inferno, probably Ty Lue's best map right now, and a Vertigo coming up, Nuke getting banned, and then Mirage is a decider. So if I'm somebody and his merry crew, I'm feeling pretty comfortable right now.
Yeah, I think it kind of works for both teams, though. Like, obviously, the Vertigo one's going to be the closest of the lot, I feel. But at the same time, the last 2 times we've seen Mirage come through from Invictus, they've won. So they're going with what they know. They know that Ty Lue have been working on Nuke as potentially a counter to teams like them and like Vici. So if anything, they're going to have counters and prepared things for their squad. So if they just go back to, okay, this is the bread and butter, you can't do anything surprising. We've watched you play this a million times. If they're confident in themselves in the victory, which after the last performance they should be, Mirage, if anything, makes more sense.
Mirage, of course, could make some sense. Now, Mitch, when you're talking about individuals in Ty Lue, one thing which is certain is it's probably the most inconsistent team, right? The only good thing going for Ty Lue is any one of these players stepping up can pretty much win a map on their own single-handedly. But there has been a sustained level of inconsistency. You look at Dankin, you even look at someone like Slowly, who's usually very reliable, and he's been having a lot of up and down games.
Yeah, the funniest thing actually is that Tyler, with their lowest rated player, is like 1.1 on HLTV. So like we're sat here going, oh, there's been inconsistencies. They've played some bad games, but they're still their worst players rated probably as good as the best player on most teams. In fact, great point, the best player on Invictus is rated 1.09. So Tyler's worst player is rated higher than the highest of Invictus. Obviously, there's a lot you can say about that, a lot of different ways to look at it, but the reality is Tyler was solid. When 1 or 2 don't step it up, you still have that depth there that they're able to bring through towards the rest of the team. Someone else can step up in their stead. You have some obviously absolutely insane plays at times from the likes of somebody who just decides, screw it, I'm going through this smoke. And I think that that's almost like, it's a really scary thing to play against if it's your first time. The advantage Invictus have is that they've played against them quite a bit now. Obviously, that hasn't helped Vici out in the past, but the reality is, you look at that first map of Inferno, this is where we've seen out of the last 3 times that they've played, Invictus have won 2 of those Inferno games. So there's a good chance that they can at least pick up a map. And from there, maybe we could see a repeat of before.
Maybe. They would be quite a story indeed if Invictus are able to knock down Tyler to the lower bracket. But gentlemen, I do believe the game's about to go live very quickly. So starting with yourself, Tom, very quickly, predictions.
2-0 Ty Lue, confident.
Wow, look at that. Tom smiling and being confident for a change. Mitch, how about you?
I'll go 2-0 Ty Lue as well. I think Invictus were a little shaky against Checkmate. There's a lot to be fixed coming into this, and Ty Lue, they should be taking it seriously. So 2-0 Ty Lue.
All right, how about you, Dinko? Anything a little different?
Ty Lue have never comfortably beat Invictus, right? The last time there was a comfortable win was when they were All-Stars. So I'm going 2-1 for Ty Lue, but I feel like Invictus is going to push them all the way on all 3 maps.
I have to agree. Like, if you go back to the finals of the previous RMR, it was a very close affair indeed.
Could have went either way.
Yeah, could have gone either way. I think the final map came out 16-13, 16-14 going the way of Ty Lue, but I'm going to go with my boys as well. It has to be Ty Lue. I have the mouse pad as well, so I have to be a little bit biased for somebody and his man. It's in my cupboard, Tom. I'm probably going to be putting it on for the finals. Depends on who's going to be winning. We're going to be jumping into the game straight ahead, ladies and gentlemen. So Tom, Mitch, I'll catch you guys after the map number 1. But jumping into the first map here, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be on Inferno. The pick coming in from from Invictus. Look, I don't know, Denko. I'm not a fan of their Inferno. I feel like it's other teams who underperform against Invictus and don't punish them enough, which gives them the edge sometimes. But here we go. Ty Lue, they have this pick of side, and they're going to be starting off on the CT side. Summer, the captain, the in-game leader for the team. He's got a kit. He's got a flashbang. The rest of them, it's going to be USPs and Kevlar. And for Invictus, it's going to be Destroyer, who's going to be the utility guy for his team, alongside Viva, which is surprising, right? You'd rather probably see someone like Xiao Sage, in my opinion, kind of being the utility guy, but here we go. Early nade. Not going to find anyone. And Danking, of course, he's going to be very aggressive. It spots a player out, spots a lot of them out, and is slowly going to be peeling away.
Yeah, Danking confident start. He's going to be peeking down in towards second middle early on. I think Tyler will be wanting to come into this match and not lose twice in a row. It just doesn't happen, you know. no matter how close it was the last time, and I'm honestly going to read into it, I'm not going to go along with the sentiment or the storyline that Tyloo have some sort of magic. I feel like that definitely could have went either way in that grand final last time around. I think this matchup just is a pretty poor one for Tyloo. And while Flying's got off to a good start, he was so quiet earlier on. Dan King, not clean, not clinical. You never see that happening. And now, well, it's Invictus off to a flying start.
Flying start indeed. The store is going to find slowly as well. Summer, at least his shots are landing. That was... I've never seen Dan King with shots like that ever. I feel like that's kind of unfortunate because the flashbang helped it out perfectly, Dingo. Two of them were just dabbing in front of him, and he couldn't do anything. And 4v2, they know where both the CTs are, and yes, they have a kit, but I feel like this round is pretty much in the bag for Invictus.
Well, somebody up in the apartments, and he's not going to be able to get too much done here. He tries best to maybe take one away. Beaver going down. That's something for somebody. A second kill as well, and he will back away. Oh, third kill for somebody.
Okay.
Good damage, but round still goes in favor of Invictus. Just a quick play. Oh, every single player drops from Invictus. That means they'll have to reinvest into the Kevlar. I'd love to see if Tyloo decide to go with his force buy. If they pull out the Deagles early on, this could be a little bit messy. This could be a little bit scary for Invictus moving forward, because you know how good both of these teams are on the Deagles, but now that Invictus are going to have to reinvest in everything, their money is going to be on the line, right? They lose this round, they take too many players down with them. This could be a bit messy moving forward for Invictus, and there it is, the force buy coming in from Tyloo. Of course, it's going to come through. 3 Deagles early on, Summer slowly attacker, and while somebody on a UMP and a CZ75 for Dan King. He's keeping most of his money available, $900 in that. And over here for Invictus, well, 2 AK-47s, 2 MAC-10s, 1 UMP.
Both the players in the B bomb, so they're playing a very passive setup here, apart from Summer just holding that angle from Arch with the Deagle. But they have opted to just give a banana control completely. The good thing is both the CTs towards B have utility, right? They still have 2 smokes in play. You have somebody playing from the CD spawn area, and of course you have slowly with a smoke of his own as well. And somebody even has a UMP, which could be quite deadly indeed. He's been spotted out, takes a bit of damage, smoke. He's not going to go for it. He's going to wait. Dinko's going to wait for his teammate's smoke, and that's a good smoke. Are they going to push on in is the question. They're not, but somebody, he does so much damage, Dinko, gets a kill, and Xiaosage left limping on 21 points of health. Now somebody, he's on 9 points of health, still alive. He's got a flash primed and ready, waiting for them to make a move. But he's going to use a smoke first. He's delaying them further. And that means once they go for his hit, Dinko, they have utility, but they're going to be down to about 25 seconds. And is it going to be a fake? This is a ballsy play from Invictus. 30 seconds, and they're going to be heading back towards the A-bomb site.
3 players here for Tyloo at the moment. This is exactly what they want. 25 seconds, that creates chaos. Invictus realize they have to get onto the bomb site, and when chaos is exactly where these pistols will capitalize. This Dan King and Attacker taking the first 3 kills, and that's the round done. Destroy on the opposite end of the map. Absolutely nothing he can do. Tyloo will walk away with not just the round win, but every single player survives on the defensive side.
That's disgusting. That is just disgusting. And Invictus, I don't know. I'm not really a big fan of that, Dinko. I mean, sure, they were a man down, then head running straight into like the A-bomb set. It still had a little bit of extra time. They could have maybe timed it better. They had a couple of flashes as well. Instead, they just walk on into the crossfire. Great work from Attacker as well with the Deagle, and not even a constellation kill for Destroyer. Slowly just tapping away with the Deagles, and well, they lost a pistol round, Dinko, but yeah, that's the sort of force buy you want to win. And that's going to force Invictus to go for their own eco. Slowly, being aggressive, the nade's going to do a lot of damage. He's going to push out very aggressively. The 2 players left and right, and somehow, slowly, he's able to get 1 kill. But Destroyer gets to reply. That's going to force somebody to play from a more passive position. Banana control relinquished by the CTs, and that's a beautiful shot from Flying. Someone who pointed out in that first game against Checkmate Dinko, where he was very, very quiet, but he has definitely stepped things up. But Attacker finds the both of them. They line up, and that's a bomb lost.
Yeah, I feel like Attacker is such an important player for Tyloo in these important matchups. So if he can show up, he can be the player that delivers the wins. And we'll destroy it. He's looking down into a CT spawn, looking for the shots on the Deagle, but it's actually Dan King swinging out top middle, taking down Viva. Destroy it. Will try his best, but nothing will come of this round for Invictus. But I have to say, coming into this, you know, it's obviously very early and things could change. I know that with Tyloo, never to really trust the early eye test, but right now they're looking focused. They're looking honed in, which is definitely something they weren't against Invictus the last time around. I feel like that Inferno game was just one of the worst games of Counter-Strike we've seen from the two top teams within the region, right? So I was quite disappointed with the last showing, because usually when you hear a Tyloo Invictus matchup is coming up, you get excited because you think it's going to be a good game of Counter-Strike. We know Invictus always force Tyloo right to the edge. The only team that can really actually beat them, just because I feel like their map pool is very similar in that respect. And in terms of the matchup, it kind of works out well. But right now, this is Tyloo showing up with a bit more of a focused attitude. And yeah, moving through Banana confidently here. Slowly probably should have got that kill. Ooh. This is a little bit scary now, but Attacker comes in, sweeps up the final 2 with the AK. Now it's Viva and Flying just left alone, and well, Tyloo are all over the place. I mean, that is not the most orthodox anti-eco round, right? That's not how you're going to place your rifles on the CT side when you're up against pistols. But Tyloo are a different team, a different beast, and we've come to realize normal Counter-Strike does not play out with Tyloo.
Yeah, I feel like for Tyloo, as we all know, they are, you know, the entire style of Counter-Strike is based off the confidence the individual plays. So for them, kind of looking kind of hot here to start things off. They're looking aggressive. They're looking to take fights. They're trying to kind of bully Invictus, I feel like, early on, especially some of these anti-eco rounds where, you can kind of get away with some kind of YOLO-ish plays. But now we're going to be seeing the buy coming out. A little bit of attack time at getting called by Invictus before they enter their first proper buy round. They did have a buy round a second round, although they lost every one of their members without getting a single kill. And for Tyloo, Dinko, imagine, it's 3-1. They lost a pistol round. Look at the money. Look at the money they have. It is ludicrous.
The money's got into a ridiculous scenario, obviously helped out by the second round force buy win, keeping all 5 players alive. That's kind of put them in this position, but somebody about to peek down Banana a couple of times now, where Tyloo probably could have tempered that aggression in towards Banana. Slowly the player in the previous round, somebody this time. But it is the SMG, right? It's the expendable weapon. But slowly, cannot afford to go down here without a single kill. He needs to do a little bit of work in towards Banana. He's got the perfect timing for the peak, the spray down for 2, and Bottle, he's the other player. They haven't checked for him, but luckily Dan King's there for the immediate trade.
Oh. I really, really like what Slowly did there, right? Like, he didn't go for the fight. He didn't panic and try to make his escape because he knew there was a possibility he might get double peeked. Instantly, he just hid behind the planks over there. Just waited patiently, waited for a play to be made by Invictus, and then wait for his teammate to rotate in from CD spawn, waits for the flashbang. Just very, very well played by Slowly. Doesn't pick up a double kill, but Danking sticking around. I'm not a big fan of that one. And Flying might find an opportunity here to thread the needle, which he will. The 1v3 now to a 1v1, and Attacker's quite a distance away. So Flying, if he plays this right, Dinko, he can put himself in a very, very comfortable post-plant position. He has a Molotov to work with as well. This is going to be very hard. The good thing for Attacker is he's got a smoke, but Flying, he knows exactly where Attacker's going to be coming in from.
Flying has a good angle for it. Attacker just walks right into the waiting arms. Nothing he could have done there. Flying getting the job done. And it's a pretty good start, I have to say, for both teams. That's a round that Invictus desperately needed to win. They get off to the pistol, but, this is an important round for them. Tyloo have so much money that it's not really much of a problem going into this next round. Invictus, the positive I have here for them is obviously not Viva being on -1 because he was a very important player for them earlier on, but they've got Flying showing up, and that's very important. He was a non-factor for them over on the previous series, so hopefully he can continue that coming into this. When we talk about Viva being inconsistent, well, this would be one of the worst series for him to go missing in. They need every single individual to show up for Invictus.
They do indeed, and that round though, I want to probably do a post-mortem of that. 1v3 Dinko, I've seen a lot of clutches being lost, or rather clutch scenarios which they shouldn't be losing, and that was just a big mistake from Tyloo, I feel like. As Summer is going to get the kill, Attacker chimes on a frag of his own as well. They're getting shut down. Dank is going to find Viva. They know exactly where Bottle is, but Xiangsage out of nowhere with a MAC-10, a drive-by, and he finds 2 before finally getting shut down by Danking, who gets a little too over-eager, leaving it in, well, the pretty capable hands of Bottle. He has been looking pretty solid so far. Although right now, 11 points of health. Can he close out a 1v3? Try and emulate his teammate in Flying, who did it earlier. Somebody's doing a pretty good job trying to play distraction, but Bottle's aware of it. He's like, wow, there's only one player out across the smoke. Where's the second guy going to be coming in from? It is going to be slowly sneaking in. The nade. Oh, the Molotov as well, just burning right in front of his feet, but it hasn't touched him. They know he's inside a slide. Slowly he's going to come clearing out the corners. Position compromised, and slowly he's there to get the kill. Clutch won't go the way of Bottle, but Invictus, they made it very, very close indeed, and a little scary there. Nice attempt from Xiao Sage to bring it back. It was a rough buy. They just had the 2 MAC-10s, and looking at the money right now, they might opt to go for... I was thinking more of a half buy, but it looks like a full investment will be the call from Xiao Sage. UMP, AK-47s, Viva with the Tech 9. A bit of utility being purchased as well. And there should have been a 5-1 for Tyloo, except for, I feel like it was a misplay from Danking earlier towards Banana, where he was holding an aggressive angle, untradeable from his teammate towards CD spawn, so... At least they bring it back. Now... Buy versus the buy. The dual op setup still in place. Somebody and Danking. Gotta say though, like both the rounds Invictus have won. I mean, apart from the pistol round, it's come down to clutches. It's come down to individual plays, which is something we saw from them against Checkmate as well. And I feel like if you're going to try and win maps or games just based off individuals, it might work against some of the lesser teams in the region, but against Tyloo, where they rely 100% on the individuals, it's not going to be that easy. Somebody holding a tiny little angle. A tripwire shot, as we like to call it. Spots a player out, just the elbow, and it's going to be a bait. He just finds one. Xiao Sage with a quick trade onto Slogan. Now somebody, he is getting hunted down, Dinko. They're pushing him. 3 players coming in from the graveyard position, and he's going to get caught out. Flying pinces him. It's a 3v3. 2 players inside of construction, and Tyloo, are they going to go for the save this early? Danking's going to be falling on back, waiting for backup to arrive in the form of his teammates with the 2 rifles. Just rattling off pot shots through the smoke, hoping to find something. But Viva and Bottle, they're not showing anything. Just playing this very passively, flying with the op. Train towards the entrance from Banana. Smoke going to be deployed. 20 seconds now to work with for Tyloo. They have the kit. That's one thing going their way. Bottle. When's he going to peek? The nade's going to do a lot of damage. A double kill instantly. Summer Attacker finds one. It's all in Flying, and there's no time remaining. They just have to stick this one in. Flying's going to come creeping out. He misses the shot, but a follow-up's going to find its mark, and that is going to be Flying, clutching out the round for his team. Everyone dies, and that's going to be Invictus stealing round number 3. Again, coming down to the 1v2. I'm not too sure what Danking was doing there. He should have gone for the wide swing, helping his teammate, protecting him while he was sticking the defuse, but I guess it just wasn't enough time. Huge clutch from Flying. Yeah, Danking was too far away. He came running in, but he was a couple of seconds too late. And with that, well, Invictus, they've managed to break the economy of Tyloo, but Tyloo being Tyloo, they're going to go for their own force buy again.
That is definitely something Tyloo have up their sleeves that a lot of teams don't. And I think Invictus are probably one of the only other rosters that are so consistent at winning these second round, or should I just say force buy rounds overall with these Deagles. When you vest the Deagles out, there's 4 of them left, and they've got a scout in the hands of Danking as well, alongside the kit for somebody. There's a real chance Tyloo can win this. We've seen them win it cleanly in the second round of this game already. The fact that they can win Deagle rounds without losing a single player is a little bit worrying for Invictus, that's for sure, moving forward. They've got 3 AK-47s, they've got 2 MAC-10s. There's a couple of weaknesses here for Invictus, and they also have to realize their economy's on the ropes. So this round requires so much respect from the Invictus roster. Well, Xiao Sage is going to be out towards top Banana, already clearing the close corner. Somebody's just shoulder baiting. He's just looking for this information. As soon as he spots something that Molotov can deploy and he can reposition, funnel them in to attacker. Somebody can play either from CT or go back to ruins and play from the coffin area. But right now, they're trying to work this B-bomb site defense out. Good few players over here for Tyloo. 3 in total. Somebody is the player taking the initial attention, drawing them towards CT, drawing their attentions away from the double stack that's currently inside of the B-bomb site itself. And 2 players, if you notice over towards this A side as well, they're close to the archway, so they can make a quick rotation if somebody can delay long enough. And now comes the attack from Invictus.
Oh, the snake can do a lot of damage though, but it's gonna be slowly. He's gonna find the first kill, looking for more. They're gonna line up. Dinko slowly is gonna find double. They don't check the corner. They don't check the corner attacker. 3 bullets, 3 kills. That's the round. Wrap it up. Tyloo, they get to 5. And they don't check that one corner, Dinko, and they all fall like a house of cards. That was sick from Attacker.
That was so sick from Attacker. And I mean, the whole setup from Tyloo is just brilliant. You can tell that's something they definitely practiced that. There's no way you can come up with something so brilliant on the fly. That's definitely something they have up their sleeve. And I love that from Tyloo. They have something to come into these rounds with. It's not just, okay, we've got 5 deagles, let's play them across the map. They actually have an idea, a setup, a trap laid for Invictus. And look how good it works out. It's just brilliant from Tyloo. And that puts the money from Invictus right back into the bin, Blair. And now they're facing what looks like a chance for Tyloo to grab convincing control at the start of Inferno as Attacker opens things up with a headshot onto Viva, who is not getting any better, Blair. He's still 0-9.
Oh my.
Okay, that's a nice shot from Flying to open up middle.
There's nothing you can do with that. There's absolutely no way you can react to that. Flying's been feeling it, Dinko. He might have been.
Yes.
Okay, all right, that is just unreasonable, Flying. You can't keep doing this to them as Bottle's gonna join the fray. And this A-bomb site hold is just being wrecked, just destroyed. And Destroyer's gonna do the smart thing. For a moment there, I felt like he's like, hey, wait, you guys hitting 1 digs? I want to join the party as well. He's gonna do the smart thing, Dinko. Falls back to the safety of the site. The bomb is down. And you were... Is somebody already saving?
How does this happen, Blair?
Flying.
It's just
like, you hit
crazy.
shots like that.
It's so crazy. They go on and they lose a round like that against Tyloo. They come back and like, oh crap, my money's gone. That's actually a positive for Invictus. They play better without the guns. They come into this one with just deagles and Flying just tears their head off. 2 incredible kills. Good stuff from Bottle as well, I have to say. He was the MVP against Tyloo the last time around, if you remember back. I think he posted more than 52 or 50, I think it was around 52 kills against Tyloo the last time these guys played across 2 maps. Now that is huge from Bottle.
Listen, I'm just excited.
What that was.
Yeah, I'm just excited with Flying turning up.
52 and 47. Yeah, I agree. I think Flying, I was kind of disappointed we didn't get to see him earlier on today because I knew that, the winner of that match goes on to play Tyloo. I know how important Flying is to the system of Invictus and how important he is. Well, I say system, I guess just how important he is to the team in terms of getting success because he's such an important player because he delivers so much. And while shouts are gay, he does slowly early on. I'm not a fan of this Tyloo aggression. It hasn't really been working in that often, to be honest.
Well, it has been some crazy rounds, Dinko. And I feel like this is kind of like a sign of things to come in the series. It's not going to be easy for either of these 2 teams. It's not going to be clean Counter-Strike. It's going to be a lot of these 4 spies winning rounds. It's going to be individual plays, individual heroics. This A-bomb site hit is going to be facing quite a bit of pressure. Flying, wrapping up bullets. An Attacker, a little bit of re-aggression, finds one, spots a second player out as well. He's looking to take the fight. They go, and he's just going to get to safety in the nick of time. And Danking has a lot of work to do, but he's going to spin around and find a second kill on the Destroyer. Bottle does strike him down, and now it's a 2v3. How long can Attacker stay alive? Not for long. But it's done his job, Dinko. He's delayed it long enough for reinforcements to arrive. However, it's a 2v2. Somebody only has a deagle, and Summer is just getting there as a bomb will get planted.
On planet, Molotov into Cubby. He's going to force Summer back into Library, actually. He was probably considering walking forward, but that would have been to his immediate death. So, slows it down a little bit. They do have a kit in the hands of somebody as well. And while Viva's taking down Summer, so that's probably the chances of winning this round. Almost 0 now at this point. Somebody has got to realize that. And that's going to be Invictus tying things up 5-5.
This A site has been, I feel like, a problem for Tyloo. They really are struggling holding on to it. Somebody's looking to get the exit. Cheeky man, he dies as well in the attempt because somebody. But 5-5. Invictus T side, 5 rounds already, 10 rounds played. they're going to be feeling, well, not too happy yet, but they're going to be feeling pretty confident right now, Dinko.
I think both teams will be relatively okay with this start. You know, there has been a couple of moments where they probably would have liked to have not lost to Pistols, but that's something you've just got to expect when it comes to this Tyloo and Invictus matchup. It's always going to be a wild affair. I remember when we had Hawker stepping in for Mitch a couple of days ago, we had this matchup. He gives me a message. He's just saying, "No, Tyloo just having fun." And you just have to realize, no,
Naive.
They are having fun, but this is how they've been playing this entire tournament because this is how they approach the game. It's wild. And it made for one of the I'm gonna say scrappiest game of Counter-Strike I've seen in a long time. I remember just sitting at the end of that game and just watching Destroy with 4 kills on the A bomb site, and somehow in the most important rounds towards the end, he ends up getting the huge kills to stop the A attack. And I'm just questioning how nothing makes sense. Like, nothing is played out the way it should in that whole game, and so we get to do it again here.
Well, let's see if Invictus are going to do better here. It's pretty much almost a full eco, just a couple of deagles as investment. The Destroyer is going to have no trouble finding Summer, so it should be pretty comfortable around here for Invictus. No scares this time around, except for somebody. If he pulls this off, there's no way. Well, finds one. And that's going to be it. Okay. For a moment there, I had my... got a little nervous. You can forgive me for being nervous considering how many forced buy and eco rounds have been won by these two teams. But 6-5, Invictus will get back into the lead after what seems like forever. They won the pistol round and then Tyloo went off to a great start. But now they have managed to bring this one back. 6-5. Again, got to remind everyone that this is the map pick from Invictus, something which we have been pretty critical of, considering that they haven't really been very convincing on this map. And if you look at just the stats, and also if you look at Tyloo's results on Inferno in the past, not just the recent past, but going back quite a few number of months with this lineup, they have this probably might be their best map, even ahead of Mirage or ahead of any other map. So picking Inferno against Tyloo is a brave gamble. Some people might even say foolhardy, but Invictus, they're making it work. And again, just reminding everyone, Tyloo have lost 1 game out of the 9 best of 3s they've played so far in PAL Fall. They also lost 1 game in the 9 best of 3s they played in the PAL Summer, the previous RMR. And both the games they lost in both the Perfect World Asia Leagues have been to Invictus in the group stage. So if there's one team, Dinko, who can make these guys bleed, it is Invictus.
Yeah, it is. And that's the exciting part, because we usually go, okay, it's Tyloo, they're not going to lose games. Then we see Invictus and we realize they're a team that can beat them. Something Vici just cannot do no matter what. And we'll destroy it with a headshot. Bottle able to follow up, and Dan King trying his best, but only manages 1 kill. And Invictus, they've done it again. They've taken this A site. They've been able to topple the players of Tyloo, and slowly and somebody they start to walk forward, but there's nothing they can do realistically here. It's another shutdown, really. Shouts out Gay getting rid of somebody, slowly the last remaining player, and that's kind of strange to see, because they're just walking over this A bomb site. There's just absolutely no problem there for them, and it's a team effort as well. And they don't actually require flying in this round.
How many actual buy rounds has Tyloo won? Like they won the second round. Then
One, maybe?
1, yeah. So they've won 5 rounds. The first round they won was with the pistols, right? Then it was 2 anti-eco rounds. Then they won that round by attacker with the deagle again. So they've won 1 proper buy round, Dinko, against 1 proper buy round. That's unreasonable.
And this is a map we generally talk about Tyloo because of the weaknesses in the map pool at the moment. Throughout the group stages, we started to put Inferno in as probably their best map, or the map they're performing the best on, right? And the fact that they have only managed 1 proper gun round win, of course, still 5 rounds on the board because it's Tyloo, but nonetheless, it's not impressive. It's not exactly what you want to see from Tyloo coming into the playoffs, because you talk about this team being a different roster when it hits the playoffs, a different team in terms of how they approach it. They don't really slip up. They don't make the mistakes, but Invictus have been the bane of their existence. If they can get over them here, that's a step in the right direction for Tyloo. You know, they can feel a little bit of a weight off their chest. Obviously, you might see them again down the line, but at least you deal with them for the meantime. And Invictus, I feel like they haven't really got that mental block that a lot of the other teams do when they play against Tyloo. I think a lot of them are scared, especially Vici, but Invictus don't really have that problem. Viva goes down early. Nice shot from Dan King.
I like how Invictus are avoiding apartments because they know that the buy is probably not good. You don't want to walk into these close range deals. They might not, Dinko. They're actually giving the respect to these pistols, and why not? They've lost too many rounds just to the deagles, just to the pistols of Tyloo, and already they've lost a man as well. So this is something they're taking a sweet time approaching. They have sent in Bottle towards the archway and kind of like an excursion. He hasn't really made his way out. Smoke's going to be blooming, blocking out Danking's vision. But there is... What is that? What is that smoke? That's... Ugh. What's a smoke, Dinko? What is this? Is it only for the library? Because that's just dumb.
It's a terrible smoke, that's for sure. I hope that it's just a misalignment. Like, either you want to smoke off the archway and focus the fight in library, but we'll get back to that slowly over here. The B-bomb site just minces them. 3 kills just on the edge of the smoke. He's just sitting there. They're not even looking at him. They're not taking him down. They're not setting anything his way. And slowly, just happily takes those 3 kills. That's pretty nuts how he's been able to do that.
They won 3 rounds on half buys and pistols, Dinko. 3 rounds out of the 6 they've won.
Tyloo.
Welcome to the Tyloo show.
It is an absolute mess, to be fair, right now, but it's enough. Tyloo, they can't be fully happy with his performance, that's for sure, but it's about winning rounds, and they've won 6 of them.
Also, did Tyloo try to block that smoke towards CD spawn, or was it again another miss-smoke from Invictus? There was a massive gap there for Slowly. He wasn't even just playing at the edge of the smoke.
I hope it wasn't a miss-smoke. Like, I would just see too many miss-smokes today. We've seen one from Checkmate as well.
What round was that? That was round number 13, right?
Correct.
I'm going to visit that round. I'm going to go back, watch the demos, or if just any of you guys on Twitch watching it, please clip that.
We're just going to watch the stream back on YouTube
we can do that. Or just please clip it, and you can probably tweet it at us, at Dinko or myself, and I want to take a look at it. Because if those are 2 smokes, 2 fundamental smokes being failed by Invictus, and that's why they lost a round,
And this map pick?
It's unforgivable. Yeah, it's unforgivable. I'm sorry. But round number 14, Dinko. It's still another buy, and one thing we know about Tyloo is they can't seem to win with rifles. It just boggles my mind.
Yep, it's a strange scenario to be in, but it's working out for Destroy. He finds the opening kill. Dan King is going to put 1 kill back in favor of Tyloo. So we have a 4v4 playing out on the server right now. 35 seconds, so there's not a whole lot of time left, and this bomb is going back over towards B. Somebody had an opportunity, but he's unable to take the kill, and now looking for a reposition. Let's throw the flashes up, trying to use the utility to delay them as they come in towards the site. We're trying to avoid them as best as possible. With 20 seconds left, you have to start moving forward to deny the bomb plant. Dan King is able to do it. Viva with the bomb just crosses into the open, and now there's a big problem ahead here for Invictus. They have to get that bomb planted. It looks like they'll be able to do it as Tyloo are setting up for the 3v3 retake.
Wow, that got very, very strange, but a nice peek from Xiao Sage to find somebody makes his retake a little bit harder. Now, you gotta understand, Dan King is very, very low indeed. That scope's gonna be hurt as well, and his teammates now coming in. Flashbangs are good, but they're not able to take advantage of it quite yet. All 2 players coming in from CD spawn. Xiao Sage is gonna find Dan King. That was the important player to find, and it's all an attacker. Great hold. Xiao Sage, the hero of the hour, the IGL, the captain, going above and beyond. A 4K from him to kind of save that round for Invictus, because that got a little messy. The bomb getting dropped there. Viva just going for the swing. I'm not too sure why. There was no utility being used with CD spawn as well, but you know what? They win the round at the end of the day.
I love how that's our measure for how good something is right now, because obviously your mentality coming into Counter-Strike is always, when you're looking at things fundamentally, is just because it worked doesn't mean it was a good idea. It doesn't mean it was a good play, right? But in Asian Counter-Strike, it's got to the point where we'll just take whatever we can get. Plus, it's like, it worked, so there we go. That's brilliant. Let's move on. Let's never really read too much more into it. And well, he's going to be tying down to 6 HP in a pretty bad start here for Tyloo. A lot of damage being received. The attacker could pull that back. Oh God, he goes down to Flying, who actually has slowed down a little bit since we started talking about him a few rounds ago. But that's a kill that will get him back onto the scoreboard and let him taste blood yet again. Somebody over towards B. Called off shots at game, making a solo play, Blair.
Summer knows it's a fake though, Dinko. You know it's all a ruse. They know there's one player towards apartments, but they know that everyone else is towards a B bomb site. It's gonna be somebody, Dinko, and he's gonna get pressured. He's gonna find 2. Now a 3v2. How long can he stay alive is the question, and he's gonna be forced out of his position. Nice Molotov being used. Smoke's gonna be deployed. Bomb should be planted. It's once more gonna be a post plant here for Invictus, and they've been winning almost every one of their post plants. Tyloo on the retake. No kits for either Danking or Summer. And Danking now then goes just lying in wait, waiting for Summer to make a play.
Summer trying to pull himself into position. Danking is very patient right now. And well, it'll be bottled with the immediate headshot. That's the play that someone had to make. And well, Danking's been tagged on the cross as well. Winning this round is impossible. And well, that's a 9-6 half for Invictus Gaming on Inferno. What a start. Invictus, this is exactly what they kind of need. I mean, you take a look at what Tyloo have been able to do. It hasn't been a whole lot. How many of those rounds were on pistols? How many of those were on low buys? Pretty much every single one of them.
Yeah.
So
it's
Tyloo, this is not a good performance out of them at all. And we've hit the playoffs. We hit the stage where there shouldn't be mistakes. There shouldn't be a Tyloo who are just kind of cruising by because of the format. This is now the playoffs. You've only got a couple of games left. Yeah, it hasn't been brilliant. And I think we'll put a lot of pressure for Tyloo to perform like that. But I think this is just becoming a consistent thing when they play against Invictus. They struggle. They just do.
They do. And I don't think anyone's going to be happy, apart from Invictus, obviously, with Tyloo being in the lower bracket. Imagine if you're Tiger or Vici, and you're like, oh god, we lose, we face Tyloo. Like, oh, that's disgusting. Viva, okay, that's interesting from him, but holding solo out towards Banana. No trades possible. Bottle's going to go for the white swing. He spots 2 players out, 3, in fact, but Attacker's going to find him. And they're just wrapping around with his A bomb set, or are they? They've got the pick towards B. They know there's probably just one more player there, and that's a right call. Xiao Sage Denko. He got a 4K earlier. He's got to find more. He's getting hounded down by the Glocks. He's going to find one. The Danking with the immediate trade. Somebody! Oh, he's let them through! He's let them through, Denko. And now it's a 2v3. I'm not sure why Danking's even facing. Get the bomb down. It's a 2v3. Play the post plans. You have Summer all the way to its CD spawn. Just don't make mistakes, please. As Flying's left alone. Oh, thank God.
There's a kit right in front of him here, but yeah, winning this round is going to be very, very difficult. Gotta hope for a monumental mistake coming in from Tyloo. This comes back to the point, you know, just seeing Dan King peek down Banana like that, like a moron, basically. It kind of brings back to the point that Hawker brought up the last time he was here on the broadcast. We was kind of confused as to how Dan King ends up making so many risky plays and never dies. It's so weird.
Because he wins his duels.
Yeah, but he did it. He's like peeking down Banana and he's just looking at them. He should be, you know, he could be punished for that. He just never will be. It's Dan King. He just doesn't get punished for that kind of stuff. It's kind of cool. I mean, I like Dan King. He's like a somebody, but I'd say a little bit more sane and also a little bit more calculated. Yeah, I think he's like, so. I think he's slightly more calculated.
I disagree completely. I feel somebody over the years, his intuition has gotten better, and many of his plays, it makes sense, right?
At least in this tournament.
Fair. Danking just is a lunatic to me. Like, he's the sort of guy who lives and dies by, I don't know, he's a sledgehammer, and he's a...
Doesn't die though, blood.
I know, which frustrates me, because if he died, he'd learn his lesson, Dinko, but he never learns his lessons, because he doesn't die.
Maybe I'm just kind of reading into the fact that because Dan King doesn't get punished, he doesn't get punished anywhere near as much as somebody, right? Somebody actually does get punished quite a bit. But Dan King just seems to get away with everything constantly. Well, nonetheless, Tyloo still down by 2 rounds. We'll see if they can get it done here. It's Dan King opening things up with a headshot. Flying going down. Now Destroyer's going to be tested. He's at the hay bales. And they're going to start running down his position. He peeks out to the right side, but it's slowly with a headshot on the MAC-10. Pretty good start for Tyloo. That's enough to force the save from Invictus. And it's 9-8 on the board.
That's a good save, right? That's a good call right there from Tyloo. If I'm Invictus, obviously, you know, it's always easier in hindsight. They had both the SMGs playing towards that B bomb site. I'd rather, if you're going to be playing that passively, right, in both the bomb sites, I'd rather you go for a semi-stack, like a 4 players towards B or A. And that ways, like if Tyloo do walk into the site, because they were walking in without using much utility, just going for the contact plays, well, they walk into a stack where it's 50-50, you can win those duels. Or you lose one player and you get to save your weapons, right? So I feel that would have been the ideal play from Invictus, but if they can at least hold on to these weapons, I think they're still going to be happy. But Tyloo is on the hunt. Nice spray from Xiao Sage. If I'm attacker, I don't go for this. It's not worth it. You have an AK-47. Delete it.
So Tom has reminded me of a moment when Dan King looked down banana against 4 players and started doing some no-scopes. I also remember him shooting his own teammate in the back.
In the same round.
He is insane. He is just crazy. And I think you have 2 players in this team who are just mental, right? Who fit in an asylum, maybe. Right? The thing is, there's something about Dan King that it's just stupid how he doesn't get punished as much. Hopefully, at some point, he'll get slapped in the wrist hard enough that he tunes his game a little bit. Because the unfortunate thing is, when we eventually return to international events, when Tyler go and play, because they will qualify for the big events, right? Dan King's not going to be able to do that kind of stuff. And I feel like that's going to be very unfortunate because he's going to miss out on his shot to show the world what he can do. Because if he just hones it a little bit, he'll be able to perform against these bigger teams. That's something that annoys me about Tyloo.
And I feel that comes with... Okay, let's compare Dan King to Jam Young, right? 2 new players, 2 very sharp players, and how they're so different. Jam Young, he's a smart player, right? He doesn't make too many mistakes, barely makes a mistake. He's so sharp, he's very smart in his approach to Counter-Strike. And then you look at Dan King, who is just a lunatic at times. And it comes with the style of Counter-Strike their respective teams play. For Vici, it's Advent telling them what to do. And for the side of Tyloo, you have somebody who's your role model. You're like, wait, somebody push a smoke, I'm going to push 2 smokes. It's not sustainable, but somebody's wrapping around Dinko. Like I said, again, his flank, so very good. But Viva, he's lying in wait, but it's all a ruse, Dinko. They're just trying to sell this flank towards B, keeping the 3 players there, but the hit's going to be coming in towards A, where there's just 2 players lying in wait, and somehow the pistols are doing the work, Dinko. It's all going wrong for Tyloo.
Well, attacker and somebody with 11 seconds on the clock. Attacker now stuck in short with a bomb. He's going to be losing this round. Oh my god, indeed, Blair. How has this transpired? He goes down to the USP. Flying gets 3. Don't do this again, please. Oh, why are we seeing so many kills of the default pistols in this tournament, Blair? We've seen full Glock rounds. We've seen USP rounds. Flying gets 3 kills, Blair, against the best team in the region.
With a USP. Oh, nice shot though. But oh my god, like the Deagle got 1 kill. They had 3 rifles. They walk into away and they just like get wrecked by the USP in the pit. Like, but that's the thing. I don't mind. I would love it if Invictus are able to punish Tyloo. But when Tyloo, you know, the team you look up saying, all right, this is the best team in the region. They, you know, with this lineup, if they qualify for, I don't know, like another event in the future when the entire Corona thing kind of dies down, they're going to be doing good. And like you lose rounds like this, it's not going to work. Oh, they're still going to win, aren't they, though, Dinko?
I mean, that's our prediction. Right now, Invictus are ahead, and Invictus have shown that they can close games against Tyloo, unlike a lot of teams, right? You can see huge leads from Vici, and you know, they're coming for you. But when it comes to Invictus, I actually don't feel as confident in Tyloo when they're down. I feel like Invictus just don't have that mental block. It can actually take it over the line against them. But Flying in the pit catches out 1. It's Attacker and Dan King getting 2 important kills, though, and this just turns it around. Oh, no. Dan King and Summer, they move forward, but it's cleaned up. The last 2 remaining players, Viva and Shansai getting it over the line. And now we look at 11-8 on the scoreboard, and the money is still not good for Tyloo. It's not enough money to warrant another force buy, so it will be an eco coming in from Tyloo, and that's going to be 12 rounds. I will say most likely for Invictus Gaming. So this is starting to get a little bit... it's a big problem for Tyler. Because Inferno we talk about being one of the maps they're performing the best on. And I'm getting a little bit worried for them because now Invictus are going to be up to 12 rounds. They're 4 away from victory on this opening. Yes, it's the map pick of Invictus. Yes, up next we have Vertigo, but... Oh, did he just get that while in the air? Well, Eva, you're mad. Well, he has had a bit of a quiet performance. Huge drop-off from earlier. So, I'm not against him. Kind of take you out of these eco rounds to go ham and try and get a few kills left.
Well, might as well. I mean, Tyloo did the same to them. And they're probably trying to give Tyloo a taste of their own medicine, saying, all right, you tried to eco-farm us earlier. Allow us to give you a taste of the bitter medicine. Viva, up on top. This I'm not a big fan of. Right? Why do you want to risk it? Why do you want to risk it as Viva spots a player out? And that's a right call. He doesn't have any utility to slow them down. He just has the one flashbang. So the call will be sent out. Xiaosage is already in place. Spots out the first player. Crossbar is set up, but Summer just destroys Viva. But Xiaosage there to hold down the line. And he's going to make no mistakes there. 3 kills for him. Clean frags from the captain. And 12-8 the scoreline. Invictus now 4 rounds away, Dinko, from taking the map pick. Who would have thunk it?
I mean, we kind of expected them to win 1 map, right? I don't know what you predicted, Blay. Did you say 2-0 2-1?
I don't remember what I said. My brain is mush right now. Okay, I said Tyloo. I didn't say what the scoreline would be, though.
Okay, but I think coming into this, because of the fact that there has been so many close games, Tyloo have never been able to beat Invictus Gaming. Convincing which has never been a thing under this organization, and that spawns back, to the start of the year, I feel. So that's a big problem. The last really solid win Tyloo had over them was when they were R-Stars, I think, and that was back in December 2019, right? So, and obviously it was a different team, different roster than now. So, yeah, they've never been able to beat this core roster, or the roster we have now, convincingly. So, I never feel confident, especially with the mortal-looking Tyloo we've had in PAL, to predict them to be able to win this cleanly, because it's just the stats don't add up, right? And so, definitely expected Invictus to at least take 1 here, but Attacker, that's a big play. That's a huge play from him, in fact. And now that opens up this B-bomb site completely, Play. He's not wasting time. He wants another one, but not coming through the smoke. Instead, the Tyloo roster will cross over and will get that bomb down. And this is going to be a very difficult, if not impossible, retake scenario for Invictus Gaming.
Especially if Flying gets caught out by Summer. Look at how far away Summer is. Summer gets the kill. Yeah, there we go. Round's done. Ball's already, he's already legged it. Is far away from where the action's taking place. And that's coming around number 9 for Tyloo. Convincing entries by Attacker. I like how he waited for the flash instead of going for the peek. He knew Xiaosage was going to be nearby. But instead, he manages to just, be patient, wait for the flash to arrive, gets the first kill, spots the shoulder of the second player. He knows there's a window of opportunity to open the B bomb set alone. He gets the kill, doesn't continue to fight with a CT player, playing from CT spawn, spamming through the smoke. Great play from Attacker. And one thing you got to say about this man, like, we talk about inconsistencies of Tyloo. Attacker has been a revelation so far in this tournament. He was a star once upon a time, but when you have players like Danking, like Slowly, like Summer, and of course somebody in your team, and yet you're able to consistently be a top fragger in your team, I think that's quite commendable.
Yeah, I think we noticed Attacker sort of coming into his own and his own form again back in the previous PAL. He had a lot of MVP performances and was really carrying them through a lot of important wins. And I feel like he was a big reason as to why they were so dominant over those best-of-3 series they were winning. But Destroy, good double kill. He's going to be under a bit more pressure here as Tyloo turn their attentions over towards A. It's Destroy with another kill. That's 3 into the round on the AWP. Just take a look at where the bomb is right now, Blitz. On the back of Attacker at the bottom of the T stairs, and there's a player pushed out through Banana. That's Viva. Attacker doesn't know he's here. He's checking all of the Banana angles, and Destroy, meanwhile, has taken down his teammate. So Attacker, he is going to go down surely here. Viva with the headshot, 13-9. What a round from Destroyer. 4 kills, living up to his name, destroying Tyloo, and delivering a convincing round win for the Invictus CT side.
Yeah, they went peeking in 1 by 1. The spacing was really off for a Tyloo towards apartments, right? Like, okay, somebody goes for the peek, he dies, right? He's seen both the players. Now, Danking comes swinging out wide to pick one of the players, which he does, but Destroyer, again, clearly see everyone just peeking in one by one. Once you push up towards apartments over there, if you expect Invictus to be playing aggressively or holding an angle, you want to go for the traditional double peek. I mean, that's something which is kind of like a default for many teams. And Tyloo, they've opted to go for the force buy. And kind of, why not? They've been finding more success with these half buys and pistols than they have with the rifles. And now, okay, there we go. What did I tell you? What did I tell you? What the hell did I tell you? Stop buying guns, Tyloo. Stop it. Just save your money. Just go with these guns and just do what you're doing here. It just works out. I don't understand. I do not comprehend.
It's okay,
how
Blood.
the hell they're winning these rounds.
It's like they play without pressure. I don't know if they ever have pressure. It's weird because that's usually the narrative we would take with teams, right? The fact that when you're playing with the pistols, you don't really focus as much. You don't have as much pressure. You'd free yourself up. But with 10 seconds left, the bomb's not even near the T side right now. Oh no. Well, that's it. That's it, done. The CT side just removed themselves. Back up towards the top of Banana. Yeah, again, it's just another one of these rounds where Tyloo are just so damn good. It's hard to understand because narratives don't really play in favor of Tyloo when you bring it back to normal teams, because that just doesn't work out for Tyloo. They're complete anomaly when it comes to these kind of rounds. They just win them too much. And it's not like they are a team that play in the structured style normal rounds, so it's hard to even figure out why they're so good at the pistols. It's just ridiculous, Blair. I don't know what it is. There's nothing you can put your finger on, really.
It just quote the great band Pantera, just a vulgar display of power, Dinko. It's like a bunch of cowboys from hell just running out like yeehaw with their 6 shooters, just running
like
out, mowing everyone down. Yeah, pretty much. Except they're Chinese. 5 very, very, very dangerous Chinese players. Well, so are Invictus, but Tyloo are just a notch better individually, I might say. Notice how they win the rounds when they have the pistols, right? When they have the pistols, there's no F's given. They just run in, take the duels, and they win the round. And when they slow it down, when they play the defaults, that's when the spacing is off, the timing is off, the decision-making is a little weird, and they just get mowed down by Invictus.
Well, it's not enough right now, Blair. It's not enough to get them over the line against Invictus, because currently 13-10 in favor of Invictus Gaming. Yes, Tyloo have been winning some ridiculous rounds, but it hasn't been enough to put them into the lead. And I would far rather have convincing round wins on rifles than I would a bunch of different pistol round wins, right? It's just not sustainable. Well, probably a little bit, but that smoke goes down for CT. Bit of a gap to play with. Slowly taking down shots I gave through the smoke. Viva tries his best as the only rifler available on the defensive side, and it's not enough. So this will be a 13-11 scoreline. Destroyer, flying, and Bottle rotating over, trying to see what they can do, but it is not going to be a whole lot. It's going to be 13-11. Tyloo answer back with a very convincing gun round.
Somebody wants more on the float as well. I don't think Destroyer's going to survive here. Was it
I
again
love
another...
how we talk about Tyloo's gun finally having guns. That's the only rounds they win with rifles, Blair. It's when it's against the low buys.
It makes no sense, does it? I'm actually... That smoke again from Tyloo, was that once more blocked by the CTs? Was it a miss smoke? Was it a 5,000 IQ smoke where they purposely left a gap, knowing the CTs will peek through the gap and then they get on top of the site and shoot through the smoke? I don't know. Either it's genius or it's utter stupidity. And in Tyloo's case, sometimes it's the both. It's both, right? It's genius and it's dumb at the same time. But you know what? They win the round. That's what matters.
I think that phrase pretty much, oh my. So ridiculous. What?
F's in the chat. Shao Sage, there's nothing you can do about that. We might be critical of him, but there's nothing you can do about that.
I'm so confused. Because when we seen it from Shao Sage's perspective, he just seemed like he peeked out into the open, but when you watch it back that way...
What do you do?
I feel bad. I just feel bad. There's nothing you can do there if you're him. Oh.
Have Deagle to Dinko. 4 Deagles as well. Somebody first to fall. No one there to trade. AK-47 retrieved by flying. He's going to avoid the nade very, very comfortably as well. But slowly he's going to come wrapping around from the library area through the smoke. They're not going to check. And slowly's going to jump right in front of Bottle, but he delivers the killing blow. And that's going to be, well, a pretty solid anti-eco from Tyloo. Just a few upgraded pistols from Invictus. And it was looking, honestly, like Invictus's game, Dinko, but now it's 13-12. And that's the thing with Tyloo. No matter how grim it looks, no matter how bad it looks, somehow, they bring it back. Banking. There's no one marking Arch. Why are you not looking towards Arch? Why are you looking towards mid? Why are your teammates not there? These are the questions that confuse me. I mean, you won the round, fair, but you don't have to make it expensive, guys. Your money's still not that great.
Yeah. Tyloo, they're never going to make it easy. That's just the Tyloo way, right? It's just, if it was easy, they'd be closing out these games, 16-10, 16-11, easy peasy, moving on. But Tyloo never make it easy for themselves. They always like to come back into things. They like to let their opponents come back into things, blah, and then try and close it at the end. And last time they did that to Invictus, didn't work so well. So Tyloo now still down by 1. Very important round coming up here for Invictus.
Thanking. Not going to stick around too long towards Banana. Things were getting a little too hot for him. He's going to relinquish a banana control, and considering the sounds being made by Xiaosage, they know exactly where they are. This has been pretty much almost the same thing Invictus have been doing towards this banana area, especially when you go back to the checkmate game we had earlier, right? They have 2 players towards B, and they played very aggressively, meaning that Tyloo should have an inkling there's just 3 players towards his A bomb site. But now, Dinko, they're going to be facing off against the rifles with more rifles. A dry swing from Slowly. Probably not expecting Destroyer to be playing in front of the smoke, so that's kind of understandable. Flying's going to stay alive. He's not going to burn, but they know his position. Bottle's going to go big, Dinko. He's got to go big, or this one's done.
Yeah, he has to go huge. He was such a good performer against him the last time around, but this time has been quiet. 12 and 17. Time to step up, time to deliver, and they peek into him. He gets 1. Tanking and Slowly, well, they'll find the final 2 kills to put the nails in the coffin here. It's just Viva left alone 1v4, and it feels like Invictus, they were far ahead, blood. They were in the driver's seat, but Tyloo, the face of somebody comes up on the left side, the face of Dan King on the right. You see them just looking out your window, and then they just crush you. Take the car away, turn it into a cube, and leave you on the floor dead. Or crushed, as it would probably be more.
How is this turned around? How has this turned around?
Just figured out that, we can win enough of the pistol rounds. We can lose a couple. But as long as we get these rifle round wins, which they're finally doing, blah, they'll get it over the line. And that's the difference, honestly. That's the answer to it. They start winning gun rounds.
I don't understand how this game's turned around, man. Like, Tyloo have made so many mistakes. If you don't count the pistol rounds they've won, Dinko, this could have been over. This would have been like 16-10 or something, or 16-9 for Invictus, but Tyloo just... This is so much better though, right? They're working together, working as a pack, triple peeking, double peeking every angle instead of just one guy going out. And now they have control to the B bomb side. They're still clearing it out, ensuring there's no one around. Destroyer, last man standing far, far away from where the bomb's going to be planted. And there are 2 players waiting for him at A. Well, it finds one. And an instant trade from somebody. 14-13. Tyloo, they've taken the lead, Dinko. They have defied the odds. They've defied the gods themselves and said, we are Tyloo. We win these.
Yeah, it's... It's pretty ridiculous how we got to the point where I was considering this one to be an Invictus win at a certain point. Like, obviously, we knew eventually Tyloo were going to get a couple of rounds and make Invictus sweat, but I thought it was going to be enough for Invictus to take it over the line. But this is the final round where there's any belief in that possibility, right? Because if Invictus go on to lose round 28, it should just be Tyloo taking Inferno. And then we go on to the second map, which happens to be Tyloo's map pick of Vertigo. Attacker up through long, catches out Destroyer. Now the hold has been pretty terrible for Invictus. Usually we talk about the B-bomb side being a weakness. This A side has been terrible from them. And Dan King, he has taken down Flying, Viva and Xiaosage, last 2 remaining players. Tyloo just run over the top with him and yet again make it look easy.
flying has been useless on the A-bomb side, and this goes all the way back. Can you guys... Why is the bomb in T-spawn? Wait, what? He's on an...
I don't even do that matchmaking, blah.
He can win this?
Yeah, he can win this round.
He can actually win this?
Tyloo left the bomb and spawn. This is win the playoffs of a $100,000 event, and Tyloo have left the bomb in T-spawn. While Viva, he's coming out top middle. I hope he punishes them for it, and while he's going to catch one, looking the wrong way. Now with 30 seconds left, Attacker has to go and get the bomb and beeline to the B site. Like, there's no other option. He has to sprint to B and get there immediately. Hello? Go. Run. Quickly. Run.
Viva doesn't even know where the bomb is, though, Dinko. He didn't know the bomb was dropped, which is unfortunate. He's gone for the gamble.
What the hell's going on? Viva's probably hella confused right now.
He's like, what are you guys doing?
What is this? 1 versus 1, though. Low HP on Attacker. 100 HP on Viva. He's got a kit. He's got a smoke and a flashbang. And he's got an AK-47. He's got 4 kills in the round already, Bly. This is to secure the ace. To secure a 14th round for Invictus and to keep them alive into this game. He moves forward and checks ruins. It's all about limiting the positions, but he doesn't have a whole lot of time left now. He'll look at Banana, but it's all first oranges. That's exactly where Attacker's playing at Viva. I thought he was going to check it, but he turns his back, and Attacker gifted the round. 15-13. I hit the Tyloo not punished for leaving the bomb and spawn, but nice try from Viva. But it's map point for Tyloo.
The bomb plant, Dinko, the bomb plant. That's why he didn't check the corner. He saw the bomb plant. It's like, oh yeah, it's definitely planted for Coffin. He didn't go for the full clear, just a very shallow clear. An Attacker. He has been fantastic.
Peak style, right? He's just kind of... He's like, no.
It's kind of a 50-50 gamble, right? Because looking at the plant, honestly, would you expect this?
No, definitely not. That's smart from Attacker. You know, that's definitely smart. You can't take that away from him in that 1v1. But right back into the action. It's round 29. Talked about Invictus pushing Tyloo right to the edge. It's been Tyloo forced to the edge, but then having to come back and fight from a huge deficit themselves. And it looks like, well, they have done it. They're going to be closing it out here unless Destroyer can do it all. He's got the bomb in towards Banana. And now Flying, starting to move forward. This could be a round where he finally does something. And what? It's going to be Attacker going down. And somehow Tyloo have let this all slide. It's just somebody, 12 HP, 1 versus 2. How has this happened, Blah? How have we come from a 5v2? Yep.
Yeah, 2v5, Dinko. Well, 3 of them are very low, but...
Still. Come on.
Yeah, I'm trying to rationalize.
Destroy has a FAMAS, Blah. And he's just peeking car, down Banana. He takes the first 2 kills. Tyloo, that's just a round that's just unfortunate, I guess. We'll just let that one slide. But we go into round number 30. We've gone all the way, Blah. It's overtime, or it's a win for Tyloo. The money is not good right now for Invictus. We go into the next round and they will have barely anything to play with. So Tyloo have another prime chance to take it over the line here, going into the next one. It's Flying, shutting somebody down. End of the round. All picked up there as well for Destroyer. That's an important find. And 15-14, round number 30. We've gone all the way here on Inferno.
It's going to be overtime, isn't it?
Could it well be, Blah?
Oh, this is just Destroyer. I mean, good work from him. And then, of course, the timing for Flying to get that kill. And again, the final 2 players both caught looking the wrong way. It's a 2v5. And Invictus, well, they clutch it out. We take those if you're Invictus, as we do have the final round of regulation. Could be the final round of this map if Tyloo were able to win it. But if you're Invictus, Dinko, you are kicking yourself, because even if they win this round, they have to play overtime. And they're going to be starting on the CT side, where the economy does definitely not favor the CT side. It's going to be the 10k start money. It's going to be the RMR, the Valve rule set. Meaning, you know, retakes are going to be quite painful. They have to rethink things. So it's not going to be comfortable. And considering they were leading, what was it, 13-7, 13-8? It's just ridiculous how Tyloo's managed to turn this around. Why is no one there? Why is no one there to trade? Why is this slowly just gone running on in?
Look at the HP, this nade. Oh, Viva. I thought he was going to toss that. That would have been 2 kills right there.
He can still find it?
He can, but will he throw it? Comes down to whether or not he probably throws the nade close here. holding on to it. You know, the fact that he still has that net is a big problem for Tai Lu. Well, we'll see if they can get anything done here. Oh, here comes... Oh, he keeps teasing us. He keeps teasing us. He loves it. Molotov comes in. Tai Lu trying to force their way onto the bomb site. Force these players back. Dan King looking for the flanking player running up Banana. That's flying. It's about to go down here. Dan King confirms that kill. Now going to re-smoke off CT. And the pressure begins to build here. But Viva finally throws that HE grenade. Takes down Summer. And it's Attacker and Dan King left in a 2 versus 2. Dan King may be low on HP, but he has the positional advantage of Banana, so most of the pressure falls onto Attacker that's dealing with it well. They'll line up, and it's done. 16-14. What a huge step up from Attacker. 33 kills here on Inferno. And Tai Lu, it may not be the cleanest of games. It definitely wasn't, but they get the Inferno win under their belt.
I'm just happy I don't have to break this down. Tom, Mitch, join me. Join us. The madness that is Tai Lu. The Tai Lu train continues. Tom is a broken man. He's wondering how we can maul any further. Okay, let's leave Tom alone. He was already losing his mind in TeamSpeak while we were casting there. Mitch, how do Tai Lu do it? How did he do it? How did he win games playing like this? Please explain.
I could write a thesis on that, and I don't think I'd get it done in time, even if I had the next few years.
10,000 words isn't enough.
No, God, no. I think it would need to be in video format, because I don't think I could bear to describe in just words what happens in even one of these games. It's wild, isn't it? Like, the fact is, we always have it in the back of our heads. We actually verbalize it consistently. How we're like, well, you know, Tai Lu, they're playing loose, but they're just doing it now in the opening game. Well, it's just the group stage. Well, it's just the opening of the playoffs.
Just give them excuses.
Well, it's just an Oramor event. Well, it's just like, we're just going to go on forever. When do we stop and go, these guys don't know how to play Counter-Strike, but somehow it works within this region? When they go to the EU, though, they get smacked out. You can't do this. Like, it's unreasonable. And I think it is a crazy thing where I think because they've so long ruled this region, we give them a lot of slack when it comes down to presuming that they know what tight and clean Counter-Strike is, but I'm not so sure anymore.
I guess, Tom, the fact that tilts all of us so much is because the mistakes, like, we're not asking Tyler to play like highly tactical Astralis as Counter-Strike. It's just you fix these small little things and boom, you're already a much better team. You're going to be winning much more convincingly. And when you eventually head over towards EU, NA, whenever that happens, you will stand a better chance. It's just that they refuse to change. They refuse to make any adjustments in how they approach this game, which is so frustrating because you can see how good these players are. Look at Attacker. Again, we keep saying they might have a rough day in the office, but someone's going to step up. And it's going to be Attacker this summer. 33 kills. He was fantastic, Tom. But is that, I guess, that kind of summarizes our frustration with Tai Lu, I guess, where if they make the small little tiny changes, they could be immediately such a good team.
Well, let's just go through some of the amazing things that they did. Number one, they did not win a buy round in the first half. They got 6 rounds. That's pretty incredible. Like, that's stupid, but that's pretty incredible. They almost managed to lose a 1v4 because they left the bomb in the spawn. That is also pretty incredible. But the word is almost. They won the 1v1. They lost a 2 versus 5 in the next round. But even though they got all of the entries and then got sprayed down by a FAMAS, that they were unable to trade because Dan King missed an AWP shot and decided the right decision was just to jump up and down because there's no way that he could have just tried to go for a second shot or get help from a teammate. I almost, like, watching that game made me genuinely believe that Tai Lu were trying to lose rounds. Like, it was genuinely, like, immeasurable anger just building up within my body. And this is what irritates me more. How did Invictus lose? Like, how did they lose this match? Like, it was almost like their opponents were trying not to win. And then they were like, we better try a little bit harder to throw it ourselves. It makes no sense. Like, Invictus were handed absolutely everything, and they still didn't win the match. They had some, like, criminal underperformers in comparison to the game we saw earlier today. It feels like a lifetime ago after that map. But that wasn't even necessary. That wasn't even the problem. It was just the fact that it came down to their A-site hold being one of the worst we've seen in the entire tournament. I don't even like. Normally, you put your crazy aim star in pit. I don't want to see that anymore. Flying is so pointless in that position. And the problem is, it's not even, it's because it just doesn't seem to work within his brain of like holding certain angles. It's always just like, now that one of my teammates has died, let me try walk forward through a smoke. No, just you are in the most powerful position of the entire site. Like, stay there and try and kill people. Stay alive and wait for people to rotate. And that's why he's not the right person for that role. If anything, switch him and Xiao Sage, have him being the mental fragger that runs down Banana, because he might actually get a kill.
Yeah, actually might. Now, getting kills is something which Invictus was struggling on, and heading into map number 2, the pick from Tyloo, it's not going to get any easier. Tyloo now leading 1-0 up in this best of 3 series. Again, reminding everyone, this is the upper bracket semifinals. Loser's going to go down to the lower bracket finals, and the winner's going to move on in the upper brackets. Coming up next, it is going to be the map pick from Tyloo. It is going to be in Vertigo. And before we head into that, we're going to be going to a very short break. What need a little bit of cleansing of our souls after that particular showing from Tyloo, but they get the win in the end of the day. Denko 16-14. They have kind of managed to avenge themselves over that loss they suffered to Invictus in the group stage. Heading into Vertigo, it's a map Tom mentioned. He kind of hates watching Tyloo on it because of how many unforced errors
To be fair,
they
is there a map
make.
that he likes watching Tyloo play on? I don't think so. So
That's true.
It is one that is a messy affair. The last time around, we've seen these two teams play against each other on Vertigo in the final of the PAL summer, right? And it was one of those matches. It was quite similar to Inferno, where Invictus were ahead and Tyloo clawed it back, and was very, very unfortunate to watch. Invictus got off to a brilliant start. Both of these teams are good on their CT sides, but absolutely dire on the T sides. So this is going to be a real mess, a real battle. And if Tyloo have picked this, I hope they've worked on their T sides, because they sucked the last time.
Oh yeah, and of course, like over-aggressing, right? Just re-aggressing constantly on that CD side. One thing I like watching from Tyloo in that A ramp area is how they just kind of force their opponents to give them respect. But one thing which I've noticed, and this is something we see in international Counter-Strike a lot as well, most teams don't seem to be willing to go for kind of like the mid take and kind of abuse that, right? The
Yeah,
mid
no
to
one.
be flagged, the pincer. I think how many teams do that really? Like I know Complexity does it, if memory serves me right. A couple of other teams do it, but that's about it. And I feel like if that's something which I don't think Tyloo have really been tested against, I feel like for Invictus, they have nothing to lose. It's an upper bracket matchup. It's not the finals yet. You know, it's a map where Tyloo have some flaws on. Why not abuse that? Why not try that instead of just trying to crack open that A bomb side defense 14 times out of the 15 rounds you have on the T side?
Yeah, and I recall actually Tyloo being tested in this way. I remember back to the previous PAL when they played against D13 on Vertigo. We actually seen, I think it was Rit, who actually just kept pushing out middle. And he kept catching the Tyloo players in rotation. And he kept getting like 1 or 2 kills in towards that mid position. And Tyloo couldn't really deal with it. And there was a lot of rounds picked up for D13 that way. So we've already seen that in the past already happen for Tyloo. They've had a couple of problems there. So yeah, that's definitely something that could be worked on. And I think Invictus, if they've done any sort of preparation, which I hope they've done, we'll kind of realize that when they look back and maybe watch some Tyloo Vertigo VODs. Maybe they figure that out. But I think coming into this one, it's going to be, it's kind of showing a little bit of lack of confidence, I have to say, for Tyloo. I think the fact that they have gone to the Vertigo pick, they weren't confident in picking Mirage against Invictus anymore, like the last time around. So I think coming into Vertigo, maybe it's a little bit of an admittance from Tyloo realizing their map pool is a little bit weaker. But I feel like Vertigo is going to be one of those 16-14 maps. It'll go either way. I don't think this is a clear-cut win for either team.
Yeah, and I feel like for Tyloo, especially with them switching things up and not really banning Nuke anymore, right? They've been banning Train recently, which is a bit of a surprise. I can appreciate why they're trying to expand their map pool, trying to float Nuke out, dare certain teams to play against them on it, although Vici is the one team they're going to be banning Nuke out against them. But apart from that, like, it's surprising they've banned out Train, where at least based on their historical results, yes, albeit it's not been too many games played on Train, but from what we've seen, they have been pretty solid on Train. So they're banning out a map that they're pretty damn comfortable on, and then having to go from maps like a Mirage, where they look very mortal right now, a map like Vertigo, where we've seen them make so many mistakes. So I don't think that the map pool is shallow. I just feel their decisions when it comes to which maps they want to play, it is kind of questionable.
Yeah, I mean, they have a lot of maps they can play because they're just a good team individually. And no matter where they never approach a map with tactical depth like Vici. They just go in and decide they're going to headshot people, and it just depends where they're most comfortable doing that. And we'll see if Vertigo is a map they can do it here up against Flying, who is in the corner early on towards bottom B. He's going to be caught by 3 players, and it's Attacker that gets the luxury of taking his head off. And now, well, Tyloo, they're going to send a couple players out towards mid, and when I say couple, I mean Summer. He's there with the utility, and the pressure being applied to this B-bomb site. It's a bit of a back and forth here. Bottle has taken a kill. That Molotov burns away, destroys Chancellor doing a good job, gets 2. Bottle with another one as well, and Tyloo have just completely fallen to pieces. It's somebody left alone, and Bottle swings on by. He was such an important player for them the last time around when Invictus got it over the line against Tyloo. And well, now he was, very quiet over on Inferno, but here it's a good start into Vertigo. I want to see him keep this up.
Yeah, that was a very solid hold considering Tyloo had a game plan. They got the opening pick. They caught out flying. Was aggressive. This is a little, I feel, ballsy. Too ballsy from Summer there, throwing the Molotov without even clearing any of the close angles. At least if he had stayed alive, it could have made things a little bit better. But the attempt will be stopped in its tracks. It's going to be the Force Buy, and it's going to be Bottle. Just taking the fight to Tyloo. Is still going to stick on around. Very, very brave of him. And because of that, he will be punished. Danking's going to get a kill. Meanwhile, Xiaosage catches somebody on the flank, on the lurk. Viva should be careful. He's kind of in a rough spot here. He's going to find one and will escape with his life intact. And now falling back towards his bomb site, he's got Xiaosage as well to help him out. So, looked a little scary, but they have managed to recover. 4v2. Danking and Summer left alone. Bomb yet to be planted. They've used up the only bit of utility they had remaining, and this round should be in the bag for Invictus.
Ooh, Danking going down to the UMPO flying. 2-0 up for Invictus Gaming at the start of this one. Like I said, this is where most of the work was done from Invictus in the previous matchup. I think they got 9 rounds against Tyloo in the grand final of Pal Summer on the CT side of Vertigo. So getting off to a good start, giving themselves a chance to win a few more. If you remember back as well to that half, I don't know how many people can remember this. I think just because I casted it in every single one of these games, leave a scar in my mind. I remember everything. But it was a scenario where Invictus definitely should have won more rounds. And what shouts like, hey, that's a good hold so far, 2 kills, but they just continue to barrel through the Molotov. And eventually, they will be stopped in their tracks, at least going through construction, but slowly, 3 HP, he's mental, he's moving forward, eventually will go down. And now it's just Danking. Lash a mini player, he's caught out by flying. This is a good start from Invictus. You know, he probably didn't want to lose 2 players there, but the rest of the team were very quick to patch up the holes. And now, well, it's Tyloo getting their first buy-in.
Yeah, now it's going to be the real test for Invictus. And Tyloo, the T side, it does leave quite a bit lacking, but let's see what to have in store for us over here. The Force Buy and the Eco round were kind of one-dimensional. I like the pistol round, though. I like that approach. It was just that Summer getting caught up with the Molotov in his hand towards mid. That wasn't ideal. That was a little bit of a mistake from the IGL. I like that. I like that early Molotov to extinguish the smoke, preemptive smoke. Somebody catches out flying. That's a huge kill. And look at him. He knows there might be a player nearby, but it's going to peel away. That's going to give an opportunity for Bottle to try and get the trade. Might catch somebody off guard, but somebody's still going to get the kill. We didn't see it, but you can see it in the kill feed. Somebody doing it all on his own, and now it's a 5v3. Danking already pushing up towards short. He clears out at close angles, doesn't see anyone out. Viva finds slowly, but he won't be expecting the second player is pushed on through. Attacker actually gets the kill, so somebody, or Danking rather, can push on further, and he's gonna win the duel. And Xiaosage, if I'm him, I'm just heading for the hills. There's nothing he can do. Bomb will be retrieved, and that's gonna be Tyloo getting the first round on board. Somebody's so aware. He is so aware, Dinko.
Making it work for it. The Tyloo team with those 2 kills as well. Somebody just showing up in an important round. I think, obviously, the fact that they struggled to win gun rounds over on Inferno, I guess this is a good sign. Xiaosage clinging on to the AUG, trying to save it into the next one. It's going to be 3-1. Tyloo win their first round here on Vertigo. It comes in the first gun round. And going into this next one, we'll be looking at the buy from Invictus. It's going to be pretty good. Xiaosage can drop Viva. The rest of the team can get a buyout. So this should be looking pretty good from Invictus. They'll be able to compete at least going into this one. But it's very important that they win it, Blair, because going into this next round, we know everything is on the line in terms of their economy. We know if they lose this, their money will be gone, and Tyloo will be in a good position to not only equalize things, but take the lead.
The thing for Invictus is the B aggression hasn't really been paying out for them, so I'd actually like them to maybe go for the mid control, you know, and kind of play retake. If you have control of mid, the B retake becomes so much easier, but this is different. This is aggressive. Bottle's gonna stick on around, and they're gonna find Destroyer in the smoke, but Destroyer's gonna mow them down. This is Ty Lue fighting fire with fire, Destroyer just pushing down with his teammate, just destroying whatever Ty Lue had in store. And that is brilliant. That I like to see. Is Invictus have completely destroyed, wrecked whatever Ty Lue had planned for that round. Bombs dropped as well. There's no way Summer or somebody's going to be able to retrieve that without taking quite a bit of damage. And over a minute on the clock, and they've already lost a round. That is just insane aggression from Invictus.
Ooh, well, flying and then gets rid of somebody. Oh, going for the lineup. Someone not managing it. And that's the perfect reply coming in from Invictus. 4 players staying alive. A convincing round win coming in with the rifles. They invested everything. They put everything on the line. And they come right back swinging. It's not even close. So I like that. It works out well. Dan King just not really aware of the aggression coming in, and Destroyer, you know, confident plays. Invictus, I feel the thing that catches Ty Lue off is Invictus don't play scared against Ty Lue, and they don't really respect him. They kind of give him a taste of their own medicine, and I don't think Ty Lue is so used to that. I think Vici give them far too much respect, so Ty Lue just walk all over them, whereas Invictus don't really care. They just kind of do their own thing, and it does make a lot of these rounds very close and exciting. And Ty Lue don't really know what's up, and we've got a very back and forth battle established already. It's going to be kills coming in favor of Ty Lue. Not a great idea there from Viva. And that has probably just given the round over to Ty Lue.
Unless Xiaosage, he's repositioned himself with the sandbags. Now, the thing is, will Ty Lue be expecting this? Destroyer playing an aggressive angle towards B. He's walked down the stairs. They've completely given up mid, Dinko. Ty Lue to slow things down to a crawl. They're not really going to over-aggress. They're going to wait it out, wait for Invictus to make a play. And now, Destroyer, it's going to come down to him. They have a lot of utility in both the players. The problem is how isolated both the players are. And Xiaosage, Dinko, he was so patient for so very long. And the moment he peers around the corner, so slowly they're waiting for him with a very quick headshot. Somebody's holding the line as well for Destroyer to show himself. And he will be caught out. Somebody with a little bit of a cheeky angle will retrieve an AK-47 for himself as well. And that's a good reply from Ty Lue, because they have not just won the round, Dinko. They've ensured that the money for the side of Invictus is left in a kind of a picklish position.
I like that word, describe the by, so it's interesting. But yeah, coming into this one, Invictus don't really have enough to warrant an actual buy, so they go with the Deagles, and we know how good Invictus are in these low buy pistol round scenarios where they get the guns out. And it's going to be slowly with a good kill on the Xiaosage. Bottle with the MP9 taking down slowly. These pistols could be oh so deadly for Invictus, and Ty Lue need to realize that. And it's a 4v4. Rounds virtually just begun, and Destroyer is already pushed up below the B stairs. A bit of control being established from Invictus early on into the round, but Ty Lue taking a slower one. You can see how much respect they're giving them just by watching how they're approaching the server, you know, just sitting back passively, holding these corners, holding for the aggression. They know what's coming at them. They know that Invictus is so good on these pistols.
Also, or Ty Lue, so I guess it does go both ways. It's high-rise battleground. That's the thing with both these teams, right, Dinko? Like, usually when you see sort of like half buys like this, we kind of know the round's done. The team with the better buy is going to win, so we can kind of like segue into something else, talk about some off topics. But it's never the case. There we go. Bottle finds attacker with the AK-47 retrieved earlier. Summer is going to peek alone. And he will win the duel. That's a huge duel to win. That's the AK-47 taken away, but Destroyer is going to find a headshot onto somebody from behind. And now with 20 seconds on the clock, they have so much work to do. They don't even know where he is, and Destroyer's done everything, Dinko. There's nothing Dan King can pull off here. It's a 1v3. There's 14 seconds on the clock. He's going to pluck Flying's head off. 11 seconds now. He's got to find a second kill, which he will, but there's no time remaining. It's 7 seconds. He's just going to run for the hills. He will survive with the AWP, but the round is lost. And Invictus, well, just with a half buy, just with some of few pistols, they managed to win yet another round. How?
even though Tyler approached this round with all the caution in the world, when they sit back and they actually respect the buy, it still ends up going Invictus's way. They're just so good on the pistols. That's the problem. Both of these teams are just so individually gifted that pistol rounds just happen so often. And we'll see it nonetheless. 5-2 up. It's Dan King looking for that early pick. He's not quick enough. He's not accurate enough. And Viva gets away this time.
Somebody's really been fantastic in getting these opening picks towards B. It's like, I think he's won every single duel towards B. And that too playing all by his lonesome. As with that pick, Tyloo are gonna opt to switch up their game plan slowly. Ooh, turns away the worst time possible. Bottom's gonna try and time it. And Summer's caught looking the wrong way. That is just terrible timing for Summer. Probably not expecting CG to be up close. A little bit of a failed flashbang, but that's okay. They've got the trade. As Tyloo would be looking to regroup. By the looks of things, they are heading towards this B bomb site. Not really being quite either about it. They're making quite a bit of noise. They still have attacker lurking around behind them, taking care of the flank. But they're going to be walking into two CTs lying in wait, Dingo. They have a player towards mid as well. Bottle's playing up close, right behind the smoke. Molotov sailing past him, but he is unaffected. Finally, he'll be forced to budge as Viva has taken quite a bit of damage in the meantime. It's going to come down to Bottle once more, Dinko. 34 seconds. Are Tyler going to head towards B? No. They're going to head towards the A bomb site, but do they have the time to clear everything out? Is the question. There's no one on the bomb site, but there are three, make that all four CTs rotating in towards the bomb site.
Chelsea Gates playing with a gap on the left side of the smoke, and no one's really peeking. No one's giving him much of an opportunity from Tyloo. So Tyloo side, they get the bomb planted. They then fall back into a very sound post plant, and it's going to be one kill from flying onto slowly, but immediately after the trade is found by somebody. And now 3v3, 23 seconds left in this clock. Invictus, they've tapped that bomb, trying to draw the players into the open. Dan King catches that shot again, making the aggressive stance, and now Dan King starts the sprint towards Viva and somehow lands that shot blur. That is absolutely huge. And now Flying is left in a 1v3, and Dan King gets him as well. 3 kills for Tyler, 3 rounds for Tyler, 3 for Dan King. And well, Invictus, they just got absolutely wrecked.
That was the massive off angle as well for the second kill. And
The Viva frag is unbelievable how that even happens. I want to see it from Dan King's perspective, because that is just nuts.
Wind it back, PGL. Let's get the replay going. There we go. Dan King. Okay, the first one, patient play. He gets the kill. The second kill.
It's not as impressive, I think, when we come out this way, but
yeah, he's just so aware, right? And he goes for these super fast scope, like mini flicks, so to speak, as, ooh, that is scary. Viva, the only player with a rifle. Somebody, though.
Ooh, Destroyer. He's down towards the bottom of the B stairs, taking the fight against somebody who is going to fall away. Throws the Molotov down. Deagle kill has come in from Shao Gay in towards middle. Summer will be trying to deal some damage back, but look at the health for Tyloo. 3 players in the red HP. 29 HP on attacker, 27, and then 14 for somebody and Summer. This is a round that they could lose, Blair. How many can we take?
I don't know. At one point, we're going to break, but so far, we're still okay, Dinko. We're still okay.
Somehow.
That's the unfortunate thing about having online casts. We can't even, like, hold each other's hands or, like, hug each other and just, like, console each other, right? We can't be like, there, it's all right, it's okay. We can't even do that. We just have to rely on, WhatsApp groups and talking to each other. But Destroyer's pushed up this Deagle, Dinko, considering how low they are, like you said, it could be deadly. 3 shots, that's all he needs. He doesn't even need headshots here.
Oh, no. I feel like as soon as they come up, he's guaranteed at least one here. He has to get at least one. Just a body shot's going to be enough. And there goes somebody. He's going to look for another one. Don't peek into the open, but he's going to do it anyway. And he goes forward, Blair. Another chance, but he's finally shut down. But it's a 2 versus 2. Both players on the CT side have AK and an M4. They have rifles in play. And now they need to get this bomb down. And while it's not going to be working out, Bottle takes down Dan King. And that is it done. Summer just falling back. Gets the AWP. And yeah, the bomb is down below, so they were never going to win that round. And that is Invictus Gaming taking yet another 6-3 up. And the pistols prevail once again. Tyloo's T site is terrible.
In the immortal words of Matt Damon, How do you like them apples? Because, well, we saw Tyloo win rounds again and again and again and again with the Deagles, but this time around, it's Invictus kind of teaching them a lesson. It feels like it's like, hey, you gotta win with Deagles. Well, watch this. And 6-3, but you look at the scoreline, Dinka, and you're like, okay, this is a reasonable scoreline. But if you're just tuning in, you have been missing out on some very back and forth Counter-Strike. As you do have attack pause getting called out, and every time I see a map of Vertigo getting played, Dinko, it just reminds me of Die Hard, the greatest Christmas movie ever made.
Yep, definitely one of the better ones, at least. Doesn't quite top Santa Claus, though. That's the best one.
No. Listen, Die Hard. You have Alan Rickman, right? As Hans Gruber,
one of my favorite actors
ever, and then you have Bruce Willis, just being a cop, just doing his stuff as.
What? Somebody, how does your wrist even move that way?
No, wait. How does Flying not see him? He was literally...
He was about to take him down, and then somebody just turns around and smashed his head off his shoulders. Flying was trying to get into a better spot so he could confirm the headshot, but then he just gets a bullet in the face. He just was not ready for that. Shouts to Gate, though. Another good kill in towards middle. At least returning some sanity to the round.
I feel like his gun model maybe blocked off the player, perhaps. Because obviously we have a different view model over here.
Yeah,
right,
maybe.
For us. Oh, there we go.
Ooh, shots again. That's aggressive, and that's worked out. 2 kills picked up from somebody gone down, and now, well, Tyloo's showing a little bit of presence in towards A. They have the utility at the ready. Smokes flashes, about to go on in, and they're going to start charging through. Shots again with a headshot. Dan King going down. Summer, turns around and catches out Destroyer at the bottom of the ramp, but it is all on a Summer. Chancellor has done enough to be the hero, surely in this round now. Summer, what a flick! He's rolling back the years, and now he looks for another. He's gonna go down though. Shouts Gay with a 4K, and it's 7 on the board for Invictus Gaming. Just a little flash there. Just a lot of people, maybe if you're unfamiliar, Summer did op for a while, right?
Oh yeah, he was a primary opper for Tyloo at one point in time. But then this is when Execurate he had left. I think it was when Bentet was calling for the team, and it was Summer opping primarily. And then later on, of course, they got Zeta coming in, they got Freeman. Even then, I believe he was wielding the op quite often. I'm actually happier with him being on the rifle. I'm happy to pick up someone like Dan King, who can be kind of like the permanent opper. But yeah, like you said, he's showing signs. Just rolling back the years, showing that he was a force to be reckoned with at one point in time. Especially back when he used to go around with the moniker of Fancy One. And right now, they're getting wrecked.
That bomb flew so far. And well, it is going to be 1 kill from Slowly at least. You can't have a clean sheet. You can't have an easy round there, Invictus. Can't make it too clean for you. So, 3 up. Invictus Gaming, they won 9 rounds against Tyloo the last time around from their defensive side. They could do that again, and it's looking pretty likely. But the problem was, we've seen this exact scenario play out, if I remember correctly, when Invictus got off to a fantastic lead, and then they threw it all away. So Tyloo, they're going to start coming back into it. Let us start doing it now. Still have a chance. And somebody's going to start things off well with a kill onto Flying.
I'm kind of happy with at least the fact that Invictus are punishing Tyloo by winning some of these ludicrous pistol buy rounds. Just reminding Tyloo that, you know what, you just can't be so sloppy every single time and just get away with it because an attacker gets a 4K or Danking pulled off something ludicrous every single time. It's not sustainable. As we do take a look at what Tyloo have in store here, they have everyone gathering up. It's looking like an A hit. They're posturing for this. They still have somebody holding the flank for any CTs looking to be adventurous. He's already got the opening kill. And right now, I feel like somebody has to be way above everyone else when it comes to opening duels. Actually, just 3-1. But still, he's been very, very good when it comes to winning this opening deals. Make that 4-1, I'm sorry. It's a little delayed on HLTV. And here comes a hit, though, Dinko.
It's coming
shot
through.
from Viva. Yeah, so go on.
And there's a gap on the left side of the smoke that they've actually left quite a few times now on this attack, right? And It has allowed Invictus to focus up on that left corner, but I guess they don't really need that. Instead, they're allowed to take the jewels at long range, and while their kills keep coming in for Tai Lu, danking an attacker, taking down shots again, Bottle, and now 4v2, and just a very unlikely round win. It's almost looking impossible for Invictus. Viva has taken the kill onto attacker. As long as Tai Lu don't give anything else up, that should be okay. And well, Destroy does catch out somebody in middle. 15 seconds left on that bomb timer, and they would have to sprint in and immediately get onto the bomb realistically here, while one searches for the rest, and it's just unrealistic. So they do back away. It's going to be a 4th round for Tai Lu, and that's a desperately needed round win, because they don't really have too many left to play with in this half to make it respectable, to make it competitive going into the next. We know that coming into Vertigo, what to expect was weak T sides from both teams. So the more rounds that Tai Lu can pick up on this attacking side gives them a better chance of closing this out going into the second, because they know Invictus are also going to have a very weak T side.
Interesting stat as well is Invictus have only won 4 opening duels, while Tai Lu have won 8. And yet the scores have flipped. It's Invictus who have been able to kind of grind back instead of losing the opening duels. And this time, I like this. They've gone for the double push towards stairs. They've tossed in the smoke as well, announcing their intentions. Somebody's aware of it. He's going to give them respect. He's not going to be aggressing. They have lost controls of this B stairs area, which is pretty good for Invictus, right? They finally get something going. They don't really lose any players either, which has been a problem for them. Somebody's been getting kills at will towards the B bomb site. That's going to force Tai Lu to re-aggress towards B, try and get back a little bit of map control, ensuring that the defense is still kind of split, or they all group up together and head towards this A bomb site, because mid doesn't really seem to be an option for Tai Lu for some reason. And for Invictus, they're playing a pretty passive angle here, Dinko. No one playing towards ramp, no one towards the sandbags, just waiting for the utility to be deployed by Tai Lu.
50 seconds in play, and right now, there's going to be the push attack coming in from attacker, and slowly the flash is good. Danking flash his own teammate. It's good for Invictus, not so much for Tai Lu. And slowly he's going to sprint for the bomb plant. He's got a kill. He'll get the bomb down. What a team player, boy. He's willing to go into the war zone, and somehow he is still alive. He goes down to flying. Dan King takes down Viva. What a crazy round this is playing out to be. But right now, Tai Lu is still holding the site, trying to hold off this retake. But it's play after play, charging back in. And Invictus Gaming taking the kills. It's just Summer left alone in the 1v2 clutch, and he's picked up Fly. Now just a 1 versus 1 for Summer to try and win this, and Destroyer jumps over the top of the smoke. Summer takes it down. What the hell was that round? I have no idea what was going on.
I don't know. I don't know how they brought that one back. Very well played from Summer, though. And I like how Invictus were aware of the potential flag from somebody as well. But yeah, Tai Lu, they somehow managed to steal the round away, and now they've forced Invictus to go for, well, not really an eco, but a few upgraded pistols coming out. 3 Deeks, the 1 P250.
Oh no, okay. Shatsuge only gets 1 kill there. Danking an attack, you're getting the opening frags. And this is looking like a pretty clean round from Tai Lu. If they can just keep... Oh no, they lost the bomb with a kill on the USP. Now Flying can't do anything, surely. P250 versus 3 players of Tai Lu. Bomb down in middle. He does have that positional advantage, I guess. He has been spotted, so they know where he is. It doesn't matter though. Oh, he nearly takes down Summer, but he survives on 10 HP. Tai Lu, they always like to make your blood pressure rise, don't they?
It's a good thing I have like 2 or 3 medical insurances, honestly.
It's like, what seems to be the matter, Mr. Sudhan?
The diagnosis is Tai Lu.
Yeah.
Call emergency ward. We have a very serious case here. This guy might actually lose it, but I'm actually immune. It's like if you keep taking poison every day, that's what they keep saying, right? Like you kind of build up immunity, and I think that's kind of the case with me. I still suffer from some of the side effects, but I think I'm immune to Asian CS and Tai Lu in general. Bottle is just sticking around the edge of the smoke, but slowly. Okay, 2 quick kills, and that's gonna force his teammates to keep pushing on up. Danking saving his teammate there. Shaosai has got to go big now. It's him alone caught out. He's going to use an incendiary to keep them at bay, but Dan King picks up a double for himself. And now it's all on Flying Dinko. 1v3. He has had a comparatively very quiet day so far. A player who we look up to as perhaps the best, the most consistent player on his Invictus side, but there's nothing he can do, Dinko. And Tai Lu, they had their fair shares of trials and tribulations.
I just
but
can't
they
believe
still
it.
get 7 rounds. It's...
I literally can't believe, well, I can, but I don't want to believe that this has happened. Invictus were dominating in the mid part of the first half, right? They were winning so many rounds in a row. We said, okay, here comes the buy. Finally from Tai Lu. They're going to have to try and scrap together what they can at the end of this one. I was thinking maybe 2 more rounds, but they win all 4 of the remaining rounds and pull it right back to 8-7. It was 8-3, Blood. It was 8-3. Invictus somehow choke it. I don't think that's going to be enough anymore. I honestly think because of that last few round performance out of Tai Lu, I think that's enough now to give them this win. They can get off to a good start here in this pistol. That'll only cement that ideology further.
Well, let's see which way this one goes. Attacker is jumping around. He's making a lot of noise. Maybe a little bit too aggressive. That was unnecessary, Mr. Attacker. Well, now, they've lost a man. The hit's going to be coming in. Good flashbang, and Danking's got to do a lot of work. Dinko's going to find one. He's doing his best to find a second, which he will. Will that be enough, though? It's now a 3v2. Slowly, and somebody already dropping on down. Slowly tapping away the smoke. He almost finds Destroyer. That is so lucky. And somebody waiting for one player to peek. Slowly he's gonna... Oh, that's a brilliant setup. And now flying stuff. How have they won that? How have they won that? That is so well played by Slowly and somebody. But it is still ludicrous. That is still ludicrous. What a retake.
Yeah, that shouldn't have been a round where Invictus lose. And they'll be very disappointed in themselves, the fact that they did let it slide. I mean, it should have been a round for them and a step in the right direction at the start of the second half. But now that they've got that slide, fantastic stuff from Tai Lu getting back into it. I also want to draw the attention back to Dan King getting that second kill as well inside of the site. If he doesn't get that second kill, which he was... This one here, after here. There we go. Yeah. That one. That's the kill. It kind of changes this round. That's what sets this team up for success. And then obviously very well played in the post plant. But 8-8 on the board. Tai Lu, there's 5 rounds in a row now. Let's just keep a track of that number. But here comes the Deagles. Oh no.
There we go.
Right on cue. Flying delivering. He walks forward with a chance for another, but he is going to go down, and Summer and Dan King are looking to recover this round completely, but Destroyer... Yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess you're allowed.
Finally
you
punished.
have the rifle.
Finally punished.
Invictus forcing Tai Lu to respect them. They've tried it so many times, but Tai Lu still don't give a damn, Dinko. As somebody now holding a passive angle. Chaosuke just has a Tech 9, so yeah, it should be an easy kill from Mr. Somebody. Now, Destroyer has got no Kevlar, Dinko. Viva has... He does have a helmet, and Kevlar is going to be pushing on up. He's had a very quiet game so far, so man advantage... Sorry, no man advantage for Invictus, but they might just get the bomb done. They're both grouping up together. Somebody is holding the line. Bomb getting planted. Information conveyed. He knows there's no one who's crossed on over from the ramp area, and Destroyer is going to peek out, and somebody patient play. He gets to kill. This is so strange from somebody, Dinko. He waits for his teammates. He holds an angle. He doesn't aggress alone. Hello? Somebody? Is someone smurfing on his PC? What is this? This is not a somebody we know. Well played. Well played from somebody.
Thank you, somebody. He's listening. I doubt it. But he doesn't understand a single thing we're saying.
Maybe his W key just malfunctioned for a bit there.
Right, yeah. That's the kill switch. They've bought into Tom's ideas. Got the kill switch ready. But 9-8 on the board. Tai Lu right now in a spot where they're seeming unstoppable. The scoreline is close, right? By looking at it from an eye test, we had no context to it. The fact that they've now won 6 rounds in a row. If you take that away, the scoreline looks close. But right now, Tai Lu are anything but close right now. They're full control in terms of the momentum of this game. And again, another opening in favor of Tai Lu. This time from the spray down through the wall, flying, losing his life early into round number 18.
Danking, not a big fan of this. You're a man up. You're a man up. There's no need to hold an angle where it's a 50-50 duel where the smoke dissipates, in which Destroyer would have that one headshot advantage. Molotov behind Danking, and he's gonna sit in front of it, Dinko, and he's finally gonna get taken down. Yes, he gets a kill, but was that really necessary, Danking? He could have got the kill and just held the angle, fallen on back. There's so many avenues, so many options available for Danking, and he goes for the worst one. 4v3, bomb down, Invictus with the post plant.
Well, Flash is up. Shouts has a good spot down in the ramp. A good headshot to take down Summer. At 3v3, once again, are reinstated. Equilibrium on the server. Slowly, with the kill. Viva going down. Now the rest of the squad start to move on to the bomb. They're going to go for the defuse through the smoke. And while Bottle's trying his best, but he will only get the one. And the spray transfer onto the second. Denies the defuse through the smoke. What a hero. What a hero for Invictus. And it will tie the scoreline up.
Well, that's a way to win a round there. Again, I mean, look, I don't want to put the blame solely in the hands of Danking, but was that really necessary, right? Firstly, he was playing aggressively. He gets to kill Dinko.
Whoa, that was nice.
But great transfer from Bottle, though. He manages to clutch it out, but these small little mistakes, it kind of leads to a domino effect, right? It's kind of like the butterfly effect, where you don't know what's really if it's gonna really make the difference between winning or losing a round, but you want to avoid these sort of errors where you're not being forced to make them, you're making them yourselves. Like, you get the kill, it's a 5v3. Why push ahead? Why not just hold the angle, force the T's to walk into your crosshair where you have the advantage, or even better, fall on back, wait for the Molotov to extinguish itself, then fall back to safety. It's a 5v3. It makes it so much easier. Instead, you die, you leave it to a 4v3, still a one-man advantage. It's a numbers game. It's about, just mitigating the risk. And unfortunately, Danking, he just hasn't got the memo. I feel like he's the biggest culprit when it comes to this team.
Ooh. Slowly. Behind the sandbags. It's Invictus. A little bit of pressure towards top ramp. Slowly with the headshot. Shouts out Gate going down and flying. Does hit the reply pretty quickly. And now with 37 seconds on that clock, it's Invictus gathering their troops outside of the A-bomb side. Rotation has come through from Tyloo, as you can see on the mini-map, but keep an eye on Danking and his whereabouts. Number 6 on that minimap. Keep an eye on his location. And while somebody's going to start spraying through the smoke, Invictus have got that bomb planted. They're going to try and fall back into a more passive position, but we're down here with Danking, and well, there was a chance there, Blair. Unfortunately, it doesn't really do much, and that flank could have been huge, but doesn't work out for them. And now Tyloo with a real pressured situation. They're going to start lining up for Viva. He only manages the one, but I think even Tyloo realized they have to back away from this. They cannot win this round. Attacker, hello?
Hello? Got a gun?
Finally have a mass, right? Go play with that thing, and he's got himself one. Oh, a second chance, but it's flying, surviving. 4 kills. A much better round from flying. He was on 8 frags starting this one. 12 on the board now. He's had a pretty quiet performance, like you said a couple of minutes ago, across this entire, both series, across the entire day, right? Because we've seen Invictus twice today, and in their opening best of 3, flying was a non-factor. It was Viva that was the star player for them. Today, flying has just not really hit his stride, and it's weird to see. He's a player we generally talk about being consistent and not really having these bad performances. But Invictus back into the lead and back into a pretty comfortable spot right now where they should be taking 11-9. Absolutely no problems.
Oh, they should be. Still, you just have to go back just a few, just about 30 minutes ago. Go back up, make that 45 minutes. Go back to the Inferno scoreline, Dinko. And just remember, Invictus are 14 to 8, 14 to 9 up, and Tyloo just came back and just wrecked their happy places. Summer somehow he finds a kill, and Xiaosage, well, he's so lucky to stay alive that Viva's there to save him. That looked a little too scary, and Danking, the man has no fear. He's gonna come pushing up against the Mac 10, but Bottle will ensure they get up to none of their shenanigans. 11 to 9, Invictus with a 2-round lead. Barely, though, Dinko. Barely. It's not enough. Until they get to 16, I'm not going to be feeling safe for Invictus.
Well, this is an important round for Tyloo. Going into this, they don't really have a whole lot of utility to play with here, Blood, at all. So it is going to come down to what Tyloo do best, and that is the Imjules. Playing with the smokes. Playing with their opponent's utility, which is often something that's overlooked. And while Dan King has taken away Destroy to open things up. Now it's all about thinking about the next move, and unfortunately, losing Summer is the move. All has taken him down with a Mac 10, and while slowly continues to hang around towards top ramp, and he goes down to Xiaosagay. Tyloo have given the man advantage away here. They have given Invictus the advantage into round 21, to potentially go on to lead 12-9.
Well, I'm not. I don't know what was it. Slowly out in the open towards the ramp here. I'm not sure what he was doing over there. Yeah, why would he do that when the smoke just about to dissipate? And Danking's doing. Oh, that's so well played by Flying. Just toying with Danking, leaving it all on somebody, and he has. Well, where does he go now, Dinka? Where does he go? He knows the bomb wasn't spotted towards B, so he's going to be gambling for just heading towards his A bomb site. Where, well, he was getting flanked by Viva, but he has managed to circumvent the timing. Oh, that must have been a bit of a scare for Mr. Somebody.
How has it come to the point where Invictus only have 2 players?
Look at how low they are. Look
Exactly.
at how low they are.
This game of Counter-Strike doesn't make sense, but Invictus, though, they're winning some very crucial rounds here on their T side. You know, they're going to be 12-9 up. They're 4 away from victory on Tyloo's map pick, which is, again, another reason as to why I was kind of skeptical when it comes to this Tyloo map pick. I'm not a big fan of them picking Vertigo because I don't think any team is good on this map in the entire continent of Asia. So, yeah, I
it's
just
a big
feel,
continent, Dinko, but I have to agree with you.
But none of the teams are good on it. That's how bad. Like, that's how bad it is, Blair. Like, such a huge continent, no one's good on the map. It just makes no sense, and why we see it. I feel like Overpass is actually a better map for a lot of these teams. And we barely see Overpass.
I feel like Tyloo basically try and get teams to pick Overpass against them because they're like, oh, we don't play that much of Overpass. You can pick it if you want, or it can be a decider, and they're secretly really good on it. They're actually pretty damn solid.
Which is why Invictus just immediately removed it in this series, or the previous series, should I say? I don't know if they did this time as well. Let me have a look at that. They could have done. Yeah, it was the first ban was Overpass. So yeah, Invictus clearly very uncomfortable on the map, and Tyloo just they'd be willing to play it.
They barely play it, so it's kind of like, I wouldn't say secret pick for Tyloo, but something which they can be surprisingly good on. What is going on here? Slowly. There's an imposter amongst their midst, and no one spotted him out. But in the meantime, everyone's dying slowly. Now's the time. Get out of the vent. Get the kills. They have no idea. Never mind. He's dead. Destroyers found him.
That was so anticlimactic. Well, Dan King 1v4, and a minute and 20 seconds left. He's been tagged up, but he's dropped. Xiaosagay sees him, and that's another round for Invictus Gaming. Blood 13-9, 3 away from closing out Vertigo and sending us to map number 3. It'll be Mirage if needed. Tyloo still not done, and they've got a double op setup on Vertigo here. Initially, I wasn't a big fan of the double op setup. I don't think I am still, especially with this, especially in this current scenario where neither of the teams actually know how to play the map. But Dan King and Summer, I mean, if nothing's working for Tyloo, might as well try something, pull it out, see what the individuals can do. And Dan King goes for the aggressive peek down towards the ramp. It hasn't really worked out for him, but Destroy's just going to burn his own teammate away. Obviously not Destroyer's fault, but more so Viva standing in the fire. Slowly with a follow-up and a 2-man advantage in play for Tyloo at the start of round 23. And the bomb down. Oh no, Invictus are capitulating. They're completely falling apart, play. And Tyloo gifted a 10th round.
Yep. That was, that felt a little discombobulated, and Bottle peeks around the corner, and it's at that moment he knew he was screwed. 3 players staring down at him. Tyloo, solid round, don't lose a single player. They even have the double up setup in place, which is Interesting. Something which you don't see that often, Dinko. But Tyloo, they're known for being a little bit more unconventional. The thing is, for Invictus, they still have money in the bank. Even if they lose this round, they will still have enough money. Even without a plan, they will have enough money to go for another buy. So they can still try and close it out as soon as possible, but they don't want to get Tyloo. They don't want to allow Tyloo to get back into this game. That is where things can get very scary. Danking, he hears all the flashes just ringing out, and he's going to do the smart thing, not really face. He's going to hold a much more safer angle with the AWP.
Well, Danking on the site. Shasa Gate, I feel like he's going to win this fight. He just has such a better position for this, but his head has been spotted. Danking, that's such a percentage play. You have to hit his head. You have to hit a small pixel or a small gathering of pixels right in front of you, and that's the risk you're willing to take. He's fallen back. He hasn't been punished for it. He should have died.
Yeah, it's so unnecessary, isn't it? And even if he gets a kill, Dinko, what's a guarantee he's not going to get traded, right? There could be someone right next to him. Usually when teams are going to be peering up the ramp area, it's going to be 2 of them peeking together, maybe even 3, or maybe even with a flashbang. In flash pops, he just blinded. He's going to be caught like a deer in the headlights in the middle of a dark street. 4v5, utility going to be deployed by the Invictus side. 2 Molotovs, the smoke's going to be blooming, and Danking's going to be forced off his position. He's still gonna leg Xiao Sage. Oh, you know, it's a Molotov. No, he did leg him. And then Xiao Sage walks him through the flames. The guy's a lunatic. Nades pouring in. Molotov as well flying. Is he gonna get out of there? He survives on 6 HP. The bomb will be planted in the Inferno. That is Vertigo right now. But Danking is not quite done yet. 2v5. Viva flying on 6 points of health. And it's gonna come down to Destroyer all over again, Dinko.
Yeah, he has to be the player that gets this done. And well, Bomb taking, flying with a headshot. Danking going down, and Destroyer moving forward. He's gone into the smoke. He's on the smoke in the site, and this is smart. He'll hear the tap, and he can go for the spray. He's letting the time run down, and somebody's just sticking the defuse. He's come off the Blair. He's come off the defuse, goes back onto it again, and he's going to pull it off. Oh, what is going on, Blair? It doesn't make sense. 11 rounds for Tyloo.
Oh, my lungs hurt. Oh.
He comes off the defuse on like a second left, and he just goes back onto it like almost immediately.
Destroyer's gonna be so confused.
It's like, huh?
He's gonna be so confused.
Like, look at this. Look at the timer on the bottom right. No, we didn't get to see it, but it's it was literally right down to the second he comes off of it.
Oh.
Somebody gives me heart attacks, man, and I'm talking plural.
Oh, listen, I don't think I can continue casting the older I get. You know, my body gets weaker, my constitution gets shaky, and I have to keep watching and casting somebody. No. Flying, spots on the foot, an attacker. I'm not a big fan of that angle. I mean,
that's terrible. That's
what
terrible.
Is that?
It's like, oh, I can play here. Yes, you can. Don't do it ever again. Thank you very much, attacker. Who has currently 921, by the way. Not a good performance from him.
Yep, but Invictus is going to be very happy with that. They're opting not to get towards B. They're going to be getting back towards A with just 2 players holding the line. It's a very default setup from Tyloo. They haven't opted to go for the gamble. Somebody's holding a very ballsy angle here. He's going to be forced up from his position once more. Slowly's got a gap, but that could be a bait, or is that... Well, it looked like it was a bait. There, Xiao Sage is going to get the kill. Xiao Sage going to be stepping on top of the boxes. Somebody knows where he is, and he's going to be spraying wildly through the smoke. If I'm Tyloo, I'm running for the hills. I'm just going to go for the safe. 2 ops and a retake, not ideal. And that round, I feel, was attack.
Yeah, it was a waste.
Why are we going Danking? Why is he still... Okay, he's going to fall back. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, that round was just a waste of a round, I feel. An attacker, yeah, obviously is the main blunder there because he's just kind of given away the free pick at the start of the round. His positioning was terrible. But they never really had any protocols to answer back from that either. Like, they finished on the 8 that, okay, we can put the onus on attacker for losing that opening kill, but look how the round plays out. It's still the A-bomb side that's lost completely. So there's something else that was fundamentally wrong in the defense there from Tyloo as well. So tactical pause is being used up. There's one remaining here for Tyloo to get into the later stages. And it's going to be the AWP still in play on 2 players. Dan King and Summer still rocking the op setup. And I feel like Tyloo, I never thought I would have to say it, but they actually need this double op setup because they need firepower. They're actually lacking firepower right now for Tyloo. Dan King's on 25 kills. Somebody's on 21. There's 14 for Slowly, 9 for Attacker, 11 for Summer. Is this going to be one of Attacker's worst performances in a long time? Like, in terms of rating, I don't remember Attacker playing this badly.
He has been very consistently good for the side of Tyloo, right? Despite some hiccups here and there from the team, despite some weird results, it has definitely been Attacker who has been the shining light, so to speak, for this team. But yeah, that is very, very quiet game. And look at Dan King. Look at the aggression from the man, and he's gonna... Well, how does it... Wait, how does it not hit him?
I love the Attacker's just running.
Attacker, what is... Well, I get why he's running on in. They probably weren't expecting the second player there, but yeah, I gotta say,
crazy.
He's been having a rough time, a very rough time.
Yeah, he's been off here in Vertigo. Still, the round is recoverable for Tyloo. They do get that important trade kill onto Flying. Attacker may go down early on, but Dan King is available and does trade back. So now Invictus are going to turn their sights back to the A-bomb site where they finished the round last time. And while now for Tyloo, they've got somebody over here. We're slowly off towards the elevators. Somebody's just playing a little bit of an off angle, headshot angle. Tried playing this myself, Bled. Doesn't generally go too well if you haven't got crispy reactions of somebody, but we'll see if they can work it out. 49 seconds left. Invictus have done a good job at just forcing them back. I mean, Tyloo weren't really playing to contest the site. Instead, they're going to play for the retake. And the bomb goes down. Invictus, they're favored into this. Tyloo are going to have to pull off a retake to get a 12th round to prevent Invictus from going to map point on their map pick.
2 Molotovs, 2 smokes, and a flashbang up. That's quite a bit of utility to use for Tyloo to go for this retake. They have the kits as well, but Viva, they don't know about his position yet, but a Molotov's going to flush him out. He's going to peer on wide, waiting to find something. Flames, he's just burning alive, and Dan King's going to find him now with 3v2. Destroyer has got to do a lot of work, but slowly finds him in a smoke, and it's all in Bottle Dingo. The bomb is planted for him, and Spawn's going to spray them both down in the smoke. How does he clutch that? That is insane. I've broken something in my room as well. I don't know if you heard that, but it looks like my battery is broken. How does he clutch that?
How has this happened? Blood has broken his background. He's fallen back. He's destroyed his bedroom. What is going on? How does Bottle pull that off? That is just ridiculous.
Oh, all right. We're good.
Oh, that's just so unfortunate as well for Tyloo, though. You got to feel for them a little bit, Blair. All good? Nothing seriously broken? Nothing destroyed? Off your mind? Ah, slowly. He's just killed Dan King with an Checkmate. Alright, okay, just package this up. We're screw this map. We're going on to the next one. Get us out of here, Invictus. This is...
How did that even happen? Look, even though Dan King got tagged down, why did the nade land there? I don't understand.
Well, it's still 3v3, so we'll not count Tyloo out of this one just yet. They're a team that can certainly pull 4 rounds back as well, so never really count Tyloo out. And while Summer just shutting them down, 3 kills picked up. Viva, the last remaining player in Summer, he's looking to do everything, but finally burns to a crisp. Now Viva looking to close the map. He's in the first kill in the 1v3 in total. He'll tap the bomb and try and pull slowly to take the 1v1 fight, which he will. And he'll continue to run forward, trying to pull the distraction. And now Viva given 2 1v1s in the 1v2 clutch. And now he looks to the side of the smoke. He hasn't committed to the plant just yet. And somebody just falls back. But now we're into a 1 versus 1. I should be losing my mind a little bit more about Slowly's play, but I think I've had enough of that. In the meantime, I'll save that one for you, Blair, as we get out of this 1v1. Viva repositioning, running back over Metal. He's not making noise, so the information won't be there for somebody, but he can make a hunch, right? He can have an idea of what's going on. He's looking over that B-bomb site at the moment. He's not seeing anything that's coming his way, so he's going to go for that gamble play over to the A-bomb site based on the lack of information gathered over towards B. So Viva pulls the one-piece utility that can do damage, and it's going to be the Molotov. And well, somebody just running right through it. The shot. That's the way somebody plays a 1v1. Absolutely no respect. Just runs right through the Molotov, straight into the site, and decapitates his opponent.
I can hear Tom just tilting off the face of the planet. Any other player... Oh, okay. It was... What was that nade? Okay, it was for... I don't know. I don't know. Also, that 1v1, any other player would have waited out the Molotov and then snuck on in. And somebody's like, wait, nah, not gonna wait. Just gonna rush on in, USB out. And this is why somebody is my favorite and also my most hated player of all time. 15 to 12, map point for Invictus. You just need one more round. This round's just the... I want to say light investment, but Bottle and Xiao Sage just bought up. This has gone all in, Dinko. Why is no one marking? Oh my god. They're going to lose it this way, aren't they? Yeah.
Tyloo, they needed a big step up there from attacker. He gets 1 kill. Not done yet. Tyloo, they desperately need this one. If they're to fall in this kind of round, I really don't know where this team are at right now. It'll be Viva. There's a couple of health points. Bomb is down, remember. So the time is ticking as Tyloo need to win this round. Is flying with the Deagle in a good spot. He's been quiet today, but he has shown up in recent rounds, and Dan King is going to tear his head off with a no-scope. And it's Destroyer, a 1 versus 1. Dan King moving on to the site. He's going to peek out to the left side. He's in quad now as Destroyer has a good position. Just dancing with death at the moment. 10 seconds now on that clock. There's still a kit. Dan King switches to the rifle. He goes back, and there's enough time for the defuse. Dan King wins the 1 versus 1, and the Tyloo dream is still alive.
Oh my god, why was no one marking mid? What is that hole from Tyloo? Oh my
That's what you
Lord.
said coming into this though, Blair, right? The fact that if Invictus start punishing middle, if they start sending players that way, Tyloo are not going to be able to deal with it. In recent matches, well, not so much recent, but in the previous PAL, when we seen Vertigo come in, it was a weakness that was exploited by a couple of teams. So, who knows? Maybe that's something Invictus can work with now. Maybe that's something they figured out.
Well, anything could happen is one thing we found out here. Tyloo. 2 more rounds. Take it overtime. Flying. Oh, that's an off angle from Summer, but he's still going to get caught out, but not expecting the second player. Attacker with the trade. And Invictus heading once more towards a bomb site. A cheeky boost for slowly, and he's going to escape unscathed. Somebody's marking the back flank, but all 3 players for the side of Invictus heading straight towards a bomb site. They got a couple of Molotovs, a couple of smokes. They're going to deploy it. The AWP will be retrieved by... Sorry, I actually take that back. I believe it was Bottle picking up a rifle there. This is a force by Mighty. That Molotov... Oh, Xiao Sage is screwed. He's screwed. He's screwed! And he will burn alive. But not before it gets the bomb down. And now, Dinko, it's all in Destroy and Bottle. 2v4, bomb down. What can it do?
Well, Bottle has got slowly, so that pulls it back into a 3 versus 2. Yes, a man deficit, but they've got a good angle. Bottle's just taking fights, and he's winning them. Dan King going down as well to the Galil. And just remember, you've got Destroyer behind the sandbags right now with the AWP still. Attacker's going to go straight to the defuse, but his back is poking out. Destroyer's going for the shots, and it's a win for Invictus in the clutch. Tyloo cannot get it done. It felt like they were clawing it back, Blair. It felt like it was going to be the classic Tyloo looking like they're going to lose, then pull it back to OT, but they end up losing. It's going to be a map going in favor of Invictus, and we head to map number 3.
Let's get Tom and Mitch. Let's just get them on board. Hey, guys.
I like your background.
How are you doing?
I like your background, Bly.
Looking good, Bly. It's a little bit...
It's a little bit broken.
It looks really good. You know, I was expecting it to be a lot worse. Yeah, look, at least on the upside, Blood, no matter what happens, didn't look as bad as that one, huh? When you look at Tyloo, I really got to get the violins out, man, because they're breaking my heart. It's like one of those sad scenes in a movie where it feels like, you know, you go map to map. The previous, there were a couple hiccups, right? It's not like it was clean by any means. There was certainly a chance for Invictus to have already taken this series. But when it comes down to Vertigo, I thought that with Inferno going their way, it was just going to be clear-cut, clean, one and done. We get out of here quickly. I mean, the history for Invictus on this map is not fantastic. The last time they played it, you remember back to that 16-0? I remember you tweeted about it, Blah, when Invictus picked it versus Vici, and it didn't go too well. And yet here they have a completely different mentality about the game. You see them come in from the start, they're looking confident, which versus Tyloo ain't great. It's usually a good thing and not usually something teams have. In fact, it's normally Tyloo that look like the more confident of the sides. But they consistently got back into these rounds with some big plays. I think one of the things that I can say from this series alone, well, from today's series, because earlier on as well, is the Bottle is a beast. I mean, this guy coming into Invictus, he has been able to do so much damage. And in this series here, honestly, if they didn't have him, I think they would have lost this. If I would have put Oi in this position, I don't think he would have delivered to the extent Bottle did.
Yeah, I want to just add to that because it feels like Bottle actually got rid of a lot of the Tyloo classic BS rounds, right? He prevented a lot of those from happening. Defused through smokes, weird clutches that come out on top of. Bottle stopped a lot of that happening. I feel like that definitely was a big reason as to why Tyloo didn't walk away with a win here.
And Tom, again, a player from Tyloo dropping a 30 bomb, yet they lose the map. Danking with 30 kills. But I guess it's a toss-up between Bottle and Xiaosage. I feel like Xiaosage is very impactful as well in a lot of these rounds. But overall, it felt like more of a team effort for the side of Invictus compared to Tyloo. Tom?
Yeah, I feel like especially when you go into that second half as well, like I don't think Tyloo have proven to me at all that they know what they're doing on either side of the map. But specifically on the second half where their hold on either side was just questionable. Like, you had Attacker. I don't think he looks comfortable on this map whatsoever. Like, he kept trying to play, like, random off angles around the stairs when, from what I've learned from watching good teams play this map, you don't even need to play the stairs. You don't need to be anywhere near them at all. Like, most of the time, you have your B site being very passive. You're trying to delay because the rest of your stack is on the other side of the map. Now, he has the idea of, I'll just get aggressive and just hold angles where I can't see anything. Like, it just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And then on the other side, you got Danking doing the same thing, but it works for him. And that's basically the only problem. And I think the thing that's so frustrating is on this map, like, other than somebody running through the flames to clutch out a round, he actually wasn't playing like a complete lunatic. Like, there are a fair few rounds where I see him going for like wall bangs on the site, but then they always end up in a retake because he's trying to play passive and he gets mollied out of position. Danking, he gets pushed out of position and runs forward every single time. And it's just like there's no synergy between those two players whatsoever. It's just like they have a day on and a day off of who's going to make the dumb plays today. And today it was Danking. And the fact is, he even got away with most of them, which makes it even more annoying.
It was annoying, but heading into Mitch just looks dead. He just looks dead deep down inside. So I'm not even going to ask him anything right now. Let the man be. Let him recuperate. We all need to recuperate after that map. But heading into the final map, the deciding map, it is going to be Mirage. Honestly, the way this game's progressed so far, we have no idea which way it's going to go. So we're going to be going to a quick break. Grab your energy drinks and be back for the final deciding map of this best of 3 series today. We'll be back after a short break.
You might break if you're fragile. Hit me with your arrows, treat me like a black rose. Break if you're fragile. Hit me with your arrows, treat me like a black rose.
And off to Mirage we go in the final deciding map of what has been a thrilling series between Invictus and Tyloo. The first upper bracket semifinals we have here in PAL 2020 Fall. My name is Blair, and as usual, joining me is going to be Dinko. And that was a bloodbath we witnessed on Vertigo, Dinko. 16-13, 14-16. It's never easy, is it?
No, it was something. And that's what we kind of predicted coming into this. Tyloo never won a series cleanly or easily against Invictus. It just hasn't happened, and it seems like it never will happen because Invictus provide a style that Tyloo are not used to. They don't respect Tyloo. They are aggressive. They're kind of similar in that respect, right? They don't know what they're doing, and that's exactly the same as Tyloo. And so therefore, we just get a real close, scrappy game of Counter-Strike that comes down to individual moments, and we just see whoever has the most across the board. And in Vertigo, it was a big step up from Bottle, a lot of important rounds coming in from him, and that was enough to get them over the line. Now we go on to Mirage. Who knows who's going to have enough firepower? Who knows who's going to step up and have more individual performances? One positive I have for Tyloo coming into this map is that Attacker actually knows how to play on Mirage. He had no idea what he was doing on Vertigo. He was completely uncomfortable and therefore entirely useless as a player on that map. And that is just unacceptable for Tyloo to put Attacker in that position because he's so influential in this roster. And I want to see him do more. And that's also why I just hate the pick of Vertigo from Tyloo. But I guess they had an idea coming into it. Doesn't really play out.
Doesn't really play out. And heading into Mirage, I'm just taking a look at the recent results from both the teams. Tyloo obviously have a much better win percentage, but then the wins have been very, very tight, Dinko. Against Vici, that a Pro League game, they won 19-16. They beat Tiger in PAL in this event itself in the group stage 19-16. They lost to Invictus 16-13 when they lost at Series 0-2 to Invictus earlier on. So yeah, Tyloo, they still are comfortable in Mirage, but then that one loss comes to mind. That 16-7 lost to Huatai. It happened a while ago, I think a week ago, but that has to be kind of raising some warning signs for the side of Tyloo.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of warning signs involving their Mirage. I think obviously the last time around 6 days ago when they played against Invictus and last lost to them in the series, they lost Mirage 16-13. So like right now, I don't think Tyloo in a good spot with Mirage. And I think that's pretty... I think they even realize that. They're not like Invictus where they're completely disillusioned to how terrible they are because they just kept picking Inferno every single series even though they sucked on it. But Tyloo are in a situation where they actually realize, okay, we've got a problem with Mirage, and that's why we didn't see them pick it coming into this one. So they left it as a third and they let it through and hope that it ends up as the third map, but they're not comfortable enough to go ahead and pick it into the series. And now they've got to fight for their chances of moving forward in a comfortable fashion by winning here on Mirage.
Well, let's see if it does pan out that way. Again, reminding everyone that Tyloo, Invictus, Vici, and Tiger are left in the in the playoffs. These four teams are going to be battling it out for the RMR points. Winner will get the most number of RMR points for whenever the major happens down the line. We still don't know. You know that right now the Rio major's been cancelled, but I'm sure we're going to be having more RMR events taking place, right, Dinko? Maybe spring, early next year. So you want to still kind of like retain those points. Maybe winter could happen.
We've had summer, fall. It'd be kind of weird to skip winter, so hopefully that's the thing.
Yeah, screw it. I'd love it. I'd love a winter RMR as well, as we do have Tyloo winning the knife round very convincingly, and I guess they're going to be starting on the CT side. No surprises there. Tomorrow morning, the first game, for those of you probably just tuning in right now, I don't want to miss that one. It's going to be Vici facing off against Tiger. Tiger, the winner of the first RMR event, and Vici, who have yet to reach the finals of a single RMR, which is mind-boggling if you ask me. But we can talk about it later on. We can talk about it tomorrow, because here we go. Invictus. Can they do what some people would say the impossible? Take down Tyloo in a playoffs game. They have Destroy with a flash and a smoke. A Molotov for Viva. Glocks all around. And for Tyloo, not a single kit, not a single bit of utility. It's just USPs and armor. They're looking to just win this round based off their aim.
Well, luckily they have plenty of that. We'll see what happens here on the A hold. It's slowly not getting a single thing done. He goes down quickly to bottle. Attacker doing his best. And they line up. That is sick from Attacker. 3 kills, and Tyloo have the pistol round.
Blink and you miss it. That was so quick. They lined up perfectly for Attacker. Again, just relying on the aim, like we said, right, Denko? They had, I think it was Summer, or I think it was Slowly they're playing towards Shadow. He was taken down. An Attacker. 3 bullets, that's all he needs. And then Summer chiming in with a couple of kills of his own as well. Rather, just 1 frag. But Tyloo win the pistol round very, very convincingly. Not even allowing Invictus properly onto the bomb site. And aggressive hold towards mid. Interesting from Tyloo. M4 and Scout. The tag comes in, and the M4 to finish it off. Somebody's gonna do the dance macabre over with Bottle towards B apartments, and that's going to leave Xiaosagen flying alone in a 2v5. Not a single point of damage being dealt towards Tyloo. In 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock. It's gone very wrong for Invictus on his force buy, but I say that. Flying's going to find Slowly. Okay, wait, what? What? No way. No way. No way. Tyloo, you can't lose around like this. Please. Come on.
It begins again.
Come on! You can't lose a round like this. It's a 5v2, Dinko. It's a 5v2, and then throw it away.
This keeps happening. It's impossible.
I'm done. I am done.
Well, we lost Blatt. Gonna have to tie in Mitch or Tom. They're gonna love this. Well, flying with the 3K. Somebody now trying to win the round. 45 seconds. He can still do it. He can still save the day for Tyloo and bless Sanity alongside it. The bomb has gone down here for Flying, who has found 3 into this round. We can't take that away from him. What an individual step up from him that is delivered this moment. And while the smoke goes down into the cross for the CT spawn, all that's going to do is allow Xiaosagen to cross over to triple and gives him a stronger position to fight from. And now somebody on 13 HP confirmed to lose this round surely at this point. They haven't given him a chance. Invictus playing this one to perfection, and Tyloo will lose the second round for Spy. Invictus come into it with Deagles, and they walk away with a round win.
It was a 2v5, Dinko.
He's alive.
Oh, yeah, I'm alive. I just needed to, like, snort some caffeine pills like you do in the morning, Dinko. Firstly, God-tier shots from Invictus. Like, incredible stuff with the Deagles, right? But it should never have happened. This is just ludicrous. First, he slowly comes running up, gets taken down, and then he peek in 1 by 1. The kills is happening in a span of I don't even know what to say about that. That is just ridiculous Deagle work from Flying, but still, like, I'm like, how? How, Dinko? They had 500 HP combined. They hadn't taken a single point of damage. And the Deagle just shred them to pieces.
That's what I'm talking about. And I think we've alluded to this fact a lot, is the fact that both of these teams rely solely on the individuals. And I know that's a bit of a cliche, but it's a cliche because it is 100% true. And this game, this matchup, comes down to who makes the most individual plays. And for the past 2 series so far, it's been Invictus. And right now, they're in a good spot to take a round here. But Tyloo, they've got Deagles, they've got a Scout in the hands of Summer. And it makes this game impossible to call. Which way this one's going to go, you never really know what's about to transpire on the server. And now they start to walk forward. It is Invictus looking for that bomb plant. Danking behind the smoke. 45 seconds, quickly changed to 40 as now the bomb is planted, and Tyloo will have to attempt either the save or the retake. And while Slowly is going to move forward, they have no kit, so a retake is incredibly unlikely. They may just set up for a couple of exit kills and save the rest of what they've got. Is Danking trying his best to take this connector fight, but has received a lot of damage, so he's going to fall away. We've had 1 kill from Slowly, but that seems like it's the only thing they'll be getting here for Tyloo. And a save call coming in from Invictus. They don't want to be losing too many more players. It's all about saving into the next round, saving for a rainy day, keeping their supplies high. And somebody catches out Viva. He was hanging around towards CT for a long time there. And it is going to work out for him as we go 2-1 for Invictus.
Well, at least with Tyloo, they do save the... Oh, not able to retrieve the gun, but they at least save all the pistols and armor. So there's still going to be a threat heading to round number 4. For Invictus, though, they're going to be pretty happy to survive the initial threat, but they're going to be still wary. They have to be wary of the fact that Tyloo have these deagles. They still have to scout the Hands of Summer as well. Honestly, I'm actually... If there was a way to amalgamate Vici and Invictus into one team, I think that would be perfect, right? Invictus with just the no F's given approach they have against Tyloo, like no fear, just taking the fight to Tyloo, and then the clinical efficiency, the tactical brilliance of Vici. Combine those two together and it could be fantastic. But hold on, Attacker's gonna find a couple. Flying does reply back. It's still a 3v3. Make that a 2v3. Danking's gonna get a kill, destroyed with a quick trade. And now Danking, AK-47 picked up, is wrapping around from connector. Somebody's there. They're gonna pinch the Destroyer. This could be all about timing. Destroyer's got the bomb as well, Dinko. And he's gonna be stuck inside of the ladder room. This is rough. And he's jumped as well. Somebody's hurt him. He's gonna be waiting for him. Destroyer's gonna drop one down. Somebody's waiting, and he's gonna get the kill. Bomb's dropped at his feet. Now, Watton's got time to work with. However, he's got to find two players. And unfortunately for him, Dinko, both Danking and somebody have Kevlar and the rifles.
Yeah, Bottle coming back in from apartments, 45 seconds, like you said. Recovered rifles in the hands of Tyloo, and with 40 seconds left, that's still plenty of time for Bottle to try and work his way into this one, and he was the hero for them so many times over on Vertigo, and while he's been spotted, the double peek comes in. Well played from Tyloo. Another pistol round coming out here on the server, and it's Tyloo that walk away with this one.
It never ends. It never ends, Dinko. The pistols, they hurt me. It's not even like full-fledged force buys where, you know, it's like 2 Galils and AK, you can make it. No, and it's not about some crazy executes, good flag. It's just the taking duels, just dry duels against pistols. Why do you do that? Oh my lord, what a shot. What a shot from Xiao Sage. Summer does reply back, still gonna stick around. I'm not a big fan of that, and because of that, Destroyer's gonna find him. Even Steven so far is 3v3. The rifle has not been retrieved by Invictus, but they've got a couple of kills, Dinko. And I'm starting to get PTSD again.
Well, this is just kind of ridiculous, but luckily, slowly, might have just saved our sanity. Into round number 5, Attacker following up, and now it is just flying in a 1 versus 3. Well, he will go down, finally. 3-2, is that the first time we've seen 2 rounds in a row be picked up from a team?
Yeah, I believe it is. You're right.
So, there we go. That's nice. Finally.
Actually, no. Invictus won the 2nd and 3rd round. My bad.
Okay, they didn't win the pistol. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. I was a little bit confused on that one, but nonetheless, it is going to be the purchase out with the rifles out for Invictus. They'll get the AK-47s out for Xiao Sage, Destroyer, Viva, Bottles on a Galil, and Flying also following suit with an AK-47. The lack of utility is definitely a problem that could occur here for the Invictus roster. But we'll see if they can make it work in towards middle early on. Danking, he's not really going to be neutralized in the position he's in right now because they don't really have the utility to force him away. He is going to leave the position himself, though, of his own accord.
Well, let's see what they do here. Destroyer. Control the connector. Not finding anyone. Attacker's kind of playing the anti-flash. I'm expecting someone to just burst out from the smoke. A flash for ladder room to allow Invictus to get a lot of control, considering there's still a minute on the clock. They're getting almost full control of mid. All the connector has not been taken yet. Attacker spots out flying, and he's going to go pre-firing around the corner, gets the kill. I don't know why he's sticking around there, and he's going to get punished for it. Bottle and Viva, 2 quick kills in succession, and suddenly, despite the opening kill going the way of the CTs, it's going to be Invictus seemingly running away with this, and Danking lines up a collateral, finds both Viva and Bottle. The timing couldn't have been better, and now it's a 2v2, trying his best to stay alive, jumping out in the open. Destroyer finds him, and it's down to Mrs. Somebody again, Dinko. It's a 1v2, 25 seconds, the bomb still to be retrieved, and somebody is going to allow them to pick it up, and the nade's going to do a lot of damage, and he spots a player out, goes for the full spray. Are they going to go for the peak is the question. Bomb will be planted, and now somebody, the 1v2. He's got a smoke, he's got a kit, and a flash. They're going to cross on over. I think he's aware, Nico. He's aware of where both the players are. What can he do now?
Somebody hops up on top of triple. This is an unorthodox approach into this, but it's working out. He's just going to stick the defuse blood.
No way.
Balls of
No
steel
way.
on somebody. And I don't know how he moves around. But that is going to be 4-2 for Tai Lu. Somebody showing up in the smoke. That is just brilliance.
Oh, that is so well played, right? He knew where both the players are. I'm not sure why the player from Toll Booth went for the play. There was no sound of the defuse being stuck. He could have just stayed around, but the moment he got taken down, the smoke's there, and somebody can't blame him for going for that, for sticking it, because the final player had an AWP, and that's going to be a huge round for Tai Lu to win, all thanks to somebody, attacker, okay, from beyond the grave. He nades Viva into oblivion, so he's going to take that. Danking spots a foot towards Palace as well, so despite a kill going the way of Invictus, Tai Lu, they bring it back to the man advantage.
Well, Danking getting rid of Bottle. Gonna look for another one here, and while flying with a headshot, Danking going down. Another push on towards the side. Summer looking out of Palace, spots the head of Destroyer, takes him down. A second kill as well, and it's Summer taking the double, and a 5th round for Tai Lu. They're starting to gather a little bit of momentum, getting some wind in their sails, and potentially going on a bit more of a streak on the defensive side of Mirage, and finally we get a bit of normality. We'll get some breathing room, Blood. That's something we haven't been able to do at all in the past 2 maps, and maybe even any series that has involved Tai Lu recently. Is just sitting back and relaxing and enjoying Tai Lu winning a couple of rounds.
Yeah, and making it look pretty clean as well, which is a rarity. But we take those, Dinko. We take those. Let's see what Tai Lu do on this anti-force. We have a few deagles being purchased. Invictus have shown that they are a force to be reckoned with. They cannot be given the disrespect that Tai Lu are so used to giving to their opponents, and that is something that Tai Lu seems to have woken up to. I don't see too much of overt aggression from the Tai Lu side. This B bomb side has been kind of quiet though, not too much of action, but that smoke is going to be a dead giveaway. 2 players, Danking and somebody's aware of a player coming on in, and yeah, there should be an easy mob up slowly. He's going to have no trouble picking up both the kills towards Palace, towards Apps rather, and very convincing shutdown from Tai Lu. Much better round from the Chinese side. Well, both the teams are Chinese, but yeah, you get what I mean. Well, the buy is going to be coming in for Invictus, and once more it's going to be towards his A side. Danking with some aggressive posturing with the AWP, but he's going to have second thoughts about it. He's going to be falling on back towards a more traditional angle, playing right behind the box towards Toll Booth. He's got backup in the form of attacker. He's got a Molotov to slow down a take if it is going to be taking place. Summer's there as well. So 2 incendiaries, a bit of utility to slow it down. The smoke's going to come charging out, and what? Wait, what? Destroyer? Oh, he got legged. And Danking's missing some sitters there. Xiaosang is so blind, Dinko. And there's a massive gap in the smoke. And Danking's going to keep taking kills. Viva! He just Mario's attacker like a Goomba. From above, he gets the kill. The trade does take place.
He's Rush.
But it's a 4v3. What is going on? It's Counter-Strike, not Mario.
Yeah, someone tell Rush to observe that, obviously. And while 2v3, it's going to be Destroyer and Bottle. 29 HP on Bottle. Destroyer up in Palace. Now the last remedy player available for Invictus as they're looking to take him down. And that's exactly what they're going to get done here. 7 rounds for Tai Lu. And they get the defuse all locked in. Tai Lu will get the round nonetheless after losing 2 players. An attacker, 10 and 5 player. Much better.
I mean, I feel like Vertigo was an anomaly for Attacker, right? Like, he is huge. He has been the standout player for Tyloo so far in this tournament. Like, we've had Dan King have his highs and lows, but this is just it's a free one-way for Dan King. Just a free one-way. Ooh, that's a tasty shot. That's a really nice shot from Dan King. Dan King started to wake up. Attacker playing to his level. Well, never mind. Flying's gonna smack him down into the ground, but a trade will take place. Doesn't go for the... doesn't clear the left side of the angle, and Attacker will be found up by Xiao Sage. Suddenly, well, I take that back. Summer's going to neutralize man advantage, but still, a lot of work to do. Destroyer's going to come around the corner, and somebody misses what should have been a sitter, but Summer catches Destroyer, and it's just been back and forth, back and forth. A minute and 15 seconds still left on the clock.
Well, Summer, a Bottle with a double kill, and now slowly, with 81 HP, Bottle with 14, sprinting to the other end of the map. He's in jungle. He's still got a full minute to play with, basically, at this point, but he's going through spawn, and obviously if he goes towards the safe bomb site, he can get that bomb plant confirmed at least, and maybe he can find himself a position that he can use the cover from to give him, or sort of negate the problem of being on 14 HP, but he'll have plenty of time, slowly still staying on this B-bomb site, gambling over towards the polar opposite end of the map. And so this bomb can go down, and they'll be slowly making the retake, realizing, okay, it's A. Now he gets it on. He's got himself the smoke and the flashbang, the kit as well, 81 HP, and Bottle. He's just tucking in the most common position right now. Luckily, no Molotov or HE grenade, otherwise Bottle was probably confirmed death there, so we'll see what Slowly can do. Running in now. Time is starting to tick, so he is going to be checking these corners quite quickly. And while Bottle, oh, he's going to go down slowly. Hits the shot to the chest, and that is going to be an 8th round for Tyloo. Not clean. Probably would have liked a little bit more there, since Summer was able to pop off with 3. But nonetheless, they do get the round win, and that's all that matters for Tyloo at this moment.
That did get very, very... scary, considering it's a 1v3. Should really have not come down to the 1v1 like that. But yeah, Tyloo, 8-2. And just to show how close some of these rounds have been, Dinko, you can take a look at the money for the side of the Red Dragon. They have Attacker, Summer, somebody sitting on around the $1,500, $2,000 mark. It's not that great. It's only Danking and Slowly who have some cash. Even that is not that great, considering they're leading 8-2 here. But as long as they're winning the rounds, I guess they're going to be pretty happy with it. A weird investment, Viva, just going for the Deagle. Maybe you could have purchased a Galil, considering the residual cash he's got. Flashbang, Summer's going to avoid that, though. It's going to be an easy kill for him. And now, he's got control of Palace. Oh, that's very scary from Mrs. Summer, but he's going to use that smoke to perfection. Sneaks his way on down, looking for more, but Flying will finally shut him down. It's still a 2v3, favoring the CD side, but the numbers will punched in onto the C4, and now Xiao Sage and Flying, they have to clutch this one out for the team.
Oh, Flying with a clean tap. Oh, a second as well. That's nice from Flying, but it's not going to be enough. Tyloo will win the round. And King, a little bit of BM, enjoying himself right now. 9-2 for Tyloo. This is, if I remember, this was a super close back and forth at the start of this one, but both teams are winning pistol rounds. And then since then, Tyloo's just kind of, haven't been clean, but they've just been winning every single round. Down to the 1v1s, yes, but nonetheless, been winning rounds.
Yep, and this is a far cry from what we witnessed on the first 2 maps. You look at Inferno, it was IG, it was Invictus the leading for the majority of the game before Tyloo mounted that comeback. I think it was like 13 or 14-8, 14-9. What a shot from Danking, though. Nice stem from Flying to make it work, but... and then you look at Vertigo, where it was just back and forth, and now you head to Mirage, and this just looks like Tyloo all the way. Although, Dinko, like I said, the money's still not that healthy for Tyloo, so Invictus can string a couple of rounds together here, break the money, but there is a world where they can make it a 9-6 scoreline, or at least a 10-5, which would be much better than what they've got so far here. Just looking grim, Attacker finds Destroyer peeking out mid, he finds 2 kills, that is huge from Attacker, who seems to be winning almost every duel right now here in Mirage.
Ooh. Oh, the best there for Viva. Shouts out Gay. Now left in a 1v4. He's got himself towards Sandwich. Well, shouts out Gay, and we'll go down. Dan King secures it 10-2 on the board. And over here for Invictus, well, money's not in a good spot at all. Even with loss bonus and infinite supplies of losses, it feels like, and kills here and there, but they just never really have the money. And it doesn't really matter if this is the kind of round where they do have a full buy blow and they just get absolutely wrecked, you know, just picked apart. Where's the Invictus we seen a couple of days ago? Where is the team that were competing against Tyloo in every round? They've gone.
I mean, we saw them on Vertigo. It just seems like a lifetime ago now.
So weird.
Counter-Strike is a weird game, Dinko, but Asian Counter-Strike is the conundrum. Slowly, hiding in the smoke. Oh, that is so cheeky from him, but Flying's going to catch him out. This is good from Invictus. They've got control of the bomb side. The smoke's going to prevent... Okay, all right, round's done. Wrap it up. Round number 3 for Invictus. I don't even know how they got those 2 kills. How? I mean, I saw the first kill. Where did the second and third even come from?
I think that's just one of those rounds where Invictus kind of nothing to lose whatsoever, so they just throw everything at the wall and hope it sticks, and it does immediately.
Oh, yes. I like that. Little bit of VM Dinko. It was destroyed. Sorry, it was Danking who started it though. He was rattling out a few bullets into Flying's body, and now Invictus just like pummeling the body with the AK-47. All right, let's take a look at the kills here. Summer alone, isolated. Where does the second kill even take place? I didn't even see it. The Deagle kill. And Flying. With the Flying headshot. Yes, he lives up to his name, Dinko. And now Invictus got 3 rounds, but Danking is still gonna find Flying standing in the smoke, trusting in his teammate to extinguish it. That's the opening kill.
This is quick.
What a peek from Viva! Holy shizzle! What was that?
That was just straight in through short, looking at the B-bomb site, and just unbelievable from Viva. He was just so ready for that. And well, Summer, he's got a good spot right now, but the utility is going to drain his information supply, and he's going to go forward. Oh, he's going to go down, Bottle with the kill, and suddenly life has been injected into the Invictus team. They have struggled so much. They have come so close in a lot of rounds, and probably could have had a closer half overall, but no way. How has Attacker managed that? Destroyer having to sprint over. Attacker's flipped this round on its head. The Molotov trying to deploy, but he's caught with it in his hand. And it's going to be Tyloo with 11. How does Attacker do that? How does that go back in favor of Tyloo?
Just Attacker things, like, out of nowhere. Was he the second flank? I don't even know.
I think he just came in from market, right? He just...
I'm just so confused because of how fast some of these... It's not even like a retake. It's like just individual plays being made, right? Okay, let's take a look here. Slowly comes in from
he came in from market,
you're right.
He just walks through and gets 2 kills, yeah.
Oh.
Just knew what was up, and yeah, just a bit unfortunate there from Invictus. Round that looked like theirs, to be honest. Double up setup T side of Mirage. Now, you know you're desperate when this is coming out. Oh my god. Somebody, hello. Easy kill on the bottle. Dan King takes down Viva as well. And it's going to be a 2-man advantage for Tyloo right off the bat.
Final round as well of this first half, and this might be the most one-sided half we've seen so far today. Right? I feel like almost every game has been kind of close. It's been like, you know, 9-6 halves or like 8-7s, and this has been like, I feel like even if Invictus bring this one back and make it to like 11-4, it's still been very, very Tyloo-sided. Somebody, of course, he's gonna peek, but the double peek comes in from Summer from behind, so that's fine. It's now a 4v2. Destroyer is gonna find Attacker. They know where the second player is, but a Wild Spray is not gonna find anything, and Flying's gonna be left alone. Bombs dropped as well, and look at Danking just running up. What are you doing? What is wrong with you, Dank? Why? Why are you like this? Danking, like, who hurt you? That you have to be like this? There was no information as to where the player was. They had the bomb. It's a 1v3. They've lost a 5v2 earlier. And he just runs out. Runs out with an op. Thankfully, Summer's there to bring about some semblance of normalcy, but danking. Please, don't do this. It hurts me. It hurts you. It hurts Counter-Strike.
Most of all.
It hurts me.
Yeah, that's most of all, blah. Yeah.
Oh.
Well, 12-3. Tai Lu, 4 away from closing this fiasco. This has been a strange set of affairs. I do feel, honestly, Blair, when you said it's been very Tai Lu sided, yes, it has been in terms of the score, but I feel like a lot of the rounds actually could have went Invictus' way. You know, there's definitely a few rounds that probably should have went that way. That could have made this half a little closer, but still lopsided in favor of Tai Lu, and it continues to be so throughout here on this A-bomb starting the pistol round. A couple more chances to take a few more kills to just cement their control of the pistol round, but slowly it's been caught by the flashbang, so continues to jump into the corner, and now Bottle turning around the corner himself. Shasa Gez also find a headshot. Tai Lu,
Can I just point out? Can I just point out? They had the flash. They could have crossed over, Dinko. They could have crossed over. They could have crossed over.
How?
Instead, they look to take the fights, and now Summer's left in a 1v3. He brings it back to a 1v1. Tai Lu could have crossed onto the side. The flashbang was perfect, but they see a guy like, hey guys, there's someone there. Let's go kill him.
Take him down. And then they get caught in a position where they're actually at a disadvantage, and somehow Summer still gets a double kill and is about to win this round. Shasa Gay coming back in for the retake. He has no kit available to win this, and Summer has got a good position towards CT spawn. He doesn't have Kevlar, so aim punch will be a problem if Shasa Gay can land the first shot, and while he's going to take damage on the cross, he's still moving forward, still alive, and Summer's just delaying. Now eventually will get the kill. Oh my god, Blair. What is that piss around? And more importantly,
why are you
how has
pushing
Tyler won it?
I don't know. Like, someone give somebody, sorry, Summer a cookie because he saved them. But this is so weird, right? I mean,
look at this from Summer. How does he do this?
They had a flashbang to cross. The flashbang was perfect. It blinded the player in jungle. And instead of crossing over and playing the man advantage and getting the bomb down, they just run discombobulated like a bunch of wolves. Time for us to get more kills. And fortunately for them, Summer's a good player. He plays Counter-Strike pretty good, Dinko. Everyone does on his team, except that as a unit, it's just painful at times.
Slowly taking down Shasa Gay, and also Bottle, somebody taking another, and it's all on Destroyer, who will do nothing but be destroyed by attacker. And we are now 14-3 on the scoreboard. Tai Lu, hello? Well, how has this happened? How can you be so terrible on map 1 and map 2? And then just suddenly, I mean, they're not playing well. I mean, they're not making right decisions, but at least the individuals are showing up.
Tai Lu are Tai Lu. It's just the way it is, Dinko. Just the way it is. The interesting thing is they're winning so convincingly without anyone dropping a 30 bomb. We saw 2 30 bombs being dropped on one on Inferno. I think it was, I forget who it was. Danking dropped 30 on Inferno. Oh, sorry, on Vertigo. And the timing on that peak, Dinko, it's all gone wrong. And they are just getting manhandled by Tai Lu. 15-3 will be the scoreline, and it was looking like a very close series. It was a very close series, but Mirage has just been Tai Lu running away with it.
Yeah, Invictus have got a little bit of a reality check now. It's like, you think you can win 2 series in a row against Tai Lu? Think again. The universe disallows it. And what? Oh, that's nice. Hello. Ryan is very, very good at this game. And well, he's got another one. That's 4 kills.
Wait, he's going to defuse. He's got a kit. He's got a kit.
He's got a kit. Oh my god, he's got a smoke and he's got a kit. No way he can win this. He's got a smoke, Blair. Get on the bomb. Get on the bomb. Get on the bomb. Go, go, go. Get on the bomb. Go. Has he pulled it off? No way. It's sticking to defuse. Somebody. No way. I can't believe it. He's pulled it off. How has that happened? How has he won the round? Tai Lu, you morons!
You absolute. Oh my god.
Well,
I'm running out of...
sickest 1v5 I've seen in a long time. Well done, Flying. That's incredible. Oh my god, right down to the final second as well, Blood. Oh,
They're so dumb sometimes.
I've never lost my mind as much about a Counter-Strike. Like, obviously we've seen and we joked about, but that is just mind-boggling how Tyler let that happen. Well, that's cheered me up. That has cheered me up. And well, Invictus give it a 4th round, and Tyler is still gonna just smash them in the next one. Nonetheless, we did get a moment of happiness. We got a moment of madness, and that's your Asian CS clip of the day.
Oh yeah,
Secured.
100%. 100%. That's getting me all the impressions on Twitter. I call dibs.
Okay, I was about to grab that, but I suppose you... Anyways, okay. Yeah, I feel like your fan base probably appreciate a little bit more of that, Blood, but that is...
That broke me.
That has broken me as well. I don't think I've recovered just yet. I eventually will. I was making noises I didn't quite ever... Okay, let's look at the time as well. The defuse makes it... It's right down to under a second. 0.8 seconds it looked like on that clock. And yeah, I've made noises during that I didn't think was humanly possible. Well, Attacker, he's going to get things done. He's got himself 2 kills, and now he'll be looking for a little bit more. Somebody closing it out. It should be done now. 15-4, quickly made 16 at this point. Tyler, there's no way you lose this, surely. You've lost some incredible rounds, but this should be unlosable.
Sorry.
But Flying is still alive, boy. He's got 3 on the deagle, somehow delivering death. Dishing it out left, right, and center. Now he has a chance again to pull off what would be an incredible clutch. He's already done it before, and can he do it again? Back to back. Flying 1v2. Smoke goes up. Tyler realized, okay, one look at the face cam. We've got Flying alive on the server right now. Surely we cannot do this again. And Summer and Slowly are on the bomb site. Slowly's in a advanced position. He's up on top of the default boxes, not hiding. He's up on top, and while Flying, nearly gets it done, but it's gonna be Tyler taking a 16-4 win on Mirage. A bit of excitement towards the end of that one, but I really don't understand how Tyler are the best team in this region. How is this being allowed to happen? That a team that loses 1v5 defuses are the best team in the entire continent? Well, we've got Tom and Mitch to answer that question.
I'm throw this one over to you, Tom. This one's for you to deal with.
So I've realized that you know in the Catholic religion there were the 10 commandments. There's actually an 11th one that was left off, and it basically said something on the line of, "Thou shalt get banged by Tyloo if thou gets to the 3rd map." Like, I don't know what seems to happen with them when they get to the final map of a series, but even though that T-side that they just attempted to throw in towards the end is hands down some of the worst decision-making I've ever seen in Counter-Strike history. Every single time it goes, guys, should we take the bomb into jungle? It's like, no, you have the site. I think I'm going to take the bomb into jungle. 3 rounds in a row! 3! Like, I don't understand what they're trying to do. It's some of the stupidest plays, but luckily they did well enough on the CT side that it really didn't matter. Like, Invictus just disappeared off the server. Like, sure, by the end, Flying had some pretty good stats, but that's because he had a multi-frag in a couple of rounds towards the end. Like, honestly, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened to Invictus. I don't know how they got smashed so hard. I don't know how they lost this round when they were literally handed the bomb. There's nothing you can really explain about this match.
I just love
played
this.
shockingly bad. Tyloo also played shockingly bad, but they have better players. There you go. That's my analysis.
I love post games when all of this happens and Tom is like a grumpy old man that's just, he lived 90 years on this planet and has just seen all the BS that life could give him. It's just a brilliant thing. Just listening to Tom just list all of the things that annoyed him in this game, and it's only an hour long. But
you think that was all of them? There's
well,
a lot more.
It's a
that
little
I leave
summary.
Off the list.
What a game!
They gave him the bomb again.
Yeah, they give him every chance.
Yeah.
Well, Flying is a god.
Agree.
I think we can all agree on that. The fact that he's been able to pull off those kind of skill rounds. Yes, Tyloo absolutely fumbled the bike, but there should never be a scenario in which they pull that let that happen. But Flying, he makes most of the opportunity given to him, and definitely the only player doing anything here in this final map, which unfortunately they only pushed 4 rounds on. But nonetheless, it's a step up, and that's something we needed out of Flying, and it came a little bit too late, unfortunately.
It did come a little too late there, but there you have, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be Ty Lue winning the series pretty convincingly, despite giving us a few heart attacks on the way. I do believe the MVP of this one should be either Attacker or Summer. I'm actually going to give it to Attacker because he really did. No one?
None
Was
of
it Tom?
them. None of them.
None of them.
None
Okay,
of them.
so let's give it to Flying. Let's give that
well,
to Flying.
Attacker, I think it's fair. Attacker played much better on this map. It was a big turnaround from his previous map performance. It takes a lot.
Well, they both get the MVP. There we go, Tom. Maybe we're going to give the MVP to everyone in the server, because one thing you can't deny is that was an entertaining series. It was. Well, they're going to give the MVP to everyone.
I agree.
Everyone gets
MVP, Mitch.
You get an MVP. You get an MVP. Everyone gets an MVP.
Lose 16-4, get MVP.
It's like primary school sports day. I love it.
I say we give the, I don't know what the opposite is, but I would hand it convincingly to Viva. I feel like his turnaround from the previous 2 maps to this one, even previous series. Yeah, least valuable player. Yeah, I guess we'll go with that one. This, like, he was unbelievably bad in this map. And I mean, like, it's not like the entirety of the team weren't, but I mean, Destroyer, not too much of a surprise. Chef Sage, don't expect that much. But Viva was the one that I wanted to see dominate. It was himself and Bottle that did a lot of the work in the previous series and towards the start of this one. And this map, he just... I mean, the whole team was asleep. I don't think it was like a million times worse than everybody else, but still, it went great.
Well, we do have the results of the day. It has been some expected results, but at the same time, actually, all the results were expected. It's just the way it got there. Let's put it across that way. Invictus, they knock out Checkmate from the playoffs. Of course, Checkmate are going to be joining Bren, who also lost to Tiger for the 5th, 6th position playoffs. That's going to be taking place on Sunday. And then we saw the first game of the upper bracket semifinals. Invictus losing to Ty Lue, but it's not quite done yet for the Chinese side of Invictus. They're going to be heading towards the lower brackets, where they're going to be facing the loser of the next matchup, which is taking place tomorrow morning, bright and early. It is going to be Vici facing off against Tiger. That should be a spicy affair. Winner faces Ty Lue in upper bracket finals. Loser will battle for survival against Invictus Gaming. And all of that action is going to be taking place and going to be coming your way, ladies and gentlemen, bright and early. So don't forget to tune in. Set your alarm clock. Set your phone timers for 7 a.m. CEST. Sorry, Tom?
I said, yeah, Mitch. was that to people at home?
Oh, it's generally, but okay. you can give it to Mitch. I mean, we can call Mitch anytime we want. He's been a good boy lately.
Pick up though. His phone's off.
Yeah, it's fine. Oh, guys, my phone was dead. My battery was dead. All right. Anyway, on that note, before Mitch just loses it, gentlemen, once again, thank you for joining me. Day 1 done and dusted here in the playoffs, the 3-day playoffs of the Perfect World Asia League 2020, the fall edition. And with day 1 dusted, we have just 2 more days remaining to decide who is going to be crowned the kings of Asia. But that's going to be taking place over the next couple of days. So thank you for tuning in once more, and I'll see you guys tomorrow morning, bright and early once again.